Here we go. Now, okay, so yeah, Marty eastbound and down.
This is north of Carrier.
And I know that's what he's doing. Okay, let's go back to links 1. There's a circulation. This is going to be your tornado. Marty's right there. There's the tornado. It's obviously on his behind, and it's moving again east. We still have 35 on this. Are we doing 35?
We'll look.
On the speed? Okay. It's north of Carrier. You folks in Carrier, this has gone to your northwest, now to your north. It's headed off to the northeast
Yeah,
35.
35.
And 35 miles per hour, okay? So this is a tornado. What's shear rate look like? Okay, there's velocity. There's the couplet, right? There it is. There it is. Okay, so, wow. All right. Okay, here it's going to be just south of Hill. If I'm in Hillsdale, lowest level, safest. Okay? So lowest level. This is a tornado. Where the house lowest level. Okay, there's velocity. Right, there's a closet, interior bathroom, right? Lowest level. There it is. Tornado warning. Tornado developing right here. Marty's right there, and Marty's going to get back in position. He is headed now off to the east. You can see him right here. He's moving east. It's right behind him, but he's got to get out ahead of it so we can look back at it.
And this could still have baseball-size hail between Goldtree and Nash.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, hail sizes might have come down a little bit, but
if you look at it, they're still up.
Are they still up?
Yeah.
Yeah. God, look at the large.
Yeah, it's just coming so close to the radar site.
Oh wow, look at that. God, that's a big hail core. Okay, and yeah, big hail core on the northwest side of this, and we're talking like several miles covered up with golf balls and tennis balls and even some baseballs in there. Okay, so Marty's right here. It's messy on velocity here. Shear rate, what's it look like?
So it's right there. I mean, you can see it crossing the highway there, 132.
Yeah.
About 3 miles to the west of Marty.
I'm going to grab these.
Okay.
So I can see a little bit better.
Marty is on 330 Road and State Highway 132, and that is where the circulation is.
Yeah.
Up there it goes, just crossing. It got stronger, David,
okay.
Just south of Hillsdale.
Okay, you folks, yeah, there it is. Okay, Hillsdale. Hey, Justin, tell Marty to stop and turn around. Tell Marty to stop and turn around. He doesn't need to go any further than that, but he's also going to have to go north. .6, the downtown Pond Creek. Tornado on the ground. Right now, it's going to Pond Creek. You folks in Pond Creek, if you live in between Pond Creek or Hillsdale, tornado is on the ground doing damage. We know that. It's confirmed. It's confirmed. Tornado now leaving Hillsdale. Leaving.
Debris.
Go back to, yeah. There it is. Debris still in the air. Doesn't mean the tornado is. The tornado might have lifted, but we still have debris. We'll see. Go back to velocity data.
Okay.
No, it's on the ground. It's now a half mile to a mile northeast of Hillsdale. Okay?
David, the track is ready on Links 3 when you need it.
Okay, let's go to Links 3, control room. And there it is. Tornado confirmed. Pond Creek, 141. Listen up, Pond Creek, 141. Right? It's 126. You got 15 minutes. You've got 15 minutes, Pond Creek. Small community, small, tight farm community. Go. Go now. Lowest level, center part of the house. If you live in a mobile home, you got to get out. You got to get out. And if I'm in Pond Creek and it's moving my way, or if I live west in Pond Creek and I live in a mobile home, I'm going east. Right? I'm getting the Buick out and I'm going east, bound and down. You cannot just sit and have a tornado hit you in a mobile home. Okay? You got to get out. Don't go west. You got to get east if you have to get out, if you live in a mobile home. Okay, here it is. There's your tornado on the ground right here. There's your debris ball. It's got a debris ball with it. It's not a huge debris ball because there's not a whole lot in the way of homes up here. If this were coming through Oklahoma City, it would be a lot different. Okay, so there it is. Tornado looks like it's either hit Hillsdale or it's been on the eastern sides or the southeastern sides of Hillsdale. And it's going to go, God, it's trying to lift, it's trying to occlude. See how it's making that turn? Folks, the way it's going, it's going to go west of Pond Creek. We'll see what it does. Pond Creek, don't let your guard down. I'm just talking to you live here, minute by minute, second by second. But if you're in Pond Creek, you got to watch it. Or if I live west of Pond Creek, anywhere between Pond Creek and about 10 miles west, safe spot, lowest level, and you got to go now. It's going to cross Highway 64 in about 5 or less minutes. Okay, Justin, Marty?
Yes, we got Marty shot back up. He's about to hit 81 to blast north.
Okay.
It's been rain wrapped. He hasn't been able to see anything other than a wall of gray.
Yeah, I saw it. Okay, tornado.
And he got stuck with a couple of trackers, as other people on the roads too that slowed him down. But he's getting ready to blast north on 81.
Yep.
It is on the Grant-Garfield County line. It is 4 miles to the west of Highway 81.
Yep. And south of 64, southeast of Nash. Here's 64. Here's 81. Tornadoes right here. Now coming into Grant County, leaving Garfield County.
Marty has a shot.
Okay, let's go to Marty now. And it's just, it's in the bear's cage. The tornado is inside that. There's the right side, the left side's here. Marty, you're looking right at it. We know we have damage in or south of Hillsdale and east and northeast of Hillsdale. Confirmed tornado, Marty. It's in that ball. Go ahead.
Yeah, and what we had earlier, Hillsboro, fire trucks were flying east out of town. I know what they're doing. They're evacuating their station so they didn't tear up their equipment. Oh, crud. Somebody decided to do a U-turn in front of me. Okay, here we are. We're looking at that storm right now. That's off to my northwest, and rising motion. You can see the rising motion on it. And we know it's in there. You're telling me that it's in there. We've already had it on the ground. I can see nothing to my west except a solid rain curtain.
Hey, Marty.
But you have our shot right there.
Marty, Marty, keep getting north. Keep going north up 81. Just bust north. You got to bust north. Try to get out ahead of this thing.
I'm following my brothers in the fire trucks. I'm following them.
Okay, but you got to bust north though. You don't want this thing to come over you, or you'll be behind it again. So get north, get out ahead of it, and you're going to make it. But you got to keep going north. Okay. It's to your west, about 2 miles. I know you're looking right at it, but the tornado is in that. That's the problem. It's inside of that big ball of rain. And Marty's right there. Everything's lifting. The tornado is going to be inside of this. We start to look. Sometimes this will thin out, and you'll be able to see the tornado. You'll be able to see the cone hanging down. I can't. I don't see it. And I've done this a while. I can see it. You can see it. I don't see anything in here. But it's in there. Okay, let's go back inside of that big ball of rain. Links 1. And take a look at links 1. And then we're going to, real quick, anything on the storm down south? Lawton? Okay. All right, so here's the spin right here. The tornado is now in Grant County. It's lifting to the north at a pretty good rate of speed. Here comes Marty now. There's the feeder band. There's the feeder band. The tornado's going to be right in here.
Emergency manager says it's still on the ground.
Okay. Well, they're seeing it wrapped in rain. That's for sure. And, okay, so there's the tornado. Now crossing North Farm Road 2850 and 280, right? 285, we'll call it, and 280. Right here. There's your tornado. And it's lifting off to the north. Shear rate, perfect, right where it should be. Now over Farm Road 270. And what farm road is that? 23, what is this?
Let me see.
Farm Road, right.
2860.
2860 and, yep, 270. 2860 and 270. There's your tornado. There's Pond Creek. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles southwest of Pond Creek. All right, and what is lapse debris?
Okay.
Yeah. What did it do after it left?
Hillsdale was down here.
Yeah.
I don't see any debris.
I don't either.
Where the circulation is.
No. No, I see.
Marty says it's right out his left door.
I'm looking right at it. Yeah, let's go back to Marty Logan's shot here. Let's take Marty's shot. Keep going north. And, God, it's just wrapped in a ball of rain. Okay, well, we know we have damage. We know we've had debris lofted in the air. There's Marty. Kyle's with him, obviously operating the camera. Yeah. What did it do after it left?
Hillsdale was down here.
Yeah.
I don't see any debris.
I don't either.
Where the circulation is.
No. No, I see.
Marty says it's right out his left door.
I'm looking right at it. Yeah, let's go back to Marty Logan's shot here. Let's take Marty's shot. Keep going north. And, God, it's just wrapped in a ball of rain. Okay, well, we know we have damage. We know we've had debris lofted in the air. There's Marty. Kyle's with him, obviously operating the camera. Yeah. What did it do after it left?
Hillsdale was down here.
Yeah.
I don't see any debris.
I don't either.
Where the circulation is.
No. No, I see.
Marty says it's right out his left door.
I'm looking right at it. Yeah, let's go back to Marty Logan's shot here. Yeah. What did it do after it left? Yeah. What did it do after the camera? Miles, Marty's still running through it here. Let's go back to Marty. Let's bring him in. I'm just looking at his shot here.
I used everything this Chevy had to get up here to 64. We're going to turn east. There is no visual on it at all. But what I'm concerned about, a lot of the fire trucks and
The Yukon storm is now severe.
tracers are behind me watching, and they're sitting right there in the path of this storm. So that's a concern of mine also behind me. We are at the junction, and we will go east and try to turn and get set up. Back to you.
All right, good job, Marty. We're going to keep an eye on it. I know you're right there with it. We're watching it closely as well on radar. It's now. Here, and I'll show you, David.
We need to work our magic here. I need Brandon Wells' shot in here for now. We can drop Vaughn. Let's bring in Brandon Wells' shot. Okay. And
Val's
lifting.
closing in.
Did you guys hear that?
Of what this storm has been doing in Canadian County. I'll kind of show you the streets here. This is going to be between Manning Street, Manning Road, and Banner Road, southwest 59th. This is going to be northwest of Mustang, but the hail core just came up, just increased with the last scan here on NextGen. So could have some quarter-size hail coming into Yukon, just now crossing I-40 between Frisco and about State Highway 4. Okay, that's kind of those east-west roadways, lifting basically due north. And we'll put a look at velocity because we're just going to have to watch this so very closely, like we have been all the storms.
And there is a track ready when you need it.
Okay, let's take the track. Let's do that. What speed do you have that at?
I've got it moving right now at 45.
Okay,
north.
45 miles per hour, lifting north. So Banner at 139, which is basically now. Richland 144, Sundance Airport at 145. This will be at Piedmont at 148, Cashin 203, and Fairmont coming up at 255. So lifting to the north rapidly. Hail core still coming up a little bit. Right now, tornadoes not imminent out of this. This isn't wrapped up that tight. But again, just like all the storms today, there's so much shear or spin in the atmosphere. They go up spinning. This one does have weak rotation with it, and the hail core continues to increase, which tells you that the storm itself continues to increase. David?
Okay, yeah, great job. And just getting everybody in position here. Lots of moving and shaking and baking going on for now. All right, so
Go to Lynx 1.
we talked about this. Worst case scenario, that storms develop in the metro, and you know what? It was one of those things where some data said they would, some data said they wouldn't, and look what we have now. And this is a problem, right? So these are going to be, that's a supercell. It's not a tornadic supercell, but it's a supercell. Now, the good thing is these are going to be headed northbound, but the question is they're still in very favorable environment for tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds, and they're lifting from the south to the north, right? So there's that storm moving over the village, heading up into Deer Creek. Other storms now coming up through downtown, back to Lillard Park. And go back to Lynx 1 control room. Thank you. And thank you. And okay, so let's talk about what's going on here. We have 4 storms, basically. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? This other stuff is just showers we still have to watch. All right, so if you're joining us now live, you need to plug in. Now's when you really need to pay attention. I'm not saying these are all going to produce tornadoes, but the atmosphere is becoming more favorable for the afternoon. But again, if we see a bunch of storms, that could actually help us. But it doesn't always work out like that, right? We're still going to have more tornadoes today. I do believe that. We're going to have more into this evening. And that could possibly and certainly will, I think, include Oklahoma City. But right now, storm with a hook on it now, west and southwest of Yukon. This is NextGen Live, our 1,000,000-watt radar, the most powerful live radar in Oklahoma, and this is when it earns its bread and butter, right now on a day like today, because it's not live. It's not delayed. If you're flipping around, it's all delayed. It's all live. It's delayed and whatever. And when these things are moving at 40 to 50 miles per hour, you can't have delayed. It's got to be live. Okay, and it is. All right, so here's your hook. Yukon, your storm is severe. It's going to go to Sundance. It's going to go to Piedmont. I don't see anything in that as far as velocity data that I'm freaking out about. But these are big storms, right? They're 3 big storms, and they all have what we call cyclonic shear. They're going up spinning. They're going up spinning as they move across the West Metro. There's another cell here that's actually pretty small. These are lifting from the south to the north, and maybe, guys, we can get some of these on some of our tower cams, too. Hank, is Hank in?
While you're looking at that, I just want to point out for the tornado warning up to the north, this is closing in on Pond Creek. There is no indication there's a tornado anymore. It's all straight line winds, no tight rotation. The tornado warning is going to be dropped.
Yeah, and
if that peaks back up, we're watching it.
Yeah, and we'll get back to that in just a second, okay? But the tornado warning for Pond Creek, over for now. But you're going to have wind, you're going to have hail, but we have, for sure, tornado damage near Hillsdale, no doubt about it. We have debris. We had debris live on the air. We had a tornado, the second or third or whatever of the day. All right, so hook developing now from Yukon back to Integris, Canadian Valley. This is live radar data. NextGen Live, it is not delayed. Running back to southwest of Banner. There's your hook. Another supercell developing just northwest of Will Rogers World Airport. That has a hook on it. Nothing crazy with that. Let's go back north into the North Edmond, or North Metro, Gallardi at Rose Creek, West Edmond area. Rain coming through Edmond right now. This is just a big, kind of a broken up storm. It is severe. Winds in here, 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. Nickel and dime, maybe some quarter-size hail. This is not crazy, not yet. Not yet, but we're starting to see the beginning of a little bit of an inflow notch developing on this backside. And then we have this right here, hook there. And then we have a hook here. What's going on? This is a new cell going up. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's not good. Man, those took off fast.
Yeah, and look down the line still too. So down near
Okay,
Ellick.
real quick, what's the storm look like down here where Tom is?
Thomas. I just looked at that one. It wasn't, it's split
Okay, left,
and
right.
struggling a little.
Okay, that's good. Let it struggle. Good gosh, let it struggle. Okay, wind and hail, Lawton going to Elgin, Lake Ellsworth. This is going to come up into Grady County or Caddo County first. And these storms are severe. They do have a tornado threat, but nothing tornadic right now. Tom is right there. And I'm looking at Tom's shot, but nothing crazy. Nothing crazy in Tom's shot. Okay, what about southwest Oklahoma, the storm that Jeremy was on? Let's go back to that cell.
Okay.
And yeah, it's kind of hanging on. It's kind of struggling a little bit, which is good. Nothing crazy in here. It tried to do something. Did you see that?
Yep.
That right there. That's
On
a
the
mezzo.
north side.
Yeah, on the north side.
Is
Okay.
it splitting? No.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it may not be splitting, but I know what you're thinking. But
Yeah.
this is coming off of it
Okay.
and ramping up. Yeah. I know. I thought the same thing at first, but I was like, So that's a problem. Okay, let's back out. Let me see where the trackers and everybody are currently located
Okay.
in southwest Oklahoma. Brandon is here. Okay. Justin, let me jump in. I need Jeremy to stay with this and to make his way north. Don't get hosed because of the lake. Don't get hosed because of the river. I need him to keep going to this thing as it heads up towards Hobart. Okay, so let's plan our roads, please, accordingly. This is a little bit of a snaggletooth area down here for roads. You can have some problems, if you know what I mean, down there. So we need to keep him going. All right, storm down here, not tornadic. Let's go back to the metro here.
Okay.
And wow, okay. So we have multiple storms in Oklahoma City. And right now, the storms in the South Metro, nothing tornadic, but these storms are going up with a little bit of spin on them. Okay, let's jump south here just a bit.
Okay.
More down to Norman, down to Noble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 storms there. And again, they're in their infancy. They're babies. They're just now starting out. Okay. But what's going to happen is they're going to start to spin, and as they spin, they're going to lift to the north, and they could produce tornadoes. Some of them won't, but some of them certainly could. Okay. But I just want you to know this is what's coming up I-35 right into the Oklahoma City area. Okay, let's go back to the other severe storms we have in place. Talking about the other storm now in the Edmond area, Mitch Park, Deer Creek, went right over Rose Creek. Some wind, some hail, nickel, dime, maybe some quarter-size hail. And there's a little bit of a hook on this, nothing crazy. There's a hook on this that's getting a little bit stronger. That's going to be just now crossing Highway 66 west of Yukon. And these are not tornadic right now, but they are rotating. There's a big difference. Lots of storms rotate. They don't produce tornadoes. And that's great, as long as they just keep doing that. But the problem is that today, the environment is such that conditions are certainly favorable for tornadoes, for strong tornadoes, doing damage, and on the ground for possibly a long, long time. Lace?
Just got an update, so thank you so much, Jen, for passing that along. Edmond Public Schools have canceled prom. Prom was supposed to be tonight. So many events across the state, across the metro, and they have made the decision to just go ahead and cancel prom for tonight.
Okay.
So when we get more information of reschedule or whatever,
Yeah.
we'll let you know.
Okay, we've done this a long time, and this is certainly not the first or the last prom that has ever been canceled in Oklahoma.
Prom dresses and in the shelter. That
Yeah.
happens as well.
Yeah, we've done that a lot, right?
Yeah.
We've done that a lot. So, all right, Edmund, no big deal. We're just going to regroup. All right, so here it is. Severe storm now, Edmond area. The strongest storm we have is running from Sundance, and that's going to be, again, west of Yukon here. Hank's going down I-40. Let's get an update from Hank. Let's bring Hank Brown in here. Hank's in the West Metro, and Hank, you're going to have to turn north. These things are hauling. But Hank, also, I know you know this, we have more storms going up in the South Metro down I-35. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving and shaking right now. Go ahead, Hank.
So I'm on the Kilpatrick. I'm northbound right now, actually. Where is this? About 39th. So I've kind of got a tough camera angle for Patty, but if you can look right over these apartments, this Piedmont or Yukon storm has developed a bit of a lowering. It was, when I first come off of 40, it was just in a few miles, and I'm moving north. You can see some scud tags there and see that, it's starting to develop a bit of a lowered base. But, yeah, you're right. They're moving. I'm doing 80 miles an hour on the Kilpatrick, and I'm running just straight parallel with it. So, yeah, these things are really, really moving. But this storm here, I don't see anything imminent as in rotation or any of that. But for sure, it is growing in strength and size, and the base is lowering, David. Back to you.
All right, well, there we go, folks. So that's the lowering there. That's the base of the Yukon storm that is developing a lowering right now. It's not tornadic, but you don't start out with a tornado. You start out with a base, and then things go wrong after that, if they're going to go wrong, right? So that's the base right there, and we have so much humidity that these tornadoes have been very hard to see or nearly not seeable, okay? The Hillsdale tornado was wrapped in rain. It looked like to us pretty much the entire time. The tornado we had near Leedy earlier, we could see that when we had that live on the air, and you could see that from Marty Logan earlier today. But new hooks developing, and we're looking at Lynx 1 here. Let's go back to that, and there you go.
So that's rotation with this storm. Our live is obviously much more advanced, so farther ahead of that product. But there you can see it near Richland.
Yeah. So that shear rate is high. It's right here. It's coming up. It's not crazy high, but it's coming up. So Brandon's here. Hank's headed north, looking off to the west. We're going to keep doing this. Okay, and another hook here, coming right across the city. See this, folks? If you're watching right now and you live in Oklahoma City, I'm certainly not saying go to the shelter now, but I'm saying be thinking about it. Be thinking about, with any one of these storms, going to the storm shelter, go to the closet, at least get it cleaned out, right? At least get everything kind of in line here, right, in Oklahoma City for now with this coming through and more storms coming. So just kind of get ready. Get ready in the metro. That includes everybody. The metros, Yukon, Edmond, Guthrie, Shawnee. We include Shawnee in the metro. Norman, Moore, Del City, Midwest City, right? Just get ready. Get things ready to go in case we say, boom, we got to do this, okay? The storm up north is no longer tornadic, but we have another new hook, and this is concerning. Wow, that's really concerning.
Yeah, yes.
Justin, who's north that's headed southbound? It's going to produce a tornado.
Marty is heading southbound. He gets to a good road on 15 there.
Okay.
So the circulation with
right
this
here.
storm is in Garfield County, and it is 6 miles to the southeast of Enid.
Yeah, this is concerning near Breckenridge. Oh my gosh. Look at the hook.
There's not been any storms in this area today.
No, and this is wide open. This is high humidity, high heat, lots of instability. There's your big hook, and that's going to head up to the northeast. Yep. All right, lap set for us to see what it looks like here. Enid, this is to your southeast by about 6 miles. Okay, if I live in Breckenridge, I'm thinking about going to my spot. All right, let's do it. News 9, let's do this. News 9, tornado warning. This meets it right here. This is it. It's going to Breckenridge. You folks in Breckenridge, east of Shea, west of Etna, you folks in the small community of Etna, it's going to cross Highway 412. This is going to be a News 9, tornado warning. Listen up, southeast of Enid. This is it. We're one tick away from a tornado. I'm giving you time. I'm giving you extra time. There it is. Big hook. Big hook. It's going to Breckenridge. It's going to Breckenridge. Okay, you folks in Fairmont, right here. If you live in Breckenridge or east of Breckenridge, between there and 412, you've got to go to your safe spot. This is going to be a News 9 tornado warning for that. If this thing gets any stronger, it's going to be on the ground. Okay, News 9 tornado warning. Okay, there's your possible tornado developing right here. Right here. It's lifting northeast. Look at the hook. And this is a very favorable environment for tornadoes. Okay? So, you folks, again, this is going to be south and east of Enid, right here, near Etna. little small farm community of Etna. There's Fairmont. This is Breckenridge.
And David, the track is ready on 3 when you need it.
Okay, let's go back to Lynx 3. We'll do a storm track, then we're going to come back to the Metro. There's Fairmont. She's got the storm track basically where the hook is, the leading edge of the hook, and the possible tornado going to Breckenridge, 157. It's 152. Lace, what do you have your speed? 50, 40?
I've got it moving right now at 45.
Okay, 45 miles an hour, folks. That's moving. All right, that's not a 25 mile an hour tornado producing storm. 45 miles per hour. That's fast. Okay? That's fast. And that's going to go right over Breckenridge. So you folks in Breckenridge, 157, Hunter, 209, Lamont, 223, Alcorn, 225, and we'll say Tonkawa at 233. We're still a ways away from that. You got time, but if you live in Breckenridge, Hunter, Lamont, you got to watch it. You got to watch it. Possible tornado. Possible tornado developing right now. Okay? And it's going to go right into Breckenridge. If you live in Breckenridge or around Breckenridge, you have to go to your safe spot. Be thinking about it. At least be thinking about it now. You only have about 10 minutes. And I think it's close enough to issue our own News 9 tornado warning. Okay, so that's going on with that. The other storm coming into Medford is no longer tornadic. We dropped the warning on that. We're good. It's severe, blowing through Medford, moving northeast. Okay, that's my big concern right now, along with who is remote 123 in my ear? Who's that?
That is Brandon Wells now.
Let's go to Brandon. Justin, is Brandon in?
He is.
Let's go to Brandon Wells. Let's bring him in. And there's your lowering. Brandon, give us your exact location and what direction you are looking. And you're looking up towards Piedmont. Go ahead. There's your lowering. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right, David. You're absolutely right. We're going to be Highway 3 here. We're looking northwest there in our shot. That circulation, or that area that we're watching is not real organized yet, but it bears watching. It could do anything anytime, so we've got eyes on it, and we're going to keep watching it. It's not doing anything right now that really screams tornado imminent, but we're watching, David.
Okay, all right. Nice job, Brandon. So Brandon is a veteran storm chaser. Here's the deal, and he just said that tornado is not imminent like right
He's
now.
gonna head north on Sarah there.
Right? Hey, Justin, you're hot. Okay, so like Brandon Wells said, the tornado is not imminent right now. And Brandon's a veteran storm chaser, but you can clearly see this is the updraft, this is the lowering, right? And this is the updraft, and see how fast that motion is? This thing is spinning like a top. It is a supercell. That's looking up Northwest Highway or Highway 3, right? That goes into Piedmont. He's looking at the Piedmont rotator, rotating thunderstorm, now in Piedmont. Not a tornado on the ground. Velocity doesn't show it, and Brandon's shot doesn't show it. But you can clearly see where the rotation is. Okay, let's come back to Lynx 1. And Lacey, take it for a second. Let me check in with Greg here.
Okay, what we're looking at are, of course, that storm that Brandon Wells is talking about, and also another supercell that's gone up to the south of Oklahoma City. It's lifted through. It's now on the north side. The hook with it is crossing over Lake Hefner right now. So I was about to turn the camera. Cassie, when you have a second, can you turn the American Fidelity camera for us and get that kind of pointed that direction, or even the Integris cam, either or both. Lifting to the north, so there's rotation there. Again, this is a small storm in size. It's not very big. The hail core is now up over North Park Mall. It's coming up over Quail Springs, back up to Northwest 150th and up into Edmond, Santa Fe. So that may have now some nickel, possibly some quarter-size hail. So it's getting there to the severe limits. The hook with it, again, extending back down right over the north part of Lake Hefner, and kind of lifting right up Lake Hefner Parkway and eventually up Portland. It's lifting mainly to the north. And I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything. Cassie's looking.
I've got American Fidelity up right now looking in that direction.
Okay.
And it's just a wall of water.
Okay. Yeah, and Integris cam too. We'll get it pointed that direction. But right now, there's so much precip with this. And everything's pretty milky right now because there's so much moisture. So that's the two cells, David. And then look at the ones that are increasing.
Yeah, all have hooks.
Yes, down the south and south of I-35. The next one is coming in right here,
yeah.
over Del City.
Yeah, and look at the hook all the way back down to Valley Brook. So, folks, right now, this is not a fun position to be in. We have multiple supercells in the Oklahoma City metropolitan area. And from the North Metro to the South Metro, they all have hooks. Doesn't mean they're all going to produce tornadoes. Many, many storms rotate and look like that all day, all night, right? But they don't do it, and that's fine, and that's good, but there are days when it just takes that one ingredient and suddenly we have a couple of tornadoes ripping through the city, and it happens just like that, or at least up and down tornadoes, okay? If you live in Oklahoma City, if you're here in the metro and you're downtown, if you're visiting from out of state, you're watching us right now, you're thinking, what is going on? This is how we do it. It's Oklahoma. We have severe weather. We have tornadoes, right? And they happen. They happen in downtown areas. They happen in rural areas. Nobody is, everybody's in the line of fire when you have severe weather in Oklahoma. Okay, so here's the deal. There's a hook here, and there's a hook here. Now, coming into Moore, it's not tornadic in Moore. Let's just get that out of the way now. But it is a supercell, and it is rotating, right? It is rotating. And there goes that hook. This is going to be that hook there. And that's going to ride right up into the southwest sides of Oklahoma City. This is a supercell. It's merging together. These are all merging together as one big storm in the southwestern sides of Oklahoma City. Okay, Justin, we need somebody in the south metro now. We need to get somebody south.
Val is taking 40 east.
Okay. Val's coming in hot and fast, that's for sure. That's all the above. All right, looking at shear rate, this is what I like. There's nothing crazy right now. Officially, this storm is not even severe, right? So that's good. Small hail across Moore, but no crazy big hail, no crazy severe winds. Winds maybe 40, maybe 50. No crazy couplet showing up. There's a little bit of wind up in the Edmond area with that. But see the hook here? There's the hook there. Okay, so hook, again, just north. Look how fast. Remember, Brandon's here, Brandon Wells. He's looking at that storm right there. That's headed up towards Cashion. Going to have some nickels and dimes, maybe some quarters now coming into the Four Corners, right? Hillcore now coming into the Four Corners area. And there's your hook. And that hook is going to be that shot right there. That's the hook. That's in Piedmont. And the Edmond storm is getting better organized. And Greg, are you back there?
Yeah.
Can you have Jim see about ready to go?
He's headed that way.
Okay. All right. So here's your storm here east of Gaillardia. The whole storm is moving through Edmond, getting some heavy rains in downtown Edmond, getting rains on the east side of Edmond. But the main concern is right there. Let's go ahead and zoom on in here, Lace. Take a closer look.
While you're doing that, the storm heading over Breckenridge has weakened. The hook has weakened significantly from what it was. Still a hook, still spinning.
Okay.
But it's not as strong.
Okay, good. It came down instead of going up.
Yes.
But on days like today, you can't wait. You can't mess around.
Right.
I mean, we just have to be, anything with a hook potentially could produce a tornado. They're not all going to produce. No way. But yes, only God knows which ones aren't or not, right? So that's why you got to watch all these. Now, we can look at radar and look at all of our many tools that we have, and we can think, okay, yeah, this one's going this way. This one's going this way. Okay, and then it might or might not. But we have a bunch of rotating storms for sure. Okay, so here comes the next hook. Just went right over Quail Springs Mall. That's lifting to the north. And we have all the rain and storms in the Edmond area. Hail core now west of downtown Edmond, back into West Edmond. And again, there's your hook, right? Heavy rain in Edmond, nickel and dime, quarter-size hail. Pockets of some smaller hail in Edmond, lots of heavy rain, lifting from the south to the north. Okay, let's back out of this. Let's talk about the Piedmont storm. And to me, it looks like it's weakened. Looks like it might have weakened a little bit.
I'll lapse it for you.
Yeah, it's still about the same. It's certainly not crazy, but it definitely has had the hook on it for sure. But again, remember, lots of storms have hooks that don't produce tornadoes. But it's on a day like today when we have all the dynamics in place that we really have to pay attention. All right, so there's that hook right there. There's another hook here up west of Cedar Valley. That storm is severe. Our Four Corners storm is severe. The Edmond storm, I think, is severe. You folks in Edmond are going to see nickels and dimes and I think some quarters in there. And then we have another hook down here, another supercell over Spencer, lifting to the north, another supercell south of that, now lifting through Moore, There's the hook just west of the Orr family farm. Rotation there, but no tornado. Okay, not right now. No tornado right now. Everything, again, lifting from the south to the north. Who's in remote 124? Vaughn. Is that Vaughn? Okay. I was
Vaughn's
just
up
looking
north.
looking at his shot, way north. Okay, so let's talk about what's coming in from the southwest now. And, wow, look at Tom's shot. Okay, so the right mover is dying,
Yeah, right now.
okay, which is normally going to be the tornado producer. The left mover will be a wind and hail producer
Of these two.
of these two. Yeah. But, all right, let's go to Tom Pastrano now. Let's bring Tom in. He's northeast of Elgin. And the hook is going right over Lake Ellsworth. Tom, your storm did the O split. You got a left mover. Right mover is weakening. Your left mover is still very much alive with a hook now over Lake Ellsworth. I know you're driving up. Are you on Highway 277? Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I'm going towards Fletcher right now. This storm has had a rain-free base at times, and it looks a little bit better organized than it does now.
Hey.
Right now, it's kind of cycling, so I don't see anything imminent. It did have a little bit of hail earlier as it was going through Lawton, but it continues to go. It almost looks like it's going due north now, but we are keeping an eye on it as it moves back towards the metro. Back to you.
Yeah, Tom, it's moving north-northeast. Hey, Tom, would you get a second? Pull over. I want to see this thing.
Organized than it does now.
I want to see what this looks like
right now,
behind
it's
you.
kinda
If you can get a shot of it,
cycling,
looks
so
like
I
it's
don't
just
see
due to your
anything
west,
imminent.
northwest
It
now.
did have a little bit of
So when you
hail
get a second
earlier
right
as it
there,
was
pull
going
over.
through
Let's take a look
Lawton.
at this.
But it continues
There
to
we
go.
go.
It almost looks like it's going due north
There we go.
now. But we are keeping
Let's
an
see
eye
what
on
this
it
storm
as
looks
it
like.
moves back.
Okay, he's still well to the east of it. It's in there. Okay, it's still a few miles to his west, and he's in sunshine, which makes it hard to see. Okay,
Hey, David.
yeah. All right, thank you, Tom.
Vaughn up north might have a developing tornado. He's not quite sure, but it's you can see the lowering on his shot.
Okay, yep, let's go back. Let's go to Lynx 1. Let's go back north. So the storm, I want to point this out. The storm down here, that's a supercell with a hook. It's lifting up towards Gracemont, and it'll probably split the uprights between Gracemont and Chickasha. So there you go. And that's still, again, if it's the full-on, it's the left mover, right, for sure? We're going with that? Yes. Okay, well, it still could produce a tornado, but north. The probably going to storm produce a lot of wind and hail, but we are certainly not going to say that it's not going to produce a tornado. Never say never in Oklahoma. You will lose.
David, look at it, honestly.
I know.
It's the mess of the storm, and I think it's the original storm.
Okay,
It didn't actually split. Those are two independent supercells.
all right, do that again. Back that up.
Okay, I do think they're two independent supercells. Watch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so the right's dying. Okay, no. You are right. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was,
I know,
yeah.
I thought so too, but
Yeah.
it formed close. They were never merged together.
No. Okay, that's not a split. That's a, hey, Justin, tell him, Tom, that's not a split. That's a full-on legit. Okay?
Not a split, a full-on legit.
Yeah, not a split, full-on legit.
Yep.
Okay. That's what that is right there. That is a full-on supercell. Okay, let's go up north now. Let's come back. We're going to come back to the metro. Big supercell producing a tornado, it looks like in northwest Texas. Lots of storms here, severe wind and hail. Severe storms up north. And we had the tornado at Hillsdale with damage there. Now we're dealing with a big line of storms running from where Vaughn is, west of Narton. There you go. That's going to be a tornado trying to develop. Okay, then we're going to go to Jim Gardner. Okay, let's go to Vaughn. Let's bring Vaughn in here. Vaughn, circulation just to your southwest, about a half mile. Go ahead. Vaughn, go ahead. Take it.
Yep. I'm right here on Highway 11, just west of Deer Creek, and this has been developing. You can see it, plainly see it. Now it's all wrapped in rain like this storm has been doing since its inception. So it's right here wrapped in the rain if it's got a tornado with it. But I'm going to stay right here just for a little bit, see what kind of winds I get, then I'm going to head east. Back to you.
Okay. All right. There we go. So this is going to be what could be another developing tornado. This is going to be east of Medford near Deer Creek, not Deer Creek, Oklahoma County. They've got two. Deer Creek up in northern Oklahoma in Grant County. Deer Creek in Grant County. Okay. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. And a great job, Vaughn. There's Narden. There's Vaughn. This is Deer Creek. See this right here? See how the rain wraps in the higher reflectivity, the brighter the colors. And then we look at velocity data. There it is, right there, excuse me. Ooh, and there we go. What does shear rate look like one more time?
All right.
Yeah, he's right there. It's
almost trying to bow out, and this is kind of the north edge.
Yeah, it's a bookend on the north side. Okay, let's come back to the metro now. And let's come back to Oklahoma City, and we'll kind of give you the big overview. And we have many storms moving through the metro from the
8 or
south
9.
to the north. What'd you say?
8 or 9 severe storms right now.
Yeah, and in Oklahoma City, now the storm in the south and east metro, it is a supercell, but it's not quite severe, but it's still strong with wind and hail, mainly small hail, nickel and dime, winds 40 to 50 miles per hour. It's going to ride right up I-35 from downtown, right up I-35. We got to watch it. We're watching it. We have our whole team in. I mean, we're watching it. If it starts to do something weird, you're going to know about it. We're going to tell you, right? The storm in Edmond is now leaving Edmond. Look how fast these are moving to the north now. Leaving Edmond, going into Logan County. The next storm is coming in on just west of Cashion. The core now has moved through Cashion. The hail core, you had some hail in Cashion. That's lifting north. And there's your hook. Let's go up top now. Let's get an update from Jim Gardner. And Jim Gardner is in the North Metro. Jim Gardner, we have your shot up. We're looking at that storm there. And I do believe, Jim, you're looking at the Cashion storm, if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead. Give me an update.
Well, that's right, David. I'm about 4.5 miles southeast of Cashion, shooting back to the northwest. Right now, there's not really too much activity, Dave, not too much cloud ground lining. This storm is racing to the north, though, with heavy rains in front of it. We'll just keep you updated. Jim Gardner live from Bob Mills, Cody's 9. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job. Jim Gardner from the air. Nobody in the air better than Jim. That's for sure. Jim has been chasing tornadoes for over 30 years now, and he has seen more tornadoes from the air than any other pilot on the face of the planet. No, seriously. Google it, I promise. And he's out today, and this guy knows how to hunt down tornadoes. There's no doubt about it. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. So Jim is going to be right here, and he's looking off to his north, up towards the Cashion supercell. It is severe. Going to have quarters in that, maybe a couple of golf balls headed towards Cedar Valley and Crescent. Okay, and the hook is right here. That's what Jim's looking at. That was in his shot. That's Jim Gardner's shot in Bob Mills Sky News 9, looking right at that. And that is going to continue to lift to the north. All right, look at the hook on this. Look at the hook now. See how many storms we have? See how many hooks we have, right? And that's going to go into Seward, and then that's going to go into Guthrie. It's already raining in Guthrie, but the worst part of the storm, where the circulation is going to be leaving Oak Tree now, crossing Waterloo Road, and lifting to the north at 50 miles per hour. Those are moving a good solid 50 now. Wow, those are moving. Okay, so Val's in the Southeast Metro. Let's go to Val Castor. Let's bring Val in, and he's on this hook, which is trying to become the other hook. Val, your storms are trying to merge as one. They're trying to become one. They haven't yet. Val, your other hook is just east of the airport, down on 240, but you've also got a hook just to your north. So you've got two things going on here, Val and Amy Castor. What do you think? What do you know? Go ahead, Val. Take it.
Yeah, so, David, you're talking about several storms here, and it almost looks like 3 separate little storms, all of them with small little hook features to it. So right now we just got on 35 at I-40 and I-35, and what we're going to do, we think that this thing should ride straight north or almost due north along I-35. We're going to watch it. I mean, we've seen, some ragged-looking, slightly lowered bases over here. Right now, I would just say that the storm hasn't completely got organized, if you will, still trying to get organized. So we're just going to watch it. I mean, that's all we can really do right now. We'll follow it straight north and get back with you. Back to you.
All right. Nice job, Val. Okay. Great job, as always, Val and Amy Castor. Let's go back to Jim Gardner. And up top, I'm going to look at this storm again that's moving up towards north of Cashion, headed towards Crescent. And let's bring Jim Gardner's shot in. And Jim, a little bit of scud lowering underneath that. And this is a supercell. There is some weak rotation with this. Nothing crazy, but Jim is going to be in the North Metro now, Northwest Metro, up north of Cashion, looking at the Cashion supercell. Go ahead, Jim. Give us an update.
Well, that's right, David. Right now it's just very unorganized. It's just a little scud hanging there. It is low to the ground. It looks kind of ominous, but really nothing too bad out of it. Like I said, this is racing north with heavy rain right in front of me. Right now I'm going to be coming up just south of 33 and west of 74 here, tracking this storm as it moves through the Guthrie towards the Crescent area here. But again, nothing too exciting right now. Just a lot of heavy rain and hail up in front of me. David, we'll keep you updated. Jim Garfering live from Bob Mills. Scott News 9, back to you.
Wow. Okay, nice job there, Jim. So again, nothing going on underneath it that is concerning, except we are getting some wind and hail farther north. But there's your lowering. There's your lowering out of Jim's storm. That's going to be the Cashin storm. Let's go to Lynx 1. I'll show you that. And by the way, a quick update here on Tom's supercell. It's dying. So we were just looking at some data here. The weather team, we're just looking at data, talking about what's going to happen here. Some of the model data, whatever it's worth. I love model data. I hate it. We live and die by it. I hate it. I love it. Sometimes you just throw it out and go with your gut. This thing goes away as it's doing. Storms in the metro lift north, kind of go away. Storms down south don't do much. And then the big show, this is what we've been saying though for the last couple of days, the big wave comes out of western and southwestern Oklahoma with an increasing tornado threat this afternoon and into this evening. And that includes Oklahoma City, okay? So even though we have storms moving through the metro, we're going to get a little bit of a break. It is by far over, not over with at all. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not over yet.
Not over yet.
I got you.
That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, look at the cell down in Texas.
Yeah, tornado warned.
Good gosh. Okay. Here's what I know. Western Oklahoma, the dry line is still out here, but your storms are beginning to line up to your east.
Okay.
Okay, let's go back into the western part of the state, then we'll come back to the metro. Nothing scary here in Oklahoma City in the metro area. Nothing scary right now, except we have rotating storms, but they're not at that level. They're rotating, sure. They're going to produce some wind and hail, sure. But they're not into that tornado mode right now. All right, big cell down here that Brandon is on. And we have Brandon shot. Go ahead and zoom in on that. I want to see how close Brandon is to that. And lapse this. I'm just curious.
Okay.
Hey, Justin. Hey, what? Brandon's in Butler. Is he trying to play this? Because I think we need to keep an eye on this. I know it's not crazy right now, but it looks like it might be trying to tighten up on the southwest flank here.
Yeah, he was on it, and then he went to the east with that new convection to the east because those temperatures are down well into the low 60s as he was heading towards the Hammond area. There was a definitive line right there.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What are the temperatures like in Putnam?
61.
They're in the 70s.
What are they?
61.
What'd you say?
In Putnam, out to the west.
Yeah, 61 in Putnam.
Okay. Yeah, that's too cool.
But Butler is 77. I mean, he's right. It's right on the edge of where it's rain cooled.
Okay, well, let's go ahead. I'm going to talk to Brandon here.
Okay.
Let's get an update from Brandon. And Brandon's right here in Butler. And folks, I mean, this is what we're doing all day long. Storms go up. They're going to die. Some are going to live and do some nutty stuff, or at least try to. So we're just going to keep flipping and flopping. Trackers are here. They're there. I mean, Jim's going to be here. Jim's going to be there. And that's exactly what Brandon's been doing. He's seen probably, I don't know how many storms today. Brandon, give us an update. You're going to earn your keep today, my friend. Go ahead. What do you think? That storm to your west, back in the cooler air, but just to your east, new storms taking off where it's much more unstable. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, that's exactly right. So we just came through Butler, and it is 80 degrees in Butler with strong southerly to almost southeasterly winds at times. But there is a definite line where all that rain went through earlier, because in Hammond we were at 68 degrees. So we come about 15 miles to the east and it's 80. But as those storms continue to lift to the north, they're getting into that rain. They start to look good, and then they literally go over that boundary, so to speak, and they lose all of their boundary layer features and everything and become more elevated, and then really start to race off to the north. But what we've started to notice is back to our south and our southwest and now out to our southeast, new convection is trying to go up, and it is highly unstable from Butler back to the south and to the southeast. We've made a full circle, from Clinton back to Elk City to Sayre, and I'm just telling you, the environment is primed. If a storm can get established in this and become an isolated supercell, it's probably going to mean business as we move into later in the afternoon.
I do anticipate in the next.
Back to you.
Yep, no doubt about it. And that's what we've been kind of preaching here is that, the tornado parameters are going to get higher. The tornado numbers, are going to get higher as we get into the afternoon and to the evening hours. So long day ahead for Oklahoma. But again, not everyone's going to have severe weather, okay? But we got to worry about the ones that do, right?
And David, I do have that future radar on Lynx 3 when you need it.
Okay, let's go to Lynx 3 here. And I just want to show you, this is one of our in-house models. And what time is it here? It's 2:17. This is saying at 2 o'clock that we would have storms in the metro. See, it's not exactly right, but it's close. And then it has this stuff out west, right? Right? So that's what's going on. Let's take you through this. Let's go to 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. This says these weaken. And then the problem is that these keep going and get stronger. And these become a little more isolated, right? There's 5 o'clock. Maybe some showers and storms around the metro, and then we take it through 6 o'clock. And then from Oklahoma City down to Chickasha and Lawton, we have more big storms producing large hail, damaging winds, and certainly a tornado risk. And there's 10 o'clock. East of us by 10, but then see this? This is the main lift coming out. That's the big push of heavy rain, still more severe weather. But by then, the atmosphere in Oklahoma City will be pretty worked over, and this is when our flooding threat begins to ramp up for tonight. So, we were talking about the marathon. What if we have, the marathon right now is good. There's no rain falling in the morning when the marathon starts, but there might be some flooding issues going on overnight tonight we'll have to deal with. So, especially in the downtown area. We'll see. A lot of time left. A lot of things can happen. But you guys are riding this ride with us, right? We're doing this together. All right, let's come back to it here, Lynx 1, and kind of give you the big view of what's going on with severe storms, northern, western, southwestern Oklahoma. All severe storms right now, but just like we did, 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago, it was like, okay, well, we're kind of coming down now, and then boom, we went right back up and had a tornado that did some damage up near Hillsdale. Okay, so let's go back to the metro. We'll kind of do our round robin here, if you will. All right, so
while you're doing that,
yeah.
Carrie just gave me an update for a lot of the public schools because this is prom. It's prom night.
Okay, go ahead.
Across much of the metro.
Yeah.
So
you can take her full control room.
Edmond has canceled prom for tonight. Yukon Public Schools has canceled prom. Northwest Classen in Oklahoma City has canceled prom. Emerson North has canceled prom, and Mustang they're still deciding. So it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Folks are probably going to the hair appointments, getting things ready. Mustang's still deciding, but a lot of the schools are deciding that, we're not even going to chance it. We're just going to cancel. And as soon as we get more info on these and what they're deciding, of course, we'll pass that on to you. But they're just countless activities going on, so many festivals, so many things across the state, across Oklahoma City, and really right now because of the marathon, it being marathon weekend, there are folks from all over the state and other countries here in Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma County is under that PDS tornado watch. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. It's just kind of an elevated tornado watch to where if we do get storms that produce tornadoes, they have the potential to be larger tornadoes and more long track. And that's why a lot of these more difficult decisions are having to be made. And right now, the storms in the metro are not severe. They are supercells, they're rotating, but they are not severe. So we can go back to Lynx 1, and we were showing you this update here. Jim Gardner is on these storms as well. They're quickly racing to the north. You can see that here on our live radar. Val and Hank are on the storms that move through Moore and Norman, but look down through I-35, Moore, Norman, Noble, Purcell. You've got showers, you've got sprinkles, everything that fired up quickly went north, like that data David showed you actually has occurring. So we're hoping these don't do anything else. They haven't done much yet other than provide some heavy rain. May have had some small hail. Haven't seen any reports of that. Andrew, have you seen any hail reports from the metro? Not. Okay, not in the metro. So we had some cores popping up that could have produced quarters, but the little hook coming in there near Guthrie. Look at this thing, David. Look at the hook on the southwest side of Guthrie, kind of hanging out there. The other one near Crescent. I mean, these supercells are just separated enough that they're still alive, but they're not doing much right now.
Yeah, but look at the hook. Like you were saying, I mean, both hooks. I mean, west of Guthrie, out near Cedar Valley, between Cedar Valley and Guthrie. My cousin Jeff lives out here on the west side of town. He's looking right at it. Hey, Jeff, go ahead and give me a text here. Tell me what you're looking at. But up near Crescent, there you go. So let's go back to Jim Gardner and look at the lowering on that, and then we'll go to Brandon. I think Brandon Wells has a shot. And Jim, You're still headed north. Looks like you're now north of the river. Go ahead, give us an update. And you still have a hook with hail moving through Crescent to your north. Go ahead.
That's right, David. You are looking at that. There is a lowering. It's kind of ragged right now. This is just racing to the north. And like you said, they got heavy rain and hail up in front of me. Some areas are getting inundated with water, David, from so much rain falling. But this is what we're traveling. This is that little hook that Lacey was talking about. And like I said, it is racing to the north. We'll just keep tracking it. But right now, nothing severe with it. Keep you updated. Jim Gardner live for Bob Mills, Scotty's 9. Back to you.
All right, nice job there, Jim Gardner in the air, and there you go. That's a big rain-free base, and we don't mind that. We just don't want anything from there down, and there's not. And this storm is just a supercell. It's a rotating thunderstorm from there all the way up. It's spinning like a top, but again, I'll say this again, many storms spin that don't produce tornadoes, but it's days like today where we are worried about storms that are spinning, right? But again, this is not localized. It's a small storm. Let's go back to Lynx 1 here, and I want to point out a couple of hooks going on. We have one, there it is, west of Guthrie. Folks, these storms technically aren't even severe. Small hail, nickel and dime size hail, winds 40 to 50 miles per hour over Crescent. Again, right here, lifting to the north. And but they're going to go up through, they're going through Mulhall right now. Some nice rains out of this. And again, this is April, right? This is when we start to see our rain really kick in, April and May. So this is all good. We need the rain. We just don't want any of the crazy stuff that we can get sometimes this year, especially this year, especially, this April and going into May and yippee-yi-yay. All right. So the two hooks, one there, lifting to the north. Let's come back down south, see what's going on back deeper in Oklahoma City on Lynx 1. And the Edmund storm is very disorganized right now. As a matter of fact, that's a garden variety rain event moving through Edmond. Nice rain, some gusty winds, and small hail. Nothing crazy out of that. Val's here, Hank's here, and that's good. This stuff just keeps lifting north. So I like that we got this stuff in here, we got it out of here, and nothing happened. That's a good thing. That's a win, right? That's lifting north. We're good. A little heavy rain, Edmond area. What do you got? You're looking at me kind of weird.
Well, the hail core coming into Hobart is concerning. It looks like they're about to have a damaging hailstorm. I don't know how many times we talk about hail in Hobart.
Yeah.
But Jeremy's on that storm, and the hail core just keeps coming up. Radar's indicating baseballs with that now. Okay,
let's go back and, oh gosh, look at the size of that. Okay, so here's Jeremy. Let's, Justin, is Jeremy headed northbound?
He is northbound on 183.
Okay, and let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy Carter right now. He's in Roosevelt. Look at the tennis balls going to baseballs. Jeremy, what do you see when you look off to your west, northwest, supercell, inflow notch? What do you see? Go ahead. Give us an update.
Well, David, there's not very good visibility out here at all. It's very dense, very hazy. We got right up to the hail core earlier, and I could tell there was a good core. What I'm going to do is I had to cut across, trying to avoid out to Sluggert Lake area. So I'm going to keep coming into Hobart here in probably about 10 to 15 minutes, right as this supercell rolls into town. Back to you.
Hey, Jeremy, when you look out your west window, can you see the base of that thing yet? Can you see the base? Go ahead.
He's going to Jeremy.
Jeremy?
He was just trying to flirt and do what?
No, we cut you off. Our bad. One more time. Can you see the base of that storm looking off to your west now of Babs and northwest of Roosevelt and southwest of Hobart? Can you see the base of that storm?
Not just yet. It's kind of faded out into the haze. I was able to get a good look at it probably about 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
There were a couple tags, a little bit of high spinning. Nothing really to alarm you, but I'm definitely itching to get closer to it. So I'm headed north here. I'll be going through Babs here shortly. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Hey, we're going to do some adjusting here. I want you to get closer to this thing. I want you to get into the inflow notch, and I want you to, if you can, get closer to it. I want to see what it looks like. Let's go to Lynx 1. It does have shear with it. It does have spin. So there's Jeremy's location. It's just to his west. Justin, let's pop him west, and then don't get him on a bad road, but pop him west and then back north. I want him to get closer to the inflow notch right here. Look at the hail. Man, Hobart, golly, does anybody have a metal roof? Surely like all steel roofs down in Hobart. They have had so much hail. Here's Hobart. You folks in Hobart, look at the hail core. Look at the hail core. Big hail now. And right now, we're back down to golf balls. No, we're not.
Yeah, maybe tennis balls.
I just want to point this out on the air.
Okay.
See the red? It's just hard to see.
Oh,
That's all I'm saying.
we can change that.
I know. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Thanks. We'll make adjustments.
Okay, and
Someone's talking to him.
Jen just told me the Arts Festival has now been closed for the day.
Okay.
It will reopen tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And I think that's a good idea.
Those tents and that would be a mess.
Yeah, well, they're going to get.
Yeah.
We know what's coming tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, we know we're
They're not going to leave anything out there and zip
So-
up those tents. Yeah.
But yeah. If I'm a vendor, don't leave your. I mean, did they leave stuff in their tents? I'm just asking. I'm talking out loud again.
I've seen them zip them up, put the sides up. I feel like they leave some stuff in there. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know what.
I
but
wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you can move it, if you have a tent and you're in the Arts Festival, I think about moving it. I'm just talking about we get winds 60 to 70 miles an hour and big hail and all that. We got problems. All right, here's your hail swath, your hail track where the hail's falling, and look where it's going. Yep, it's going to Hobart. And here it comes, big hail. Big hail right here. And unless it weakens, Hobart, you're going to at least get quarters, if not golf balls. Okay, hey, Greg, can I go back to Jim? Is he good? Yeah, 10-4. Okay, all right, let's go back to Jim Gardner. And Jeremy's on that. And, Jeremy's almost back into view of that storm. And there you go. Wow, okay. Jim is on that storm moving through western Logan County here. There's the wind turbines, the wind farm. And Jim, what do you think? Looking off to your west and northwest, it is not tornadic. It is rotating. It is slowly. It is a supercell. Go ahead and give us an update on that storm as it races to the north. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, right now, David, it's pretty ragged, but you know it's still dropping a lot of heavy rain right up in front of me. But as far as the hook and everything, it's got just really ragged here. But again, you know, there's not any cloud to ground lightning with this. It is racing to the north really fast, and it's just dropping a lot of rain. But as you can see from our shot right now, it is just really kind of ragged out, David. But we'll keep tracking it, keep you updated. Jim Garponi live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9, back to you.
All right, great job, Jim. So Jim in the air. We're going to track this a little bit longer. Trust me, this will not be and has not been the first, and nor will this be the last storm of the day that Jim's on today. He's going to be on a lot, okay? He's going to be on a lot. Hey, Rachel, how are you doing? All right, Jessica, sorry. Anyway, my bad. Okay, so here we go. We're talking about the storm that's up in Logan County, right? And let's come back south now. And so this is Jeremy's storm in southwest Oklahoma. And I want to go to Jeremy here. I can see the base in his, okay, hang on. What's happening here? Hang on a second.
That's a great question. That is very new.
Okay, that just popped out. Okay. Okay, I see the original, and that makes sense. I see this. What's this?
And that's been the story of this storm that came out of North Texas. It's been very strung out, linear, and just continues to kind of build to the southwest as it's racing northeast.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, no, I agree. Okay, let's go to Jeremy here. I want to get an update from Jeremy. And Jeremy Carter, you can now see the base when you look to your west and southwest. But Justin, also keep him out of the core. I don't want him going into the core right now. Jeremy, go ahead. What do you see when you look back to your west and southwest? There might be another lowering developing to your southwest of Hobart. Go ahead.
Yeah, there is. It's still kind of high, David. There isn't like a defined wall cloud or something I can see where it's just real clearly low. I'm seeing some, there's some scud tags and things like that, but I'm getting fairly close to the hail core. It's right up in front of me here. But, yeah, I really can't see much here, honestly. I am kind of watching this pretty carefully and see a few hailstones falling, but we're on it. We just can't see much here, David. Back to you.
All right, nice job. And here's the deal, Jeremy. Stay with this. This is down in Kiowa County, southwest Oklahoma. A lot of storms, many storms going on right now. This is not tornadic, but it is producing big hail, and it's going to Hobart, right? Let's go back to Lynx 1 and look at all the storms in our state. Here's some good news for now. The storms from Cherokee to Helena to Fairview are not severe. They're going to produce winds 40 to 50, some nickel and dime size hail, okay? But not severe. And they're pushing off to the north at the same time. They're going to head back into, well, they're coming into Cherokee now, but Hillsdale, Jefferson, Medford, Renfro, Enid, and again, these are all marginally severe. Easily will ramp back up and probably become severe in the next 10 minutes again. They go up, they go down. Let's just act like they're severe and you're going to be okay. Nickels and dimes, quarter-size hail, which means cars outside, go ahead and bring it in. The strongest hail, the biggest hail is northwest of Helena, trying to make its way towards Jet. That's some pretty big hail in there. Okay, off to our east, severe weather now, moving through Blackwell, Bremen, Tonkawa. That's a big hail core, northwest of Alcorn. And Vaughn's up here to the north. You said there's a, on shear rate, did you say, okay, big hail in Alcorn.
So the big hail there, I mean, that's going to be coming into Tonkawa. So
Yep, big hail, baseballs.
Radar's indicating baseballs, maybe overdone, but
yeah,
big hail.
If you live in Tonkawa, west or north, big hail coming.
Yes, and then you can see he's been on the north end of this kind of bow feature for quite some time, and the circulation kind of tightens up, relaxes, and it had pulsed up just a bit south of Bremen.
He's on the north side. Okay, well, let's go to Vaughn. Let's bring Vaughn back in and get an update from Vaughn. He's up near Bremen. And Vaughn, Castor, we have your shot. And I know you're in rain, I get it, but you're kind of on the north end of that area of circulation right there. It's messy. This is hard chasing today. This is hard chasing. Go ahead, Vaughn, give us an update up near Bremen, up in Blackwell, up in Kay County. Go ahead.
Yeah, if nothing else, they're going to get some really strong winds with this. I've had some 50 to 60 mile an hour wind. I've been on the notch, and all of a sudden that notch changed and dropped to the south. So I'm going to drop back south and see if I can catch as it moves just east of Blackwell. Thank you.
On real quick, if you can hear me, there's going to be a new tightening going on east of you that's going to head towards Newkirk or northwest of Newkirk. It's going to be to your southeast. Can you see that? I know you can't see it with your eyes, but look at radar and look to your southeast, and you'll see that big thing just northeast of Blackwell, okay? That is trying to tighten up. Yep, that's trying to tighten up, at least with damaging winds, but it's trying to tighten up with something there a little bit farther to your southeast. So at some point here, Vaughn, Justin, bust him east. Don't have him come all the way southeast. Bust him east and then get him back south so he can intercept that over like Peckham. Let's go back to Lynx 1. And here's what I'm talking about. He's here. This is what I'm concerned about. So let's get him east towards Peckham and then intercept this. That's ramping up. That's ramping up. Okay. Let's go to, reflectivity. By the way, tons of rain up here. 1 inch, 2 inches locally. You're getting some great rains. We've been dry up here. And this is certainly helping. This today in northern and parts of western Oklahoma, we're not ending the drought that's been creeping back in, but for areas that picked up all this heavy rain, we are certainly putting a little bit of a dent in it, which is exactly what we need to do. And you can see the hail cores here, the hail tracks coming out of these storms, going into Tonkawa. Big hail now west of Tonkawa. That's going to be golf balls, pardon me, if not tennis balls.
All right.
I'm fine.
Okay. It looks like it might stay west of town now.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to grab some water.
Thank you. Yep, take care of that. All right, heading up towards Blackwell. Now Blackwell, the way this is kind of tracking further back to the west, further north, Blackwell also, if you have anything outdoors that you can move and protect it with an awning, park your car in the garage, this could have golf ball, tennis ball, and radar indicating maybe some baseball size hail. Sometimes the size is a little bigger than what's happening. If there's a lot of hail, that could be a lot of golf ball size hail. Either way, that's damaging hail. It does look like it's going to go west of Tonkawa, but that is crossing Highway 177 right now, right just maybe west of the casino. They're just west of town and heading up towards Blackwell. And again, there's that area that's kind of lunging out away from north of that hill core near Greenville that Vaughn is just north of. And we're watching for that possibly heading up towards Newkirk. And this is still a favorable environment. The wind shear still pretty high in this area, meaning the wind's turning with height where this could produce a tornado eventually. It's not to that limit yet, but we've got a big area where the winds are rushing away and the winds are then feeding into it. And it's another one of those situations where there's so much rain. Look at how much water there is. Where we have that spin going on, it's still going to be rain wrapped if anything ends up coming out of it. So that's another area that we have to watch closely. David was mentioning the line from Cherokee to Helena. It's kind of marginally severe, but went ahead with a severe warning basically from Cherokee all the way down to Ames. So this is going to come back into Nash. This may be the first severe storm of the day for Enid. I know the storm kind of split you. 2 storms came to your northwest. Another storm was off to your east. This one is looking like it's going to come into Enid, and I'll kind of show you what the winds are doing with it because it's still warm in Enid, and we've got a southeast wind right now. You're going to get strong winds, maybe 60, possibly 70 miles per hour coming into Enid. And then as far as the hail goes, what you need to prepare for is up to quarter-size hail. Maybe golf balls, but I'm not seeing much of that right now. But severe thunderstorm warning for Enid with what's coming in from the west.
Yeah, and it's funny. I mean, these really have been severe the whole time.
Yeah.
I mean, they go up, they go down, but just when you think they're kind of not severe, they're severe. I mean, their winds are. Yeah, look at okay. What do you have there? What is this? 60, 52.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, pretty close to the radar, so those numbers are pretty good. So Enid, 50 to 60, right? By the way, when you look at our power outage map, just to check in and see what you got on that. But this is finally Enid. You're going to get a storm. You've had stuff to your east. You've had a tornado near Hillsdale doing damage earlier, but now you're going to get storms. They're coming right down 412. Lahoma first, Enid second, but they're not tornadic right now. They are severe. Winds 50 to 60. They're moving east at about 30. And heavy rain, lightning and thunder, and all of that.
David, power outages are on Links 3 when you need it. There's only about 300 customers in the state right now without power.
All right,
tornado warning is coming for K County with that storm we've been talking about.
Okay, that's the one. Okay, Justin, Justin, we were having Vaughn head southeast on that storm in K County. Okay, let's go back up north. There are your power outages right now, so we're doing okay. Let's go back north on Links 1. And Vaughn is here on the north, and there we go. And there it is right there.
Localized now, yep.
There it is. And that's what we were seeing that.
Happening, yep.
Yeah, right there. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles east. You folks in Newkirk, here we go. Newkirk, tornado warning for you. It's 7 miles southwest of town. What's our speed? Are we still doing 40, 45? So
yeah, it's easily that, yes.
So, all right. A little more than a mile a minute.
There you go.
Okay, so tornado warning now. Newkirk, you are dead center of this circulation. Now, it could curve and lift to the north. Okay, it could occlude. That could happen. But if I live in Newkirk or back to the west, I'm going to my safe spot. I don't see
debris, but with every scan, this is becoming more localized and a little bit tighter.
Okay, Newkirk, listen to me. If you know anybody who lives in eastern K County, we're talking about Newkirk. There's Blackwell off to the west. Here comes Vaughn in from the east. If you live, again, in Newkirk, pay attention.
And that track is ready on 3 when you need it.
Okay, this is it. 7 miles away. Doesn't give you much time. It's moving northeast at 45 to 50. Tornado's going to be right here. There's the tornado. And that's going to be moving again east-northeast at 45. It is moving. John, hand me my glasses here real quick. I swear, as I get older, these TVs are getting smaller. It's so weird.
Yeah, the words keep getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. All right, so here's the deal. Here's Newkirk. They're tornadoes, and it's going to be in rain, folks. You're not going to really see this. Okay, it's right here. This is Newkirk. Let's go ahead and go back to right here. There's the tornado. To shear rate. Okay, velocity's fine. Tornado's here. It's at Canteen Road, and what's our north-south? And Ranch Road.
Ranch Drive.
Ranch Drive and Canteen Road. There's your tornado, right here. It's crossing that here right now. It's going to Enid. It's going to Newkirk. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles to your southwest, Newkirk. Tornado, and it could be on the ground. It could be on the ground, okay? All right, there's Newkirk. Big hail in behind it, so you're going to get the possible tornado first, followed by lots of rain and wind and hail.
And the track has it in Newkirk at 247.
Okay, your mic's not on. Let's go to Links. Are you on 2 or 3?
We're on 3.
Okay, let's go to Links 3. And we'll take 3. And there it is, right there. And again, we'll do Newkirk at 247. It's 240. You have 7 minutes. It's nearly a mile a minute. It's close. Boy, it's really wrapping up right now. It might occlude. I'm not going to say it's going to miss Newkirk. I'm not going to do that to you. But let's just see what it's going to do here. It's going to try to miss Newkirk, isn't it? It's going to try. But no, if I'm in Newkirk, lowest level,
be close,
center part of the house, too close to call. So if you live in Newkirk, west of Newkirk, and north of Newkirk, you got to go to your safe spot, lowest level, center part of the house. You got to go now. You got to go now. This is it. And it's hauling, northeast at 50. It's not a 20-mile-an-hour deal where you might have a couple of minutes. 2:47 was our time. It's 5 minutes away from the west sides of Newkirk. You got 5 minutes or less in Newkirk as it comes in from the west, okay? Tornado there, right here. There's the tornado. What do you have on these velocities here? I'm sorry.
Let me look.
Just curious.
Yeah.
Hot pink. 67. Okay. All right. I don't think it's on the ground right now. That's not very tight. I know we're a ways away from the radar, but that's not very tight. That looks impressive.
Yeah.
What is CC? Oh, yeah, that's not good.
There's definitely tight rotation. Let's look at, for any debris, nothing showing up, which is great.
No.
Great.
So the radar is not seeing any debris in the air, which is good, right? But look how much rain is around this. So there's the tornado, possible tornado, right here, right?
There it is.
There's possible tornado. Now the turn reflectivity on.
Okay.
Just show, oh, golly. I mean, it's all rain. It's not, the heaviest rain is on the backside of the mesocyclone and the hail. Big hail moving through Blackwell. Big hail. Okay, tornado warning Newkirk. Lowest level, center part of the house. Go, go, go. Go now. If you live west of Newkirk and north of Newkirk, it might miss you in Newkirk, but not by much. If I'm at home, I'm not going to gamble on that, right? And if you live west of town, all this thing has to do is take a slight little jog to the right, and Newkirk gets hit if it does produce a tornado. But it's definitely tight enough. We have that tornado warning on it. Okay, it's going to Newkirk. It's going on or just north of Newkirk. Okay, let's go back to shear rate. Anything changed with that? It's still right where it should be. Yep. What about debris?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I just saw.
Okay, all right. No, we're still clean and green. Okay. All right. Let's go back to Vaughn. Vaughn's coming in from the, I know he's in the thick of it. Vaughn Caster. Let's bring back Vaughn. Big hail up there. Vaughn, go ahead. I know you're in it. I know you can't see anything. You're in the rain like the tornado. It's about 5 miles west-southwest of Newkirk, which is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles east of you and about 2 miles south. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am, like you said, I'm just straight west of Newkirk, about 6 miles. So it's going to be off to my south. I've got strong northwest winds right now. So is it going to miss Newkirk to the south or to the west?
Vaughn, you there? Well, he's not in a very good cell area. Vaughn Caster? Well, yeah, he's still driving.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, no, so just keep going east, and then you make your way south. It's going to try to go over Newkirk or close to Newkirk. Velocity data says it's probably not on the ground. We don't see any debris in the air, but it's definitely rotating, no doubt about it. What do you think? I know you can't see anything as you make your way east.
Yep.
So
I've got very strong northwest winds blowing into this thing. So.
Okay.
So I'm.
Yep. Hey, and have him dump out and get back in, and we'll reset that cell coverage. Okay, don't you just love digital cell service? Remember analog, how much better it was? I'm just saying. That's all I'm going to say. It was better back in the day. All right. Phone calls never dropped off, never had any dead spots. You could call anyway.
With your bag phone, is that what you're talking about?
I had a bag phone back in the day, right? Storm Chase with the bag phone.
Yeah.
It worked.
It worked.
Analog phones were great. They were great. 5Gs, yeah, whatever. All right, here we go. So coming in, there's Newkirk, circulations right here. And again, that's going to be lifting off to the northeast now, east-northeast at around 50 miles per hour. So it's moving. Tornado there. Vaughn's coming in. He's coming in really, really fast on the backside of this. Okay. So Newkirk, west of Newkirk, north of Newkirk. This is where your tornado is. Okay, anything updated on debris? Anything you see? No, a little bit of weakness, but doesn't count.
And it may just because the winds are so strong.
Yeah, might be picking up a little bit of.
Maybe some debris being lofted, not necessarily tornado debris, hopefully.
Yeah, it's a wall of water coming into Newkirk right now.
So you'll notice the warning shifted, went ahead and just warned the entire location and lifting it up into Kansas.
It's lifting to the north.
Yeah.
So, hey, Justin, make sure he knows that it's occluding. Okay, so this is, oh man.
Look how close that is to Newkirk.
Oh my gosh, it's on the west sides of Newkirk.
Yep.
It's Newkirk, I mean, the wind has to be blowing in Newkirk. It's gone right, oh my gosh, it is right on the northwest side of town. It's still fairly broad though.
Now it definitely is. I feel like it's more stretched out, don't you think?
Yeah, for sure. But if you live Newkirk North up to Middleton or Newkirk up to the state line, what's this right here? I'm losing a blank. Just
Oh,
Chilocco. Or is that? Yeah. We're gonna go with that.
okay.
That's what right. It's not as good as Fayreau, but it's a close second.
It was good. Pharaoh it is.
Not as
What
good
was that?
as. What's that?
I don't know if somebody's talking in my ear.
Okay. All right. Greg, hang on 2 seconds. Okay, so tornado warning if you live down north of Newkirk, like I'm talking like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles up to the Kansas state line, back to Middleton. You need to be in your safe spot. God, it's right. Look at the velocity data right here. It is on. Okay, it's lifted north of Newkirk. They've got to have wind. Wind in Newkirk going to be 60 to 70. Newkirk, you're getting hammered right now, especially on the west and north sides of town. You're getting hammered with this wind. This is where the tornado is trying to develop. It's a little bit disorganized, but it's still there, and that's going to lift to the north, right? That's going to go right to the north, northeast. It's trying to occlude. Okay. All right, let's go back. I'll tell you what, let's go to Vaughn. Let's bring Vaughn back in here. Vaughn Caster, you're about ready to get into some pretty nutty winds here shortly. The 70-plus mile-per-hour winds are just to your east into Newkirk right now. The circulation is just north of town, about 1 mile. Go ahead, give us an update on your winds as you get closer to the area of circulation.
Yeah, copy that, David. I've got west winds, probably 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, and I'm 2 miles west of Newkirk. I'll be coming straight into downtown Newkirk on this road. So hopefully I'll get a visual of something here. If there's any damage, I'll stop and get some damage shots, but I'll let you know. Back to you.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Greg. All right, great job, Vaughn. So,
David, just so you know, the emergency management in Kane County says the power is out in Newkirk, and there are several reports of the tornado on the ground.
Okay, it's right here. It's just really a broad area. Hey, Greg, I'm going to go to Jim here in just a second. Okay, so reports of power outages in Newkirk.
Look at the wind coming over Newkirk.
The wind is ferocious up here. And this is either straight line wind damage tied to the mesocyclone or the cyclone itself, or the tornado itself. And winds are 60 to 70 in Newkirk. Okay, Vaughn's going to find out. We haven't seen any debris lofted yet.
Not in a really localized area.
No.
West of Newkirk.
No, we have not. Okay, keep getting north. All right. Tornado warning. Is he headed eastbound? Vaughn is still eastbound and down, right? Okay,
Yeah.
here. If the tornado's anywhere, it's right here.
It's lifting north on, Highway 77 near Fork Road.
Okay.
It's kind of the best
Justin, when
location.
he gets into Newkirk, when he gets into town, I want to talk to him again. I'll just tell him we're going to talk to him coming up. What are his winds? I'm looking at a shot. Well, there's a shot. You are too at home, everybody. That right there, that video live is right here. Here's Newkirk. Report of, Cassie, did you say reports of damage?
I have not seen any damage, no, but they are saying there are reports of a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to wait and see when Vaughn gets in here, because velocity data says it's close, yes.
It looks like it's just driven by the rear inflow.
Yeah.
They're saying 1 mile northwest of Newkirk on the ground.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to find out here shortly, because Vaughn's going to make a hard left turn, and he'll be right into it. Okay. So this is going to, he's going to make a turn. All right. Let's go back to Vaughn one more time here. Let's bring Vaughn back in. He's coming into town. And Vaughn Caster, report is no power in Newkirk, and the tornado report is on the ground northwest of Newkirk, about 1 mile. Ooh, velocity
Winds came
data.
up.
Okay, velocity data is really getting nutty, Vaughn, just to your north of town, about 2 miles. 96 mile per hour winds. 96 mile per hour winds. moving away from the radar. Go ahead.
I'm about 4,000 feet up.
Okay, yep. Just coming into Newkirk. Haven't seen any damage, not even any tree limbs down yet. I'm just now coming into the west side of Newkirk, getting ready to get on 177 or 77 north. So coming right into downtown. So far, no damage. That's great news with those wind velocities you're seeing on the radar. Still got power. There's a street light still on here. So parts of it still has power. We're getting ready to come up to 177. I'm getting ready to bust north right now, David.
Okay, all right, we'll see. And I tell you what, Vaughn, we were talking about this just off air. I'm not going to say there's not a tornado on the ground, but a lot of this is going to be wind driven by the low-level jet that is ripping in behind the area of circulation. We're looking at winds to 80 to 90 miles per hour north of town, which is a wind-driven jet ripping on the backside of the mesocyclone versus the tornado itself. Either way, we're splitting hairs here. There's a lot of wind, and we know we have power outages, and we're going to have some wind damage for sure. Okay, so he's making the turn. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and there is your tornado. And it's going to be, if it's anywhere, it's right here. It's going to be right here. The thing that, a little bit of a question with this, we know we have damaging winds in here, but the winds toward the radar aren't very strong. There's not much wind ripping back towards the radar. So we have 90 miles per hour away, but moving back to the radar, it's much less. Now we got to take in attenuation and things like that, but if the radar is seeing this, why is it not seeing this? And you can't have one or not the other, right? And this up here is almost a negative.
The tightest circulation is Fork Road and Highway 77 north of Newkirk, kind of north of the center of town by 2 miles.
You know what, though? Also, we are almost in the no change in the gray line, too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost due east, so there might be a little bit of there's the hook. I mean, you can clearly see what's going on. All right, Vaughn is going back north. Okay, he's made the turn. The tornado's right here if it's anywhere.
Look at it now in precip, David. We got a little bit of a beware, bounded weak echo region.
Yeah, it's right here.
Can be a tornado.
Yeah, it's east of the highway. Oh, okay, now that's impressive.
It's more symmetrical now as far as the rotation goes,
Yep.
a little bit.
All right, Vaughn's headed north. Okay, if you live, again, north of Newkirk, between here and the Kansas state line, safe spot, lowest level, and you got to go now. Safe spot, lowest level, and you got to go now. And pecan, yeah.
Pecan, pecan.
Vaughn's in 80 mile per hour winds right now.
All right, let's go to Vaughn Castor. He's got 80 mile an hour winds on the backside. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, getting hail and about 80 mile an hour winds from the west. I assume flowing right into this, which should be just off to my east. I'm about 1 mile north, 2 miles north of Newkirk right now. So hail's getting a little bit larger. Winds are at least 80 miles an hour, David.
Okay, Vaughn, that's what radar was confirming. The question is there a tornado on the other side of that? So look at this, folks. That's 60 to 70 to 80 plus mile per hour winds. We've already got damage, going to do more damage now north of Newkirk. Vaughn did not see any major damage in Newkirk, but it's just north of town. And, okay, all right. Anything else farther south?
No.
Anything that I need to be, I mean, we still have more storms coming this afternoon.
Great in Garfield County, David, still severe. There are a couple little appendages sticking out, some hooks, but I think everything's struggling a little bit. And other than that, nothing too threatening at the moment.
The one storm that's going towards Stillwater, that will become severe.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's just.
This is the most threatening storm at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at that. I mean, that is messy. And there's a lot of rain in there. And okay, Vaughn, I'm looking at his shot. There's Vaughn's shot right here. We're looking for the power poles are still up. Power lines are still up, which it takes, believe it or not, it takes quite a bit to bring down a power pole and a power line sometimes. He's almost in it. Okay, so here, if the tornado is anywhere, it's right ahead of his front windshield. Okay, I still don't see any debris. I see it. I see where it is.
Yeah.
I just don't see any debris. I see lots of wind. Okay, let's back out of this just for a second.
Okay.
Okay, so tornado now, possibly. Lots of wind. If you don't get a tornado, you're getting winds on the back side of the tornado. North of Newkirk, winds 90 miles per hour. And this is obviously a big supercell. It's going to go into Kansas here shortly. Other storm over Alcorn, not worried about it. Red Rock, not worried about it right now. We're going to keep an eye on it. Storm now coming into Stillwater. It is severe. It is a supercell. It is rotating near Langston. Hey, Greg. Yeah, sorry. If we can get Greg back in here. And I'm going to go to Jim here. I tell you what, let's go to Jim Gardner. Let's just do it. Let's go to Jim. I think he's on the Langston storm. I'm pretty sure. And Jim Gardner, we have your shot. Jim, are you, if I'm not mistaken, you're on the Langston storm, correct? Am I right? Here looking off to the north? Help me out here.
No, David, I'm actually I'm just west of Perry, 5 miles west of Perry on that storm. That's traveling kind of up I-35, and we're headed down towards Langston to roll around and pick that one up coming through Langston and Stillwater. But right now you're looking at that storm that's moving through Perry. It's dropping a lot of rain, maybe small hail, no cloud to ground lightning, but it's moving just very fast to the north. And we'll keep you updated as we get down to the Stillwater storm there. David, Jim Gardner live from Bob Hill, Scotty 9, back to you.
All right, great job there, Jim. So I was wrong on that. This is the Perry storm. Jim's a little farther north on the Perry storm. Supercell, rotator, and again, no tornado with this right now, okay? It's just a strong storm, but technically it's not even severe, but it is a supercell, and it is rotating, okay? Jim's going to be coming back to the south now. All right, back to Lynx 1. The Stillwater, Payne County storm is rotating too. The hook is back here near Langston. A little bit of a couplet right here. That's going to go over Stillwater. It is severe. Right now it's going to be winds 50 to 60, maybe 65 miles per hour. Nickel and dime, maybe some quarter-size hail. We might get a little bit larger hail core in that. And that's going to head up towards Stillwater, showing golf balls. I believe that. There's going to be a few in there. The hail core is not that big. It's not a big storm, but it's big enough to do damage if it hits your house, right, with the hail. And that's going to go right into Stillwater. So Stillwater, you're going to get wind, 50, maybe 60, maybe 65, and you're going to get nickel and dime quarter-size hail, and you might even have some golf ball size hail, okay? That's going to be going into Stillwater, okay? Other severe storms coming down 412. Hillsdale, you've had a rough day. You've already had one tornado today, did damage earlier. Now we have the second wave of storms coming through Hillsdale to Kremlin, down to Enid. That'll be moving through. That's coming into Enid, going right down 412. The strongest part of the storm is up in the Hillsdale and Carrier area, going to Pond Creek, a little bit of a, right here.
Yeah, that's the area we've been watching.
Yeah. Okay.
There's definitely a lot of wind in this line.
Yeah. Near Jonah, Ituna. I'm going to go with that. We have every city that's ever been in the state of Oklahoma on our maps.
We do.
And some of these
are no longer in existence.
But
we do like to mention them.
We do like to say their names. Because they're just tiny little towns that were there at one point back in the day, right? At the beginning of statehood and all that. They're just tiny, tiny, tiny little towns that were actually farming communities a long time ago. So they're still on the map. All right, winds along the line coming into Enid, 40, 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. Not a super high wind event right now for Enid, but that could change. But Enid, prepare for severe storms. They're just now about 3 miles west of town. Marty Logan is almost back into that. And we're looking at winds in there 50 to 60 miles per hour as it comes right down 412, okay? Right down 412. All right, so Greg, yeah, let's go ahead and southbound and down. Okay, perfect. Look at Langston. Okay, look at Langston on the way back. Okay, let's come back to, let me check in with our trackers here. Marty's going through Enid. And let's check in with Marty real quick. Marty's been all over the place. And Marty, I don't know how many miles you got, but you got all of them today. You're on the east side of Enid, coming in, moving west. You can see the severe storm now coming into the western sides of Enid. Going to have some nickel and dime size hail, maybe some quarters, and also winds to 60 miles per hour. That will move into Enid here shortly. Go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, big scary clouds just off to our west. We're coming through Enid right now. Getting back in here where we can keep an eye on things. I mean, nothing tornadic right now, but you can never trust these leading edge. So we'll get back over here on the west side, keep an eye on it. Back to you.
All right, Marty, good job. And again, this storm is the one that we're showing you on the radar, and it's coming right into Enid. Right now we're at 412 and 101st Street in Enid. And there's Marty Logan shot. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Here it is. So there's Marty shot at 101st and 412 right there. And here comes your line. into Enid. Not a tornado threat out of this. Wind, hail, lightning, and thunder. Move indoors. Let this thing blow through, right? But we're watching this line for the development of rotation. But right now, we're clean. I don't see anything crazy on this line. Not right now. Check back in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere, actually. We'll be here. But we're just going to keep watching this. Okay, let's go.
Pulling up, David, the Enid cam for you on Lynx 2, just to show folks kind of what the view is and what they're looking at.
Oh, it's back up.
Yes.
Okay.
They just reset it. So there you go.
Very nice. Okay, that's, again, a little bit farther north from where Marty is. And there it is. So that's the storm coming into Enid. There's your grain elevator. If you lived in Enid for more than an hour, you cannot miss that. You know where that is. So here comes that severe storm now looking west coming into the Enid area, okay? Severe weather, winds 50, maybe 60. You might have some power bumps, some power outages. But right now, there is not a tornado in the Enid area, and there's not one heading into the Enid area, okay? But there is severe wind coming into the Enid area.
And David, I do have a track on that line on the
Okay. All right. Thank you, Cassie. Let's do that. But winds along the line. Here's Enid, 30, 40, 50 to nearly 60 miles per hour. Okay. There's your line. There's your storm track. And Jefferson, 307. Pond Creek, 308. Enid, 310. We're just about there, right? Just on the west sides of town. Medford, 312. Our friends at Vance Air Force Base, same time, about 310, 315. Hunter, 326, Fairmont, 340, and we'll say Blackwell at 355, Tonkawa, 357. So areas that have had multiple waves and rounds of storms today continue to get hammered with additional waves of storms. Okay, let's talk about this storm here. Nothing crazy about it. It is a supercell. It is severe. Coming into Stillwater right now. The hail core is on the western sides of Stillwater with nickels and dimes, and maybe a couple of quarters in that.
Yeah, let's go to Lynx 1.
Lynx 1 control room. And look at the hook on this. Brandon Wells is on that. And there's his shot. Okay, so Lynx 1 control room. Let's take a look. And okay, so here comes Brandon. Man, we have these storms covered. Golly. A little bit of some shear back here on the backside. Nothing crazy, but that's spinning. Here's Stillwater. And a little bit of shear showing up. Can I go back to reflectivity? I'm sorry. Let me look at that again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's your inflow notch. There's your flanking line. So, yeah, quarter size hail. Look, yeah, quarter. Now coming into the west sides of Stillwater, down between Lake Carl Blackwell, down 6th Avenue or Highway 51. There's your hail now coming into the OSU campus. It's nickel and dime and quarter size. It's not crazy size. Quarter size hail will still put dents in your car. Okay, going Highway 51, here's your hail core. Circulation is right here. Now go back to shear rate.
Okay.
Just to see, I thought it was hanging back a little further than that. Yeah, okay, there it is. So there's your area of spin. So we got to watch that, right? We got to watch that as it moves off to the northeast. It's going to go right over Stillwater pretty much.
And that's the one Jim is watching. Jim's on that storm.
Yep. Greg, how close is Jim to that?
He's about over Orlando, coming over Lake Carl Blackwell.
Okay, he's almost there. Okay, let's go back up top. Jim's on this as well. Let's go back to Jim Gardner. And Jim, we have your shot up. You're coming in on looking at the Stillwater storm from the backside there. It does have a hook on it. And go ahead and give us an update as you look off to your east, back at that big storm now, moving through Stillwater. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right, David. I'm just on east of I-35 on Highway 51, moving towards the east here. Yeah, we definitely got a lower incline of storm in the back of that storm. Heavy rain in front of it. Haven't seen too much cloud ground lining, but a lot of rain and probably a lot of hail in that, David, as I move to the east here. But I'm watching the back of it here. We do have a lower end starting up, so we'll just keep tracking, keep you updated. Jim Gardner live from Los Angeles 9 back to you.
Okay, all right, great job there, Jim. We'll try to get his audio back in shape here. Good job there, Jim Gardner, up top. And there's that storm, again, up in the Stillwater area, nickel and dime, quarter-size hail. And this is moving off to the east. Let's go back to Lynx 1 and take a look at it here. There's your hook. Folks, we need to keep an eye on this. Brandon Wells is coming in from the southwest. Hey, Greg, have him stay with this a little bit longer. Have him stay with this just a little bit longer. Okay, just a little bit longer here. And have him come down. There's nothing south of that storm, Greg. Have him come down 51. Okay. He can come in from the, you know what I mean? Well, he'll have to go around the south side. He'll know what to do. Have him loop around it. Okay, let's go to Brandon Wells. And we have Brandon shot up. I see his anemometer working, spinning like a top. And no, I think that's Vaughn's shot. Brandon Wells is 123. And there's Brandon's shot here. Brandon, I know you're coming in on the southwest side, the hook becoming a little more pronounced. Go ahead, give us an update. And give us an update what you see as you look off to your northeast. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, that's right. We're trying to gain momentum on it. We can visually see some good structure. The roof camera is doing a lot better of that. We're still a little bit a ways from it, but we are definitely trying to catch up with it to get into position.
Great update there, Brandon. He's on Highway 33, and once he gets a little bit further, there's a little bit more hills, more open space. He'll be able to see just a little bit better. The circulation, it does continue to get a little bit tighter to the southwest of Stillwater. Not extremely tight, but it is increasing, just as David was mentioning. So shear rates coming up, maximum rotation also coming up, and the hail core is actually increasing. And for folks in and around the Stillwater area, this is Lakeview Road down to Highway 51, and then kind of back over to Cottonwood Road is kind of where that hail core is, and it is going to lift up over the airport at Stillwater. And further north, maybe kind of hugging Highway 177 as it lifts north. And within quarter-size hail, there may be a few golf balls within that. And it does have circulation. It is a supercell. It's rotating, and we're tracking it as it makes that trek. And then if you look further to the north, we still have the tornado warning ongoing with the storm up in Kay County. Vaughn has been on that storm, but we've been watching it closely, and the circulation is very broad, and the main area of concern is basically on the Oklahoma-Kansas border. So that is lifting up to the north into Kansas, right just to the east, or just to the west, I should say, of the Arkansas River, and it's pretty stretched out at the moment.
Yeah, but it's like you said, it's now leaving leaving Oklahoma, jumping into Kansas now. But wow. And what did Vaughn end up? Let's go. Vaughn is still right there.
Yeah, and he's in the Newkirk area where we had the report. So
okay, let's go back to Vaughn here. Let's get an update from Newkirk. It looked like the strongest winds were just west and north of Newkirk. And let's get an update from Vaughn if we can. Vaughn Castor, we have you up. Go ahead, give us an update. Any damage in Newkirk that you can see at all? I think the strongest winds were a little bit north of town. What do you think? Go ahead.
Yes, you're exactly right. There's some trees down north of Newkirk. Newkirk proper, I have not seen any damage. The electricity's still on here. So there's a lot of emergency vehicles going north, or a couple of them so far. Yeah, Newkirk is pretty good. But I think just to the north and just to the west, Newkirk is where they had the highest of the winds, David.
All right, nice job. Nice job, Vaughn. Vaughn had this thing from the get-go, and it was a big storm, no doubt about it. Okay, let's get back to it. Lynx 1. And
Justin saying Marty's storm is now tornado warned.
Yep, okay.
So that's the one coming in over Enid. I've got the Enid cam up.
Look how fast that changed.
Yeah, blinding rain.
New tornado warning now. All right, Marty, Justin, hang on. Let's find out. Let's take a look here. Okay, let's find out where the circulation. Oh man, it just
what they've done is made the warning the entire line with the threat of maybe a brief spin up along the line.
Yeah.
So there's no real tight circulation that I see. It's organized at the moment.
I'm not a big fan of that.
Let's see.
I'm not a big fan of that.
Maybe this area south of Enid.
I mean, you could do that on every storm today, and I get it, but there's not an area that's really localized. That got absorbed. There might be something trying to lunge out. What are the temperatures up here, by the way? I'm just south and east of Enid.
Let me pull it up. I had closed it for a second.
67 or above?
Enid there's 63 in Breckenridge, but it's 77 in Marshall. So south of there, it's 77.
Okay, so we're still unstable down here, but.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, well, I mean, here's the deal. This is one way of doing it, is just to box the whole line in a 2-county-wide and long tornado warning. But there's no area on here right now that is really, really spinning tight. So I can't tell you that, Fairmont and Breckenridge are going to have a tornado. See, what we have are little areas of spin, but also some of this is also being shown as straight line winds moving through. So let's go back to velocity data. Anything tight?
The area near Wacoma seems to be a little more localized. I mean, right where those areas
Yeah.
where you just showed on shear rate, where you do have
Yeah.
some, towards and away rotation.
Yeah, that's an anomaly there. That doesn't look like. Okay.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, by Vance.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
there's no area that's like, oh boy, let's do this. There's not. What's happened is the whole line's been boxed up, kind of like, well, we're just going to box the line up just in case, but you put a lot of people on, oh boy, and there's not a real tight area. The Wacomas thing has a little bit higher spin with it. I'll give you that.
And it does look like, too, I mean, if there is circulation, it is now to the east of Enid proper.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Oh yeah,
So
Enid,
for folks in Enid,
you're out of it.
this is now going to be, a mile on the edge of town, the east side of town.
Yeah, for sure. Enid is, yes. Enid is, it's on the east side of town, like you said. It's right there on the railroad tracks.
Yeah.
Railroad tracks or whatever, right there. On the east side of town. Okay, well, so let's back out of this, kind of give everybody the big view. And the whole line's been boxed up, running from Enid all the way to the northeast for the possibility of getting a spin up along that line. We'll see. May or may not happen, right? But we need to watch it. Additional storms coming towards the metro now. Hanks west, Tom south. We have a big storm down here. Not much in the west. Everything is now east of that. We have new cells developing here in Brandon. Okay, so Oklahoma City, we're quiet, right? Let's come back to Stillwater.
Okay.
And
Marty's in Enid, too, just to point out for folks in the area. He's
yeah,
right there watching that, too.
yeah, and it's east of him, but yeah, we'll get back in with that. All right, so look at the hook in the Stillwater storm. And man, look how fast that lifted to the north. God, the hail, they had some hail in there. What's Brandon seeing? What's Brandon Wells seeing?
He's still on 33.
Okay. So, Justin, is Brandon going to make the turn? Justin?
Yes, he's going to go up 177.
Yeah, okay. He's 2 miles away, and he's going to make the turn and head north into Stillwater. Yes. Your hook's here. Here's your hook. This is your wind and hail right here. This is your big hail. Boomer, Lake Place, right up here. Lake McMurtry. Big hail in here, up 177. And this is where the inflow notch is. There's your hook. Tornadoes not on the ground or anything, but if it's going to happen, it's going to be in here. But right now, we're doing okay. What does shear rate look like with that? It's there, but it's certainly not crazy. And velocity, it's there, but it's certainly not crazy. Yeah, it's there. Okay, so the hook, or the rotation, is northwest now of Stillwater. So you're out of it, Stillwater, as far as any threat of a tornado, out of this storm anyway. All right, let's go back to Jim Gardner. Oh, he is? Okay. All right, so this is lifting back to the north now. And there goes your hook right here. That's going to keep lifting off to the north. And circulation right here, right? So right now this storm is just severe. Big hail, big wind, lifting from the south to the north, northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Big hook, no tornado, right? We're not there yet. Okay, let's come back to Enid Cam.
Okay, yep, Enid Cam on Lynx 2.
Let's take a look at that. Look at the Enid Cam on Lynx 2. And here comes the gust front ripping into Enid from the west with a wall of wind and rain. Winds are still going to be 50 to 60. Pockets of that in Enid. The threat of a tornado right now is going to be east of Enid, but we're watching it, and we need to keep an eye on this. But the tornado warnings now, the big one is well east of Enid. I say well east, on the east sides of Enid, but east of Enid. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1, and let's look at Enid again. And there's nothing along the line that's just crazy scary right now, even though the tornado warning includes Enid. Let's go back to Marty and get an update. And I'll tell you what, before we do that, let's look at reflectivity here.
All right.
I still see the back edge of the rain. Yeah, he's still lots of rain. His shot, it doesn't look, it's nothing crazy in Enid in his shot. Let's go to Marty. Let's get an update. And I know it's raining there. Marty, what do you think? What are your winds right now? I think you're making your way back east, if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're going back east. Just came through town. Tornado sirens were sounding in Enid. Now we're over here on the east side. We're not hearing them anymore, but in center part there, we did hear sirens. nobody's in a hurry here. I mean, to go anywhere. So you can see a little bit of a clear line to our east, which we were watching that when we came into town. Don't see anything down. We're going to go out here, get in the open, take a look. Kyle saying maybe something off to the southeast on radar, but we're having a hard time finding anything right now. Back to you, David.
All right, Marty, so here's the deal. Get east. I'll tell you that much. You got get out of Enid, get down 412, and there's a little bit of maybe a kink trying to develop near Vance Air Force Base that'll be lifting off to the northeast. Well, I'm looking at radar here. So just come east out of Enid. Get east out of Enid on 412, and we'll get you back, and you can look back to the southwest, and then we'll see what's going on. But I agree. You got to get farther east, right? Okay, but right now there's not a tornado threat with this. I mean, the tornado threat's not zero. There's nothing imminent where we're like, okay, here's a problem along this line. There's nothing along this line that tells me we're going to have tornadoes right now. Okay? I'm just being honest with you. Okay, let's come back. Let's back out of this.
I think the tornado warning was just canceled.
Yeah.
For that area. And by the way, David, News just sent me, Kylie just sent me an update from the Hillsdale area. They checked in with the Garfield County Sheriff. And as of 2:15, this was the update. Down power line near the intersection of Keowee and Boomer. Okay, I think.
Yeah.
But there are many limbs down and trees down South Main leading to Hillsdale, and they're advising motorists to just avoid the area. So we know we do have damage. We don't know how significant it is. Haven't heard of any buildings, outbuildings, homes, structures, nothing like that. But at least some tree damage, power lines down.
Okay.
Has been the update there from what we know was a tornado earlier today.
Yeah, and we're going to have news crews swarming that here shortly.
They're headed that way, yes.
Yeah, if you live in Hillsdale and you're watching us and you have a second, you have a picture or two, and you have the time and you're safe, send us a picture. We'd like to see what's going on in Hillsdale right now. We have been running and gunning our trackers. We cover damage, but we got to keep covering where these severe storms are and what they're doing. So if you live in Hillsdale and you have a picture, send it to News 9, and we'd like to see what's going on. All right.
David,
go ahead.
On that note, we actually just got some pictures on the email, so I'm going to cook those up. Give me a couple minutes.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Andrew Adams is going to... Andrew, what time did you get in this morning? How long have you been here?
Yeah, like 5-ish.
Oh, okay.
Give
well,
or
that's
take
not
a couple
too
minutes.
bad.
Yeah,
you're
not terrible. Not terrible.
You're doing great.
Yeah,
you'll be fine by tonight at midnight. You'll be fine. Okay. Let's come back to Lynx 1, and I'm going to talk about these two storms out west now. And who's eating?
You are.
What's going on?
Just adjusting. We're fine.
Oh, what happened? Oh, you moved my grapes?
Well, they were blocking the shot, so I just thought it was more important to see that.
I thought you were putting your hand in there and digging some out.
I was not eating your grapes. I was simply placing them somewhere else where they wouldn't be in the shot. But thanks for drawing attention to that.
It was just so loud.
He's got a big old bag of green. Are those cotton candy grapes? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I knew it was.
Oh, they're the best.
Cotton candy grapes.
They're
That's what fuels
best.
David Payne on a severe weather day.
If you've not had cotton candy grapes, there's something wrong with you.
Yep.
All right. Now, severe storms out west, not tornadic right now. They are supercells. They're just in kind of a younger age, if you will. They're not spinning like tops. They're not going to do anything in the next 10 minutes, but they are getting stronger. Brandon's in Carnegie. Jeremy's on this storm here. Let's go back to Brandon, and I'm going to bring him in, and we'll talk about this storm first. Brandon, your storm is getting better organized slowly. It's not gone into hyper mode, but it is getting a little bit stronger. It is a supercell. But what do you think? I know you're making your way through Carnegie right now, making your way back to the north, but we all know that things might change here the next several hours into the afternoon and evening. So go ahead, give us an update from Carnegie down in western Caddo County. Go ahead. Brandon Pennell, are you alive? Are you well? You have to be. You're driving. We hear you. We see you. Okay. Justin, try to find out where he is if you can. He's going through Carnegie right now. Okay? There he is. This is Carnegie, America. Brandon, give us an update. The hook is just to your west-northwest. It's not super strong, but it is severe. Go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, that's right. This cell has went up, pretty rapidly. One thing that I think that we've noticed here probably over the last 10 minutes as we've closed the gap on it is it seems to still probably be just a little bit elevated. I don't think it's completely rooted in the boundary layer. I think it's trying to make attempts. But as we come through Carnegie, this storm is just on the northwest side of Carnegie, and our surface winds in Carnegie were, almost non-existent, where they need that real good southerly and southeasterly flow. So where the storm is right now, we really don't have any great surface winds to help keep that updraft alive. So as the evening continues to evolve, that's probably going to change. We're right here with it. Structurally in the mid-levels, it's looking pretty good. We're just going to stay with it and see how it evolves over the next 30 to 45 minutes as it drifts off to the north and northeast. Back.
All right, nice job, Brandon. Good job there. Brandon Peddle again on the Carnegie storm. Let's go back into the Stillwater storm, talking about the hook, talking about the spin. Brandon Wells coming in from the south. Brandon Wells, we're going to bring you back in. You're looking at the storm. You're making your way northbound and down. And let's bring Brandon back in here. Brandon, tornado warning now for your storm. The circulation is going to be northwest of Stillwater. It's going to be actually several miles northwest. To be exact, we have 7 miles here northwest of Stillwater. And that tornado is going to be lifting to the north-northeast. Same hook, same supercell, same rotator. Brandon, what do you see as you move from the south to the north? Go ahead.
Yeah, David, right now we're 177 northbound and down. We're there in our shot. We're still a little bit of a distance away from it. It looks, from my vantage point, it looks pretty organized, but we're still somewhat away from it. So we're trying to close in on it and close the gap on it, and we'll watch it real close, David.
There it is. That's
there it
his
is.
shot.
Okay, there it is. So, all right, great job, Brandon Wells. And he's looking off to the north. He's going up 177. And this is that area right here. He'll be there in about 10 minutes. And he's just kind of going through traffic and stuff like that. But this now has a tornado warning on it. This is the mesocyclone, left side, right side. And he's going to make his way, again, right up underneath this thing. And he'll be there shortly. Okay, back to Lynx 1. Here's what it looks like on radar. There is where the area of circulation is. And you can see your cross streets. We're looking at East Road, 550, North Road.
I think it's Sanger.
Sanger, yeah. Sanger Road and 550, area of spin right here. This is where the tornado is going to be. What does shear rate look like? I'm sorry.
That is it.
That is shear rate. I'm sorry. Okay, right here. There's velocity.
Now I'm just going to back out a second, kind of show the OSU campus for folks, kind of get their bearings straight of where that is.
Yeah, way northwest of OSU. Way northwest of Stillwater. The storm went over Stillwater. The hook didn't. The hook went west of Stillwater, but the wind and some hail, yeah, that went right over Stillwater. But the tornado itself is trying to develop right here. Okay, just for kicks and giggles, let's take a look at debris, anything.
Okay. Oh, wrong one.
Just for fun, just see what it...
Oh, nothing showing up at the moment.
Yeah, no. And if this were to produce a tornado right now, it would be a fairly low-end tornado.
David, we do have a track on that storm on Lynx 3 when you need it.
Okay, we'll do that. Great. So this keeps going north. Bill's Corner, just to your north at 177. And then we have Pete's Corner just to the west. Are they friends? Do we know the story behind that?
I don't know the story between Pete and Bill, but I know the folks in the area know that corner very well.
I know.
Yeah.
I've been to both those places, but I mean, that's a story. I mean,
Yes.
why don't they just get together and just call it the family party corner? Yeah.
It's a great question.
All right. Not really. No, it's really not. I'm just, I mean.
Someone may know the answer to that.
No, only Bill and Pete do.
Okay,
All right.
shear rate is coming up.
Yeah. Okay, so that's it. If you are up 177, we're talking about East Road 530 and 177, you need to be in your safe spot, lowest level, and you got to go now. This is it, right? This is it. And it's going to be making its way right here. It's moving.
It's increasing again. Latest scan along Highway 177 and Glencoe Road. This is going to be heading up towards Gunsmoke, which is county line, into Noble County, up towards Morrison.
Here's Noble. This is Noble County.
Yep, and that's Harvest Road.
Yep.
And then up to Morrison.
Yep. Okay. So moving north at about, are we still doing 40? Everybody still with 40 on
40.
this? Okay. Moving north at 40.
I've got the track moving at 45 just to get a little bit of a heads up.
That's fine.
Highway Patrol says small rope tornado on the ground.
Okay, there we go. Small rope tornado on the ground, Justin. Make sure, hey, Justin, make sure Brandon knows that. Tornado on the ground now. Small tornado. Up Highway 77 and Glencoe Road. Tornado here on the ground. Small tornado on the ground. It's going to be lifting north-northeast. It will cross. It looks like it will cross 177. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles exactly 5 miles south of Bill's Corner right now, and it's probably going to go east of Bill's Corner. But not-
OHP says it's growing substantially, their wording.
tornado is growing substantially. That's not good. Okay? All right, so this is going to be lifting to the north now. And how close is Brandon to that? How close is Brandon?
Brandon's
He's
still
about 8 miles south, but he's in traffic right now through Stillwater. He should be out of traffic here in the next minute or two.
Okay. All right, so tornado confirmed now on the ground, 5 miles south of Bill's Corner. Let's go to CC.
Okay.
Let's see what we have. It's going to be right here. I don't see any debris, at least not yet.
Nope.
And if it's an EF1 or a little bit lower, you can still see debris, but it's got to get lofted above. It's got to get a little bit higher than the top of the trees for radar to see it, right? It's got to get a little bit higher up. And we don't see any debris in here. Okay, go back to shear rate.
I was checking Vance. This is out of Vance. So
Yeah,
this is going to be 48. I'm just checking the heights here.
Yep. How far?
Okay, TLX is just a little bit lower still, just
Okay.
so you know.
Okay. How high are you from there?
48.
Okay. Well, we're
4,800 feet.
yeah, we're still up.
4,500 feet, about there. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Brandon's making his way north. He's coming up.
Very large tornado still on the ground, 1 mile west of US 177, 1 mile south of the Noble County line, right where shear rate has it, and that is from OHP.
Okay. All right. How close is he now, Justin?
I'm actually talking to Val, and Val's talking to his daughter that reported the tornado on the ground, but it has lifted according to her view right now from Val and Amy Castor's daughter.
Which daughter?
Emma.
Emma.
Okay. Emma Castor just reported the tornado on the ground from Val's house.
It's a family business.
That's what just happened. So, welcome to the
We
Castor
appreciate
family.
you, Emma. Thank you so much.
Emma, she's the greatest, right? Wow, when you have 6 kids, somebody's seeing something. That's all I'm saying. Somebody's seeing something. There's a tornado, and Emma says it has lifted. Emma Castor is saying that it has lifted for now, as it was crossing 177. Can we get Emma to call in? Seriously, how old is Emma? Which one? Let me think about this. I know all their ages. I got to think about it though. Okay, crossing 177 or near 177. There's the hail first, and now here comes the tornado. You get hammered with hail, and then you get the tornado. But Emma Castor, Val and Amy's daughter, has said that it's just lifted. And Brandon is almost there. Tell me where Brandon is here. Let's back out of this. Let me see his GPS.
Okay, it's still about 4.5 miles southwest of Morrison, and there is Brandon.
Okay, he's almost there. He's 5 miles south of it.
The track does have it just west of Morrison at 331, and it's
Okay.
330 right now.
Okay.
So, again, I've got it moving at 45.
Okay.
It's likely going to go just west of town.
Okay, hang on 2 seconds. Hey, Justin. Okay, gotcha. Justin, what direction is he moving? He needs
Getting back to 177, going north.
He needs to be all northbound. All northbound right now. 1 mile will cost you 5 minutes of driving. He's got to go northbound. He'll kill him if he goes west. I promise. I don't mean kill him. I mean it'll hurt his time. He's got to stay going north.
Yep, he did.
He's got to stay going north. Okay, let's go back to it here. Okay, so here's Bill's Corner. Winds, again, we're looking at 70 to maybe 80 miles per hour. I don't see a tight couplet in here like we had. And the hook is a little more of this. But it's right in here. But, yeah, it's kind of messy. But we have the tornado on the ground. It was.
I don't see it. This is Vance. I switched radars
Yeah.
to try to get a different perspective here.
So it's right here.
It's near Bill's Corner for sure.
Yeah.
The circulation is.
Yeah, no, it's
Wanna
pretty
lapse
it's
this
pretty
just a
close.
second.
Here it is. Okay. Is that Vance?
This is Vance.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's going to be a little bit tilted. It may be off by a slight amount, but
Right.
it's pretty close to Bill's Corner. And the radar is painting it just west of Bill's Corner. But got to remember, the Earth's round and the radar beam's not. And the radar beam's going up high in the sky, so it'll place it slightly different sometimes, especially at the distance that we're looking at this from and to. So Bill's Corner, safe spot, lowest level, but I think it's right here. I think it's in between Bill's Corner and Pete's Corner. We just took Pete's Corner and got rid of it. But here's your hook, right? Here's your hook. And Bill's Corner's here. There's Pete. Pete's back in the game.
And just pointing out down the line, Sooner Lake, anyone in around the Sooner Lake area, that's where this is headed next.
Yeah, it's coming.
David, go
Yeah.
to Links 3. I have video of that storm north of Stillwater.
Okay, let's go to Links 3 control room. And, okay, there it is. There's your tornado north of Stillwater. I don't see any debris, but I'm telling you, that's on the ground.
Yeah.
So that's the tornado from Stillwater. That was just about 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago.
At 3:30, 3 minutes ago.
3 minutes
This is when
ago.
they sent it in.
Okay.
Did
So
Emma Castor get any video?
if she didn't. But you can see the cut coming in around this, your dry air, and this whole thing. And there's your mesocyclone. There's your tornado, again, from north of Stillwater. It's going to Sooner Lake. It's going to Watchhorn. Okay, Brandon's coming in from the south still. And, again, by looking at that, that's not a high-end tornado by looking at that, but that is a tornado. And I would say again, it's all done with surveys and all that, EF1, EF2, something like that. Okay, let's go back to it, radar. And here's where it is. That video I was just showing you there is from right here. This is now lifting north of Highway 64. Brandon coming in from the south. He's almost there. This thing is moving, man. It is hauling. It is hauling to the north. Okay, so here's your hook. This is big hail. Smaller hail over in Pawnee, if you have any at all, but the bigger hail's north of Morrison. And there's your tornado. It's going to be right here. What about shear rate? What's it look like now? I know we're still pretty far away.
Yeah, it's much weaker than what it was.
Yeah, it's come down for sure.
I mean, that's the good thing about these so far. Any of the tornadoes we've had, they have not been long track as of yet.
No.
They have not.
No.
They go up,
No.
they touch down, they last for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Hopefully that trend continues. Unfortunately, it's only 3:30, believe it or not, in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And we're not really to the peak of everything yet.
No, we're not. And the wave's coming out, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see what happens here, but that is a good point. You know, the Hillsdale was by far the strongest tornado that we've had today, northwest of Enid. That was at least, to me, whatever, it looked like EF2, probably. We had debris, I don't know, 20,000 feet in the air, something like that. It was up there pretty high. All right, so tornado warning continues north of Stillwater, northwest of Morrison. It's right in here. It's about right in here. It's still pretty close to 177. If you have friends or family, somebody at the lake, camping at the lake, Sooner Lake, tell them what's coming. I know they can see this to the south. It's dark, and the clouds are rolling in. The rain now coming across the lake. You got to get off the water. You're going to have lightning. You're going to have thunder, and you're going to have damaging winds. Winds maybe 50 to 60, and the possibility of a tornado hanging back on the south side of that. Going to Sooner Lake. It's going to Sooner Lake right now. It's moving in the next 5 minutes. It's moving north at 40, 45. Okay.
David, if you want to take links
Links
4,
four?
this video
Take a
from
look.
Morrison you just mentioned just got sent in.
Okay.
See the wall cloud and the rotation there, very nice.
All right. Thank you. Great job from Morrison, from Sonia.
Oh, that's Sonia.
Do you know Sonia?
She's a good friend of mine. She is. She lives in Morrison.
She's a good friend of yours, really?
Yes. Her whole family, her dad. I hunt on their property. I see them every holiday. Yes. Hi, Sonia. Thanks for sending that in. That's their property. That's their pond. I hunt there. I fish there.
If
yes.
I get a picture from somebody from Hobart and you say that's your best friend, I'm done.
Okay.
It's all over with.
We know people around here.
I know we do. I know. That's awesome. I love that. Okay, great. Well, thank you, Sonia. That's so cool.
Yes.
Yeah. And she did a really good job, by the way.
That's my tree stand right there. Not lying.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right behind that pond.
Right behind the pond? You hunt all through here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, how about that? Well,
But Sonia's house is okay, and it looks like from
Yeah.
that, I don't see anything big on the ground.
Yeah, no. And this is what I was wondering about the other piece of video.
Right. How low?
Yeah, and okay, no doubt about it. This is a tornado. I see a little bit of debris in here. This is a weak tornado. And it was a little bit vortice here, a little vortice here. This was there it is, right there. It was on the ground. And if you have any video, please send it in. We'll put it on the air. We appreciate it. And very clearly visible with this storm. Other storms today, they've been hanging out. They've been wrapped up. This is hanging out, okay? The other storms have been all wrapped up and embedded in rain. You can't see them, and all you can do is hear them. But this is a weak, slowly spinning tornado. And you're thinking, really, such a thing? There is. And that will go down as an EF0 or an EF1.
And the great news is we didn't see any debris lofted on radar
No.
as that was happening.
No. So that's exactly why. That explains it.
Yep, that does. Yep. And
So-
an OHP trooper was on 177, I believe, and had a really good visual of what
Yeah.
he was reporting from the ground. So
Yeah.
you know he could see the circulation on the ground.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was right there looking at him. So, okay, so that's the tornado that was.
Yep.
Again, it has now lifted.
David, we have a new tornado warning coming for Caddo County.
Okay, let's go to our southwest. We're just going to keep moving around here. Let me know when Greg is figured out here. Okay, let's come back to it. Lynx 1. We're going to jump back to the southwest now. Brandon, let's keep him going north. Let's go back to southwestern Oklahoma here. Let's go back to Caddo County. This is what we've been waiting on and not wanting to happen all day as storms becoming tornadic down to our southwest. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look. And, okay, this is going to be Brandon's storm. Let's go to Brandon here. And a tornado warning coming for Brandon. Brandon Pennell. Do we have Brandon? Nope, wrong Brandon. Brandon Pennell, 114. Let's go to Brandon Pennell's shot, control room. And Brandon, tornado warning coming for your storm. Go ahead, give us an update. Brandon?
Yeah. Okay, David. Hey, so we're basically right underneath it. I don't see anything to me. I'm kind of in a bad spot to give you a shot. I don't see anything to me that at the exact moment that's screaming tornado, but it's evolving pretty quickly. It's become a lot more surface-based here in the last, since we talked about 10 or 15 minutes ago. We're literally right underneath it. I'm trying to get this a little bit east so I can look back to the northwest at it. Back to you.
Okay, Brandon, you are right underneath it, just like you said. Velocity, radar data, it all says, and we can see where you are. You are right underneath it. It's going to move up towards Highway 152, head towards Eakley. Right now, you just left Alfalfa. It's going to make its way to the northeast, so here we go. There's Brandon's shot. He is literally right underneath it. Let's go to Lynx 1. Let me show you what I'm talking about. There's the developing tornado. It's not on the ground right now. Brandon's looking right at it. He's right there. Here's Bob. Bob is on East Highway 152. And we need to get, if we can we get Bob's shot brought into the system?
We can drop Vaughn, yes.
Okay, let's do that.
And this is going to be about 4 miles west of the north end of Fort Cobb Lake.
Yep, here's Fort Cobb Lake, Swan Lake, Fort Cobb Lake, and it's all in here. This is Fort Cobb Lake. There's your developing tornado. Tom's to the north. Let's go to Tom Pastrano, and let's bring in Tom. Tom is looking south about 5 miles. Tom, looking to your south, what do you see as you look out to the right? What do you see to your south, Tom? Tornado warning, go.
Yeah, David, it's a well-defined lowering. I am turning towards it, so I'll get a better shot. It is due south-southwest of me, so here we go. About to get a better shot. It's getting that look, though. Yeah. There's definitely a wall cloud right there. You can see it. It's just my southwest.
Okay.
And I don't see any funnels. I don't see anything on the ground, but yeah, it's getting better and better organized right there.
Okay, all right, nice job. And Tom, is that it right there? Yeah, that's it,
Yep.
right? Okay,
That's it.
great
Yep.
shot. Okay, so let's hang on. Tom, keep your shot up here for a second. Great shot. Okay, this is the tornado warning. That's it. All right, so big hook, big supercell, rotating, environment is favorable, high instability. It's got everything it needs to do something. We will see if it does. And Tom is right there, and Brandon Pennell is right underneath it. Tom's to the north of it. Brandon's to the east of it. And Tom, what do you see? Do you see anything rapidly spinning, tightly spinning? What do you see when your video? I tell you what, Tom, do me a favor. Kind of tilt up a little bit. Let's see if we can see some of the different cloud structure. It just looks like one big dark mess. What do you see? Yeah, what do you see up in there? What do you see? Go ahead. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, David, I have rain curtains coming in from the northwest, feeding into it, and right now I do have some scud going into the base. It is rising right now. It is getting better organized by the moment. It is looking better and better. I don't see anything on the ground though yet, but oh my goodness, it is getting better organized.
All right,
You
well,
can see
Tom,
the
hang
rotation
on, stay
right
with
there,
it.
right in front of me.
Oh, say that again, Tom. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Right there. That's rotating right there. You can see the motion. It's not very, very fast, but it is moderate and it is getting stronger by the moment.
Okay. All right, Tom. Okay, are you looking due south, Tom? It looks like
yes,
you are.
now I'm looking due south.
Okay, I see the rotation here. So clearly not on the ground. Okay, for you folks in Eakley, this is to your south. And it's going to go pretty close to Eakley or south and east of Eakley. This whole bowl is turning. Just picture there's a cylinder starting from here that goes up 20, 30, 40,000 feet. And this whole thing is spinning, okay? All right, this whole thing is spinning. Hey, Tom, back out of your shot for a second. Kind of back out. Let's got to give the big view if we can. And, okay, so there's a lowering with that. Brandon has another shot. Okay, all right, Tom, keep going east. Stay with it. Remember, it's moving at 40, so you got to keep booking. Great job, Tom. Jump back in here if you got anything at all. I know you will. Let's go to Brandon now. Let's go back to Brandon. And here we go. Brandon Pennell, our Brandon, our KW Brandon. We have two Brandons. I know. KW, KO. We have a lot. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. Brandon, there's a wall cloud. Great shot. Great shot. What do you think? What do you see? And how fast is it rotating as it's coming at you?
Okay, David, so we're actually southeast of it looking back to the northwest. And, you know, I would say that there's moderate rotation from our distance. I wouldn't say it's anything that's rapid. But just like Tom was saying, it is really, really trying to get itself organized. I mean, as we speak. I mean, from the time that I was underneath it, when I drove underneath it, I really didn't even know there was a wall cloud there. And by the time I got here 4 minutes later, this is what it looks like. So it is continuing to consolidate, firmer wall cloud. It's still a little bit ragged. You can kind of see through it in spots, but I can tell you now we have inflow that I was talking about we didn't have when we came through Carnegie. So being off to the southeast of it now, I can see inflow flowing into it. And I mean, I would say that this is probably on the verge, at least in the next 5 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a tornado if it continues the way that it's going right now. So we're going to continue north with it as it tracks off to the northeast. Back to you.
Okay, David, right now look to it, links one, David, of just you were talking about the circulation and how it's kind of a tube going up. We definitely have that on radar, and it is coming down to the surface. The circulation is getting tighter, and it's crazy because if you look at our storm trackers and where they are and where the rotation is, they're literally in it. Which is usually what they do. So there's the circulation, there are the trackers, and that's what they're looking at right now.
So I've said this
well, jury selection
for years.
is
it's
expected
a cylinder, right? It's a rotating cylinder. This is a mesocyclone, so tilt that down one more time.
Like this?
Yeah, like that. And you see there's Tom, there's Bob, and Brandon. So all three of our storm trackers are inside what we call the cylinder or the bear's cage, whatever. And most people don't want to be there. Most people run from that, but not our guys and gals.
First here at 5 o'clock, a House bill is on its way to the Senate.
Approaching, coming up on Highway 52. And Bob is right there. Justin, is Bob in the system?
Universities are taking steps
is Bob
to solve
in?
the...
Yes. Bob can talk? Yes. Okay, let's go to Bob. Let's bring Bob in.
200 students from Tulsa Public Schools.
It's right over Eakley.
Yeah, pretty much over Eakley. And again, Bob is part of our team and our sister station in Tulsa, their weather team, obviously. But today, though, like I said earlier, when we first started all this hours ago, we have brought in all of our resources. Let's go to Bob and get an update. And Bob, I'll tell you what do you think? You're pretty much right under the circulation. What kind of rotation do you have right now? Go ahead.
I got to say, right now, we've got a lot of areas here that are rotating. Nothing that looks like it's imminent, but we definitely have some rotation. And like everybody's saying, I think it's kind of consolidating itself. and getting itself in a position. So we're going to have to definitely keep an eye on it. There's a lot of inflow into this storm right now. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job, Bob. And you're thinking, what's going on in Eakly? Why is Eakly, America, so busy on a Saturday afternoon with all these cars? Because those are all storm trackers. Look at this guy. There you go. Storm tracker, storm tracker. They're all lined up. They're all lined up. So this is the area we're watching right here. Nice shot there, Bob. Looking good. Okay, let's go back to reflectivity. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Their shear rate. Tom, keep heading east. Brandon. So it's now north of Highway 152. Wow.
Yeah, right over Eakly, just to the east of Eakly it looks.
And that's where Bob is. Bob's in Eakly, pretty much. Well, he's just southwest of town, but he's going down the highway. It's going right over Eakly. Tornado warning for Eakly. Tornado safe spot. But I'll tell you this, Bob, Tom, and Brandon are all there, and it is not on the ground. If it were on the ground, you'd be seeing it. We're checking in with them. They're looking right at it. It is not on the ground. So there it is. It's going to move in northeast. All right, let's do
the track is on 3.
Let's go to Lynx 3, storm track. Moving to the northeast. What do you have your speed at on this one? 40?
I've got it at 38.
38. Okay.
Between 35 and 40.
Okay.
The difference.
All right, we're going to go 38. And this is a more classic supercell. This is that screaming eagle look where you have the wings of the eagle and the beak down here. And like we say, you don't want to be in the beak. Beak is bad. And this thing is spinning up right here. And there's a mesocyclone right here, right over Eakly. And then out ahead of it, coming your way first, you're going to get hail, you're going to get wind, and then you're going to get what could be, if it develops, into the tornado. Right now, I can tell you 100% that tornado is not on the ground right now, but it is spinning. It is spinning. Okay, let's go back to Tom. Oh, hang on. Stay with me here. Stay with 2. Lakiba, 404. Hinton, 411. We'll say Gary at 426. El Reno, West Metro, 445. Calumet, 436 again. El Reno, 445. Lucky Star Casino, 448. Okay, Piedmont, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock in Piedmont. It's 348. It's a long ways away. We'll see what this thing does. We'll see how it evolves. But this is going to be pushing northeast towards the west and southwest metro. There's the Cherokee trading post, right? And right now, the main part of the storm, and she did a good thing because she's included El Reno. If it doesn't turn a little farther right, the hook is going to go right over Cherokee Trading Post. Hey, go get Greg one more time for me. Okay, so this is going to go right over Hinton. All right, let's go back to Tom now. Let's go back to Tom Pastrano, and let's bring his shot in. Tom, you're right underneath it. You're looking right at it. It doesn't look like it's on the ground, if I'm not mistaken. It's not on the ground, but you're right underneath it. What do you think looking up, right above your head? What do you see looking up? Do we have Tom?
Hey, David, sorry. Yeah,
okay.
I have a lot of motion. It's going to be just to the east, or just to be north of 152 right now. I don't see anything on the ground. I am going east on 152 to stay ahead of it because it is moving northeast to me. I do see a little bit of a lowering, but I don't see anything on the ground. I don't see any funnels, but there is a lot of motion right now. And it does have that look that it could do something at any time. But at this very moment, I don't see anything on the ground. I don't even see any true lowerings right now. Back to you.
Okay, well, that's a good thing. That's a good sign. By the way, where's Jeremy? Is Jeremy back north and east? Because we got trouble on the red.
Jeremy's here too.
Hey, Justin?
But we've got the storms coming in.
Okay. We're going to have to, yeah, we can't let that happen. Bust him. Get him. Now, please. Yeah. Yeah, we got to get down there. And okay. So, here's what we've ended up with. Storm in Texas is still in Texas. We're watching that. We're going to bring that north. And that's going to head up towards Lawton. Right? We got to keep an eye on that. We'll see what it does. Still a ways away. We're watching it. But this is the big show now for the metro right now. And here it is. This is big hail now. Boy, the hail's getting big now. Coming up on Red Rock Canyon, Hinton, prepare. Hinton to the west of Hinton, Red Rock Canyon, prepare for large hail. Valcaster's coming in from the north. And I'm looking at Valshot. He's coming in from the north. He's going to be in the hail core first. Val's going to try to double dip on this deal.
And
coming from the north and get hailed, then he's going to try to catch a tornado
and
if he can.
that does happen with thunderstorms.
And
so they
we'll
do
see.
have
All right,
life cycles
so
pretty much associated with them.
what about
so
hail
see
sizes?
some
Go
storms
ahead.
pulse up and get a
While
lot
you're
stronger,
looking at
then
that,
see
David,
some
just getting
weaken and
reports
get,
with the storm that's about to cross
just
the
kinda
Red
maybe
River
lose their
here in the
tornadic
next 10 minutes or
characteristics.
so.
So we
Confirmed
kind of
tornado
basically
on
saw
the
that
ground near
happening
Electric,
yesterday
Texas.
near Tulsa,
That is
and then back
lifting
on
to
up
the
to the
north, and
north
there's another
and east of
supercell
Tulsa.
behind that.
So
storms
no
to the
tornado
southwest
watch
are
as
getting
of yet
stronger.
in the Tulsa area.
And
So
I'll
we
look
are
at
still
hail
going to
sizes
wait
here.
for a little
Okay.
while longer
Yep.
because the
Yep.
potential
Okay, quarter
for
golf
severe
ball.
weather
Yeah.
continues.
Okay.
We do have our severe
All
thunderstorm
right, that's
warning
okay.
that is still in effect.
That's not good.
For
could be worse.
basically
Okay.
Portions of
So,
northwestern Osage County. We said
Justin,
that
are you
goes till
taking care of that?
4:30. And so that's the latest update from the National Weather Service as far as that's concerned.
Yes.
But we
Okay.
are anticipating
So Brandon's here,
a few
Tom's
more
here,
cells that
and here's
will
the area of
produce,
circulation. Justin,
tornadoes as we go
which
through
one?
tonight.
Who's doing it?
And
Who's making the trip?
Aaron, I don't know if you could you
Okay.
give us a future
Yeah.
view for just a moment? I just wanted to share just a couple of things real quick while we have some folks that are watching.
Well, we can do that
with us. What's
okay,
going
so
on.
here's the deal.
Because
This
what we
continues
see
to move
happening
to
at
the
this particular
northeast. It will
moment
come
is that,
into western
tornado warning,
Canadian County.
Is going
This
to
is
be
Oklahoma
moving
City.
out
This
unless we
is
get
not
the
heading
Cedarville
towards
storm.
downtown.
And then this other storm
It's not
is
heading
weakened.
towards
we might go back
South
to
Oklahoma
programming.
City,
It
not
kinda
heading
depends.
towards Moore.
We have additional
This
severe
is for
weather all
now
across areas
the
out
only
I-35
tornadic
to the
storm we
west.
have in the state,
So that's
and it
still
is
going to keep
spinning
on
for
going
sure.
for a while longer.
And
for
it is
sure, up in our
rotating with a
northwest part of
strong
our area.
mesocyclone now,
But
north and
what
east
we
of
do
Teakley.
anticipate is some of
Val's
these
coming in
cells.
from the north.
We can also look
again,
at
this storm is a
future
supercell,
forecasts, too,
rotating
a little bit
thunderstorm.
here and take a look
There's your hook.
at where this
and
cell is
this
expected
thing
to
has
go
just got a
versus,
beeline
the one
headed
to the
towards
north.
the Cherokee
But if you're
Trading
around the
Post,
Cedarville area, we still want
Calumet,
you to
and
know
Okarche.
that this is something we're
All right, let's
so
get
this
to it
is
here. Let's zoom back in
anticipation
just a
of
bit
where we're
closer.
gonna go.
And
So
big
this is gonna
hail
take us
running
basically a full
from
hour, so
and
from
west of Red Rock
3:53
Canyon,
on up to about
golf
the
balls,
next,
maybe some tennis balls in there. Going to
4:53.
Hinton.
So about an hour from
Gonna
now,
cross
some really strong
281
storms
south of Hinton, down near the prison.
We'll have moved across the western
also
part.
the
Notice
Bison
how they're
Ranch.
not really moving
Bison
east.
Ranch
It's
is
the storms that are out where basically
but
Marty
anyway,
is
big
located
hail,
now are the ones that are going
and
to
then
be
Bob's
pulling
back
further
here.
east,
There's your
while
hook.
these guys are going
And I'm
further
looking at our
north.
shots
so
here.
notice the
Let me
difference
see.
in how they're moving. These are
I
moving
see
more north.
Tom's.
These are coming more east-northeast, and that's just kind of the difference that you'll see, especially when you're individual in advance of a line of thunderstorms. And that's what we're finding right now.
Hey, what's Tom
this
doing
is
right now?
the latest of what's going on, the tornado
Okay.
warnings.
All
And
right, let's
so
go to
we'll
Brandon.
do this one more time
Pennell.
with an
Let's
update.
go to Brandon Pennell
Let's
shot.
take a
He's on the
closer
south
look
side.
right around Ralston,
And,
Fairfax,
Val's coming in from
Burbank
the north.
area. This one looks a lot weaker.
Let's go to
And
Brandon's
the
shot. Brandon, what do you see
circulation
as you look off
feature,
to your
we'll look
left
at
there?
Twin Lakes,
This thing
I
is
think,
pulling
and,
away from you,
we'll
so at
just
some
see
point you're
how
going to have to make
this
the
is,
curve. I know
this
it's
doesn't have quite
bad
the-
roads in there. I know
doesn't
roads
have
are
the
bad.
same
Go
oomph
ahead.
that it did before, but it continues to show
Hey,
up
okay,
as
so
far as
David,
still a little bit of rotation
I
with that.
ran
And then
into a
if it
dead-end
cycles,
road. There was a
then
bridge
we'll
out, so I had
probably
to
see
come
that
back
in
to
western Osage
152.
County.
We were literally
So don't be
right
surprised,
underneath the circulation
about
about
that,
2 miles
because
ago.
that's still a storm
It's
that would have the
continuing to
potential
try to
shears down
consolidate.
considerably.
I
So
would
this
say
storm
it's
has
still
died down
somewhat
a
I mean,
lot
not completely
in the last little
disorganized,
while.
but
Also,
not an
back
imminent
up to the
tornado
north
threat
and
like in the next
catch this
30
storm one more
seconds or
time.
1 minute.
So we do have the actual
As
we have
it
severe
continues to
thunderstorm
track
warning
off to
coming
the
out of
northeast,
Newkirk
it's
down to the
continuing
west
to get better and better
down to Hardy.
organized.
And
I know I
then
really don't
here's
have you a
the,
shot of it. Kind of looking at the right
latest,
side, my
velocity
window.
data. So that's a tornado. That still
I'm
looks
looking
like a
dead out
tornado.
my driver's side
That's
window
going
right
on.
now.
So that's
I
going
can
to
see
be
the lowering. It's
just
probably,
barely
I'm going to guess,
clipping northwest
2
corners
miles to
of
my
Chautauqua
north.
County.
And
then
I
the
don't,
secondary
I mean,
parts
it's a pretty
here,
smooth
we'll kind of
base.
see how what
There's a little bit of
evolves
a
to the
tag underneath
south,
it right now
because
on
that
the
is on
right
the south
side, which
flanking
would be on
area
the
of
east
this
side of the
particular
wall
line.
cloud.
And so there is a little bit of
Hang on
interest
one
going
second.
on around the Granola area.
And then just
see
from
what
my,
we have going
I
on
can tell
there.
there's quite a bit
And
of
so this is
movement
still a
actually.
developing
My view is
situation.
pretty skewed from the
Do
south,
we
so
have,
we're trying to get a little bit east where we
let's
can
see.
blast back north
Vaughn
and
is on
stair step. But that bridge
other
being out really
storm
cost me about
around the
5
Newkirk
minutes.
area. Let's
So
look
I'll
at
be
his
back
video,
in
Vaughn's
position
video
here
real
like
quick,
in
if
another
you
5
can,
minutes.
real
Back
quick.
to you.
Just
All
look at
right,
his
nice
video
job,
for a minute.
Brandon.
So he's
okay,
driving
so
into
here's
that,
the deal. Tornado warning continues for
area
this
where that
storm. This is
thunderstorm
going to be
is
coming into
located. That's a
southwestern
severe thunderstorm
Canadian County,
warning.
coming out of Caddo County.
So he does not
And
have,
again,
doesn't look
no
like, I
tornado
don't
on the
see- it
ground.
looks
We
like
have
there
this thing
could be a
swarm. We
little
have
bit
trackers all
of
over
roaring.
it.
We'll go, wait
Jim
till he gets
Gardner,
past these.
he's getting back up
just
here.
a
And
little
here's
bit
the
of
deal. Let's go back to
little
Lynx 1.
ragtag in
Let me
here.
show you.
But that's what we're going to be watching
There it is.
for.
And
if you can even
this is
see
Sickles,
it, so don't
right?
be
There's where your
surprised,
tornado
on that.
is going to
All
be
right,
if it
let's go over to
develops.
future
It
view
has
for
not
a
touched
minute,
down.
and we're going to take a
Val's
look
coming
at
in from the north now. I see
what's going
Val's
on.
shot.
with
Let's
this
go to Valcaster.
cell. So on links,
and then we'll do a storm track on this. But it's right here. Here's the circulation. Val's coming in from the north. And at Valcaster, we have your shot. We see you coming in from the north.
Right here. It's kind of hard to see.
You're looking at the updraft there. And Val, what do you think? I mean, you're looking at it from a good, clean side, bright side.
They'll start to move
and not been on the ground yet. It is turning. What do you think as you look at it there, Valcaster and Amy? Go ahead.
Cells that pop up in our areas.
So yes, we're coming in from the north side. We just busted out of the rain. This is my first look at it
is what we're concerned with is the one that we're coming through tonight.
Nothing on the
anytime
ground,
from about 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock.
Embedded
in this line could be some spin-ups, and this is where we get spin-ups of tornadoes right along the leading edge. This could take us all the way into the morning.
Very, very well formed wall cloud. I've got
southeast Oklahoma. And so this is going to be a long, long night. And so this is where it's basically headed as we get through Sunday morning. And then once this gets through, there could be some redevelopment because there's still south winds in those arrows that the atmosphere will recover. And we still have a front that has to come in late in the afternoon. And we still have weird dynamics going on, so we could still have more tornadoes Sunday afternoon.
Goodness.
So it's just
there's rotation
in the time
Pretty
of year on the
rotation.
calendar at this moment.
And
all right, back
it's
to radar.
About to move over top of us.
Did you hear anything, Aaron? Was there anything importance?
Man, this is a big, well-formed wall cloud.
Hey, Val. Hey, Val. Let me jump in.
Just a short
keep your.
We got a lot of pictures that look like
your
really
camera back.
scary.
It gets
like
hot.
On the ground for,
keep it in the
looks
mode
like
where we can see it. You keep overexposing it.
So
you know what I mean? I mean, just keep it where we can.
Didn't last too long.
Okay, now it looks great. Now, whatever that setting is, it
Ron
looks
is
great.
keeping up with that storm.
Okay, well now you're
moving up to the north.
Let's see. What do you think when you look?
The other cell is starting to look pretty neat.
I see that on the
just southwest of
straight over our
Cedarville.
head, David.
We'll go. Is Ron where he could talk for a second?
Okay. All right. Well, we can't.
Now, it's
Ron,
rotating. Nothing's coming down at the moment, but I'm telling you what, it could happen very, very quickly.
I'm here. I just went.
I mean, it's right over top of us.
Okay. Any changes going on there?
Oh, look to the east. Look to the east, right here.
Changes. I keep running this.
It's going to come down. That's
parallel
what's
with
going to be right
Travis.
Okay. Hey, Val.
It's not on the ground. No problem. Yes.
Well, here's the deal. We're looking. Your shot's looking to the south. So what the area of spin is above you, not to the south, right?
The roads are just messing
I'm turning around. The area of spin is basically above us.
Storm tracking day here in eastern Oklahoma. You're headed up toward Remington, then you get up to near Burbank. So that storm will be going right through Burbank, and it doesn't. I mean, it's not nearly what it was a little bit ago. And that looks like it's almost just due to your west, maybe west-northwest
tilt up a little bit. Okay.
So that's what Ron has right now. Do we have his video by chance? Is that showing up?
All right, there it is. So this is it right here.
Control room has
and Val, okay, you got to keep going now. Just keep busting. This thing's moving. It's not slowing down.
The cell service in there.
It's not slowing down. It's going right to Hinton.
Let's go on over to Brandon's
Red Rock
video for a
Canyon.
minute and just
okay,
see
your
where
picture's
he is
pretty dark
located.
though. It's pretty dark. I know
Brandon,
it's dark underneath, but I get it.
Give us an update on what you're looking at right now.
Okay, it's a little bit dark. Okay. All right, Val, stay with it. Keep moving with it. Let's just keep going east. All right, let's go back to links 1. And we're going to keep Val's shot up. And Bob's coming in behind it. Here's the hook. Val's right here. And the tornado's trying to develop right in here, right inside the inflow matches where Val is.
Well off to our north, so it's out of our view, really. But just a brief cap of what happened earlier. That was a brief tornado that touched down, so wasn't anything too substantial, thank goodness. But we got to watch all these storms this evening and tonight, Travis.
Yeah, where was that touchdown officially?
And so
it was
radar-wise puts it a little south.
It was on the north side of Stillwater.
Okay, so there might be another little spin
probably
here
by
going on.
about I would say 3 to 4 miles.
Just to his south.
That was close.
Not by far. I mean, like.
It was awful close there.
2 miles.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it. We'd like to get any
hail sizes. Some quarters, some golf balls, some tennis balls.
And reset
tennis
up
balls,
with the next line of storms.
Okay, so
here's a broader view. Stacia has that.
This is all big hail in here. He's pretty close. He's on the leading edge of some big hail. All right, so let's get a storm track on that. What do you have? Is that least by far?
Cassie, it's awful close there.
2 miles.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it. We'd like to get any
hail sizes. Some quarters, some golf balls, some tennis balls. That's incredible.
Yeah.
And wow, that is impressive. Okay, storm track. The tornado is going to be right here, but again, it's not on the ground right now. We have trackers all over it, right? And we'll see Red Rock Canyon 409, Hinton 411, Bridgeport 416, Gary 427, Calumet 436, Okarche 454, and Kingfisher at about 5 o'clock. Okay. So 5 o'clock going to Kingfisher. All right, so this is the West Metro. Oklahoma City, though, this is not coming in for us. All right, this one will miss Oklahoma City, but it will impact the West Metro with wind and hail and the possibility of a tornado. And it's right here. It's right here. Val's right there. Brandon's looking at it. Val's looking at it. You can see their shots. Okay, let's go back to links 3, I think, is where we have the volumetric. Is that right? 2. And look at the updraft. How it, see this big tube here that goes up, and then you have the back. Anyway, it's crazy. See how this whole thing folds over? This is all the hail inside the updraft, and then it comes back, and it funnels down to where the hook is, right? This is the updraft itself, and you can fly in here. Let's kind of go in. Basically almost at ground level, and just a few thousand feet up. And there's Val's GPS, and above him, the whole updraft is going up and then to the northeast. And look at that. Look at that tube. That's the mesocyclone. Pretty crazy. Yeah, if you take out the other, now you can really, and look at this in here. So you can see tucked back in there. Okay, kind of spin around this thing, kind of show what it looks like as it's coming at you. Look at that. Look at that, folks. Wow. If you don't love weather, you do now. And if you love weather, you're geeking out. Okay.
It looks like, too, if you take this down,
okay.
you've got, there's, you can see the hail. So you take all this down, that's the actual hail core embedded.
Yeah, and it's up to, what are we up to, 15,000, 20,000, give or take?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So big hail. You know, golf ball, tennis ball size hail, maybe some tennis balls in there. We do have a shot from Hillsdale. We could take that shot here, just of some of the damage. I think we can go to our Hillsdale shot. And again, remember, it's a small community. The tornado looked like it was on the south and southeast side of town. This is just some of the damage from Hillsdale. Obviously, this is going to be tornado damage. This was a tornado that we had live, and this is what it was doing when it moved through Hillsdale. We will check in with Matt. Is Matt there now? Is he live? Can he talk to me briefly? Okay. All right. Well, we're checking everything, but we have tree damage. And Jen, any other reports of any more damage besides this that you could pass along to me? Anything else besides this?
Haybarn had a lot of damage, David.
Oh, Haybarn did? Okay. So some barns have been damaged. This is a pretty rural area. We get it, but we'll check back in with Matt here coming up in just a little bit. He's getting all set up. Okay, let's go back to Links 1. Tornado warning continues for northern Caddo County. This is going to move into eventually western Canadian County, headed towards the Cherokee Trading Post. And this is going to keep moving off to the northeast, right, at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. It has not produced a tornado. Trackers are there. And let's put our trackers back up so we keep everybody at home to inform. And let's go back to Val, and then we'll check back in with Brandon and Tom here. Let's go back in and bring Val in here. Val, what do you think? Circulation still there. Go ahead, give us an update.
Yeah, so it is still here. The wall cloud kind of comes and goes. You know, its rotation is still here. We just had a major RSD push just a second ago. The winds came from the west, very, very strong and quickly. So now what we're seeing something just southeast of us under the circulation. There's rotation above it. I think we might have a tornado trying to touch down, David. I think we might have a tornado trying to touch down. The rotation is strengthening above it. We kind of see some wrapping rain curtains, and it's going to be just southeast of us.
Okay. It's
yes,
right.
We're going to try and.
I see it. Yeah, Amy's got it.
Southeast of us.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. She's got it.
Yeah. Looks good. I see condensate underneath it.
All right.
I see condensate.
All right, I'm going to pull over for a second. There is condensate.
Yep.
Matter of fact, there's condensate above.
Yeah.
Okay, It's on the ground. Tornado on the ground.
4 miles southwest of Red Rock Canyon.
4 miles southwest of Red Rock Canyon. Val Castro has it live on News 9. Tornado on the ground.
I can't.
Hang on a second. Val, you've got water on your lens here. There's the tornado.
Okay.
There it is.
What about the roof cam?
Yeah, that's a better shot.
Right, there it is.
There it is. So we're looking on the ground.
Yeah,
and
it's on the ground.
We've got debris on the ground. Live tornado only on News 9. There's the tornado now. And here.
Above.
Yeah.
That motion up above is cranking.
Yeah.
So whatever it's strengthening. That's what I could say. We're going to have a full-blown tornado, with condensate all the way to the ground, I predict here in just a minute. There's a little bit more debris. I can see more debris.
Yep, a little bit of debris right here.
On the ground. You can see that. There's still
right here.
Just tremendous upward motions going on right there with it and strong rotation. So, there's not a lot of debris being kicked up, but every now and then we see it kicked up, and it's going to cross the road right in front of us. Up here in just a second.
Okay.
So I'm gonna inch forward here. I'm gonna get a little closer.
Okay.
And
nice job.
I'm gonna be right where it crosses.
And okay, so this is going to be Val's location is condensate has not reached the ground entirely, but we have the tornado touchdown at least several times, multiple times, and it's coming out of this. So this is going to try to ramp up. We'll see what it does. It's really spinning hard. It's really spinning hard right now. And remember, as we get into the next several hours and into this evening, the tornado parameters become higher in Oklahoma because the low-level jets kicking in or waves coming in. So we'll see. We'll see. And we hope it doesn't go that way, but conditions are becoming more favorable. Okay, so here it is. There's where the tornado is right now. It's up, it's down. Val's right there looking right at it, him and Amy. Amy's running the camera, as always, doing a great job here and keeping it right on that. Okay, so it looks like, Val, it looks like to me it's lifted. It looks like...
Yeah, it's weakened a little bit,
Yeah.
And it's also turned a little right. Now here, David, off to my left, off to my north and northeast, it appears like we might have a developing wall cloud, maybe a new one, and that's kind of been the pattern of today from what we've seen so far. It evolves very, very quickly, so we got to watch that area. I think this one is weakened pretty quick.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. We'll see what this does. Keep moving east, and then we'll get you back northeast. Your roads, you're a little bit squirrely east of you here. I know you're watching your roads ahead because I'm looking at some of the roads, and you've got a couple of roads that are not there. You're going to have to make a left and back right. You know what I mean? I know you know all that. I'm just giving you kind of a heads up.
David, I just want to point out the tornado warning has been extended over into Canadian County to include El Reno to give folks a heads up, to give them lead time to start watching this. At its current trajectory, it would likely go north of El Reno, but if it turns right, which it easily could, that could come into central Canadian County. It's in Caddo County right now, coming right in on Hinton.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's go. Here's your big view.
Only split if we can.
Yeah, and here's the deal. Tornadic supercell in Texas. It's still south of the Red River. We'll be there. Jeremy's going to be there shortly, and we're watching that. But this is, as far as Oklahoma goes right now, on the big view, this is all there is. This is it right now. The data continues to build storms coming out of southwestern Oklahoma, right up I-44 into this evening with additional severe storms. We will see. That's what the latest and greatest data has. Looking at model data that we look at a lot of different model data, but in some of our morning and mid-afternoon data, still bring in additional storms into the metro as we get into, well, we're talking about the rest of the afternoon and especially this evening and tonight, okay? All right, so here we go. And Jim Gardner's getting in position. So we'll see how close he is.
Union City.
That's where he is right now? Okay. All right, he's close. Okay, all right, well, not yet. Okay. All right, let's go back to, all right, let's stay with this for a second here. Okay, so let's talk about the tornado. It's right here. And like Val was talking about, there might be a new area of circulation here. Where's Hank? Hank's on the northeast side.
Cherokee Trading Post.
Okay, he's in a good spot. He's in a great spot. And he's going to bring this in. I see Brandon's shot. Let's go to Brandon Pennell here. Let's go to Brandon and bring Brandon back in. Tornado warning now for you folks in El Reno to the west. It is still a ways away. We'll do a storm track. You have time in El Reno, plenty of time. And it might go west of El Reno. Okay, and really, it might. We just want to give you some heads up here. Let's go to Brandon and get an update. And folks, that's the most traffic that highway's seen since last spring. And we're talking about severe weather. Brandon, there's your shot. It's up. It's clean. It looks good. Go ahead. Val had a brief tornado up and down, up and down, up and down. It did not condensate all the way to the ground, but we had a tornado on the ground. What do you think? What do you see now back to your northwest?
Okay, David. So, I mean, first and foremost, you can see in the shot right now before I turn the camera, you know, what we're dealing with. I'm doing like 15 miles an hour because there's so many people. But as we pan back to the left, you can see it's a really large wall cloud, and it's trying to actually consolidate into a firmer wall cloud from my perspective and become even lower. There's right now, from what I can tell, there's multiple areas of spin. So you know how this goes on a day like today when there's multiple areas. If they ever figure themselves out and become one localized area, we could have.
Val Castor, let's bring Val back in. Val, go ahead. Tornado looks like it's back on the ground again. Go ahead.
On the ground.
Yeah, go ahead.
That white funnel.
Go ahead.
You see the white funnel?
There it is.
Okay, it was on the ground. We have a ton of debris that we got dropped on, leaf debris and small twigs and stuff like that. This is the new wall cloud I was talking about. Yeah, the new wall cloud I was talking about. It's wrapping up very, very rapidly. And this is going to be about 2 or 3 miles straight southwest of Hinton. Man, if you live in Hinton right now, this whole thing is coming right towards you. And it was a very narrow funnel that came down and touched down and lifted more debris, and then it lifted up pretty quickly. So I don't see it on the ground right now. We might even be right under it. But this is the new wall cloud, and it's rotating strongly right above us right now, David. Okay, we got about a mile to our next road.
Okay. All right, we just lost Val again. Okay. Brandon's coming in from the south. Brandon, keep getting north. Okay, Jim's going to be here shortly. Jim's on the east side of this thing. All right, let's go back to Lynx 1. Justin, if he has anything, holler. Any one of those guys has anything at all again, let's get them on the air. Okay, so this is where the tornado is, and it's back here. It's still west of 281. Here's the Sugar Creek Casino.
Yep.
Here's Hinton, and it's going to be back to the west-southwest. Val's going to have to make his way north and then back east because the roads are so bad. And Brandon's trying to get north. Brandon, yeah, okay. Hey, Justin, get Hank busting west right now. Hi, yeah, get him going west. Okay, and what is Val saying? Let's go back to Val. Here's the developing. Here's the tornado. It's still west of Hinton. You folks in Hinton, safe spot, lowest level. You got to go now. Safe spot, lowest level. Let's go back to Val Castor. And Val is a tornado on the ground. Go ahead, take it, Val. Go ahead.
Yes. A narrow funnel on the ground. It touched down again about 2 miles southwest of Hinton. It's a very narrow funnel, but I'll tell you what, the rotation above it is so strong.
but not by much. Let's go to Brandon Pennell and get an update from Brandon. And Brandon, go ahead, give us an update. What do you think? What do you see right there? Boy, horrible traffic, and you're now caught in the rain on 281. Go ahead. There's no Hank.
Brandon.
Brandon.
Across 280. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so I think that the tornado is, if it's on the ground, obviously I'm in the rain and I'm stuck in traffic, it's probably trying to cross 281 right now. I just took an RFD surge on the south side straight out of the west. The winds were probably about 40 to 50, maybe even 60. We're coming into the south side of Hinton right now, and I mean, it's gridlock with the traffic, and visibility is hardly anything. The sirens are going off in Hinton, so we're gonna try to make it to I-40 as fast as we can, and then blast east to get back out in front of it. But you can see what we're dealing with. Back to you.
Okay. All right, Hank. Nice job. Excuse me, Brandon. Nice job. We're gonna get Hank a little closer here. Okay. Let's go back to radar here. Lynx 1. Here's the tornado again. It's going to be there's the Cherokee Trading Post. Here's Hinton. And here's Bob coming in, and let's get an update from Bob. We have his shot. He's on the back side. Well, I'll tell you what, he's too far back. Let's not mess with that right now. Brandon's coming in from the south. Val is back here, and then we have Hank on the northeast side from the Cherokee Trading Post, and Hank's going to start to move on in on this closely here. And let's go to Hank. We have his shot. Let's get an update from Hank as he looks back to the southwest. Hank, it's just barely to your southwest. There's your shot. Go ahead. I know it's hard to see in there. There's lots of water to look through. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we were at the Cherokee Trading Post, and we saw the multiple touchdowns that Val was reporting. And from my perspective, it was a white cone, and we could see it all the way to the ground a couple of times. We're going to move just a little bit further west over here. What's that to your north? We're moving just a little bit further west to get in just a little bit closer to it.
So the big storms continue again out in, now coming into Canadian County. Hank's right there. Hank's just about on top of this thing, and it's going to really almost run Hank over as he comes in from the southwest. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. So here's the circulation, and Bob's down here, and we have Hank coming in from the east. There's the hook, and this thing is, right now, it's produced weak tornadoes. They've been small. They haven't lasted very long, but nonetheless, we've had tornadoes. We've had several tornadoes, okay, as this thing continues to come in from the southwest. Moving northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. And again, this is going to come into western Canadian County. And let's kind of back that out just a bit and get a bigger view.
While you're doing that, it's going to cross I-40. The circulation is going to cross the interstate. And I know that a lot of times they'll kind of shut this down between the mile markers, but this is going to be between Highway 281, the split, and then back over to the Cherokee Trading Post.
Right.
Where it comes back.
Okay, let's go to Jim Gardner. Let's bring Jim Gardner in. And let's take Jim's shot, control room. And Jim, you need to if you can get just a little bit closer to that and zoom in. Let's see what you got there. And this thing has put down small tornadoes, Jim. They've been weak. They haven't been that strong, but nonetheless, we've had tornadoes. And go ahead, give us an update.
Well, that's right, David. This is a massive storm, and it's dropping a tremendous amount of rain, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning here. And also, I really can't see. I could see a lowering a minute ago, David, but I believe it's rain wrapped, and so we really can't get a visual on it, but it is definitely a deadly storm. We'll keep tracking it. We'll keep you updated. Jim Garner live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9. Back to you.
All right, Jim, just stay with it. Jim, just stay moving with it east-northeast as it heads up towards the Cherokee Trading Post and Calumet. So we'll have you covered on that. So Jim's up, and you can see his shot in the upper left there. And again, nothing crazy as far as a large tornado. That's not happened today with this. But look at the hook on this. So we have Hank right here. Hank's looking right at it. And we have Jim looking right at it. And that right there in Jim's shot is what I'm concerned about. Okay, he's going to get a little bit closer to that.
Hank has it on his shot too.
All right, let's go to Hank now and get an update from Hank. And Hank, what do you think? What's that thing doing? Is it on the ground? Give us an update as we look back right at that thing to your southwest. What is that doing right there, Hank? Go ahead.
So actually, you're looking just a hair east. I just came through the wrapping rain curtains, got hit with the RFD, let me move forward and get out of these trees here for a second. So I'm in the backside wraparound of the RFD right now, taking some quarter-size hail, not too bad. Pan to the right there. Okay, so right there is the circulation. So I'm in the wrapping rain curtains. My winds right now are from the west and southwest, and that's what's wrapping up right in front of it. So I don't see anything on the ground here, but there's definite circulation here. So it's right on I-40. So I'm at Methodist Road and I-40. It's crossing between me and the Cherokee Trading Post right now. It's on top of 40. So it's starting to push. It's like a RFD push. It's kind of lunging it east. So it very well may get to the Cherokee Trading Post. I'm going to keep moving east with it and try to bust out of this RFD wraparound. But when we hit the RFD or hit the wrapping rain curtains, we had about 70-mile-an-hour winds, and then it started throwing down, maybe not quite golf balls, but, bigger than quarter-size hail, and it's a hard hail. It tells me it's a strong mesocyclone. It's a strong updraft, because when the hail hits, you can tell that it's hard. So, like I say, we're moving back eastbound on it right now. It came right over the top of us, and then now it's lunging east and northeast. Really, maybe it's doing one of them recycles that it's been doing to Val, because it's just lunged a couple of miles east of me in the last 30 seconds that we've been talking. So I'm going to keep busting these. I'll be right back underneath it about the Cherokee Trading Post, David. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Great job there, Hank. And Hank's on I-40 eastbound. Circulation now crossing I-40. No tornado on the ground with that right now. It has produced some small, brief, weak tornadoes, several. Val's had live right here on News 9. Jim Gardner, he is up, and we're looking right at the wall cloud as it crosses I-40. And we will check back in with Jim here coming up in just a second. All right, let's do a storm track. And Cassie, do we have one of those set up?
Yes, on Links 3.
Okay, let's go to Links 3. And there's your storm track. We're looking at Calumet at about 438, Concho at 450, Kingfisher 511, Dover 523, Seward 543, and Crescent at about 543 as well. So once again, this is your timeline. Right now, this is El Reno. It's going to have to make a hard right turn, which that has not happened today with these storms that hit El Reno. So El Reno, you're out of it, right? El Reno, you're out of it. But if you live in Calumet or as far northeast as Okarche, and if you live west of Okarche, down to Concho, you need to be watching this. You're going to get wind, you're going to get hail. There's your hook. It's V-notched, right? And there's your screaming eagle, right? Looks like a bird flying, big eagle here, and your hook's right here. And that's the problem right here. That's the problem area that we're dealing with right now with the tornado. Again, it's not on the ground right now. Trackers reporting no tornado on the ground, and we're not looking at anything looking at radar data as far as seeing debris lofted. So that's a good thing. But nonetheless, this is it right here. And that's going to be racing northeast at 35 to, at times, 40 miles per hour. So it's moving fairly quickly. Okay, let's go back to, and Jim Gardner's shot. And I know he's making his way around, and we'll let him do that. When he gets turned back around, let me know. We will go to Jim, and we'll get Jim's shot back in here. And, okay, there's Jim Gardner's shot. Let's take it. Jim's right here, looking off to the northwest. And, Jim, there it is. Looking at the wall cloud in there. I don't see a tornado on the ground, but nonetheless, it's going to be, Jim, the circulation is now going to be north of the Cherokee Trading Post by about 2 miles. 2 miles north of the Cherokee Trading Post and getting stronger west of Calumet. Go ahead, Jim.
That's exactly right, David. That's exactly where we're setting, shooting back to the west there. And yes, it is just an ominous where you're starting to get some really heavy lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning. Like we heard from Hank, there's a tremendous amount of hail in this, heavy rains. And like I said, it gets rain wrapped in there, so you really can't see anything. But you're looking at that leading edge right there that was right is about 2 miles north of the Cherokee Trading Post, and we're in a good position. You can see it now just a little bit. Matt, go back to your right just a little, left a little bit, and zoom right in there. Right in there, you see the rain, and you can see that. Keep zooming in to your right of your screen. You can see that wall cloud hanging in there, David, just out of the rain there. You can see that wall
a look. And this is where the tornado is going to be now. This thing is moving to the northeast, and Hank's going to make his way back around and come in on the northeast side. And let's back out of this just a second. Let me see where the other trackers are to the northeast of this. And who do we have? Yeah, they've all gone into, okay. I just want to make sure. Oh, we have Marty coming in from the north. Yep. Marty needs to be headed to the south. And let's go back to Jim Gardner's shot. Let's go back to Jim Gardner's shot again, and I want to take a look at this. There it is. That's what I want to see. Jim Gardner, go ahead. All right, give me an update, Jim. You're hot again. Your shot looks much better, much brighter now. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, that's right, David. That's the scud and the cigar cloud trying to feed into this. Now, if we go back to the left a little bit, and you can see the lightning, David, we are starting to get a lot of lightning. There's the wall cloud. There's the rain. There's the wall cloud right in there. Underneath that feeder band is coming in right there. So again, this is a storm that's going to have a lot of hail, a lot of heavy rain, a tremendous amount of cloud to ground lightning, and possible a tornado that could drop right down in there. It's rain wrapped. We can't see it, but you want to be very careful with this. We'll keep you updated. Jim Gardner live from Bob Mills, Scudder's 9. Back to you.
All right, Jim. So once again, Jim's looking at the front lip. That's the wall cloud right there, Jim. That's your wall cloud. So let's just keep going northeast with that. It's going to go right over and, well, actually west of Calumet. It's going right just west of Calumet at this moment. But this is the area that we're watching for these little tags to come into play, right? So Jim's just going to keep sliding north with it. Jim's right there looking right at it. And here come the skids coming around. And he's going to make a spin. And pretty cool to watch, huh? I know, right? Who would do that, right? Flying a tornado? But Jim's been doing it for so long. So these are the areas back here that we need to keep an eye on. And this looks like it's trying to get a little bit better organized here. All right, right over watching for these little tags, which is on 270. Strong circulation. Jim's looking due west. Let me look at his shot here. Newkirk. Okay, he's looking due west. Vaughn did not see any major damage in Newkirk, but it's just north of, yeah. Okay, it's going to be right back in here. It could be a little farther to the right, but well, then here comes all your wind and your hail. Okay, let's go back to reflectivity. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Let me see. Turn on, boy, the VOSI data is coming up.
Yeah, I was trying to get the streets there. That's Walbaum Road.
Yep, Walbaum Road and 270. That's where the circulation, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's a beware, a bounded weak echo region.
Wow.
Where you get circulation. So there's literally a hole in the precip.
Yeah.
And if you look at shear rate, it's right there too.
So everything lines up. It's going to try to produce a tornado. Tornado warning continues. And this is going to be not Oklahoma City downtown. This is west of the metro, but not by much. And it's right over the small little farm community of Carnes, which is on 270. Not much there, but there are a few people. We get it. And that's going to be making its way to the northeast. All right, so here's the Okarche Grain and Feed, which is west of Okarche. And once again, racing northeast. Marty Logan's coming in from the north, and Jim Gardner has it live from the air. Let's go to Jim Gardner. Let's go back to Jim, and let's see if we can see the tornado on the ground. I don't see it in his shot. Jim, you're looking right at it. You got time. You're bringing it around. Go ahead. And Jim, you have your rain and your hail on the left, and the tornado is going to be on the right. It's going to be on the right side of your shot there if it develops, okay? It's going to be right,
That's
Jim.
Right.
Hey, Jim, real quick, the tornado is right. It's going to be right over Highway 270. Let me start that over again. It's going to be right over Highway 270 is where the circulation is. Go ahead.
Right, David. We're almost right over the top of 270 here, so it's right in there. I haven't seen anything on the ground yet. Go back to the left just a little bit. So I believe it's going to be, David, I believe it's going to be rain wrapped. I believe we're not going to be able to see it if it comes down, but it's what you're looking at here. Let me get rid of some of this here. But what you're looking at is I'm right over 270 right now, shooting back to the west, and you can see that heavy rain. And you can also see that right in front there, David. That is starting to kind of wrap up right at the edge of that rain curtain there. But like I said, I'm sitting right over the top of 270, shooting back to the west, and you're looking at it live here. So if anything happens, we'll have a really good picture of it. But again, the lightning is tremendous out of this, and the hail and the rain. Keep you updated. Jim Gardner live with Bob Mills, Scudder's 9. Back to you.
Yeah, hey, Jim, here's the deal. The rain is wrapping around that. So that's exactly what's going on. This is going to be a hidden tornado. It's going to be right back in here. You're not going to be able to see it. Now, earlier, when it was first developing, we could see it. We could see the little tiny vortices, and you could see the little condensate, and it was weak. It wasn't very strong at all, but it was up, it was down, it was up, it was down. And then this. So this is pulling back into it. This is a feeder band. Back in the day, we called this a cigar cloud. And sometimes these are kind of ragged. Sometimes they're very smooth. This is coming in from the northeast to the southwest. And the tornado is going to be right here, now wrapped in rain. And see this right here? See that? That is wrapping around the tornadoes right here. But it's wrapped in rain. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see it. All right, let's go to Lynx 1, and let me show you this. Okay, hang on a second here. Hey, Justin. Justin, those guys cannot go west on 270. They got to bust east. They got to get off 270. They got to get east. They're going to do north. Well, they can't. The road. There's no roads. You got to get east. You got to get east. There's no roads. The river. The river. All right, let's go to Jim Gardner. Let's take Jim's shot and bring him in. And Jim, there's your shot. And this whole thing is spinning into it. It's all going back to where the rain is right now. Now, Jim, the rain can clear out. If the rain clears out, we'll be able to see the rotation, but we still think it's back in here, Jim, to the left of the wind field, of the wind turbines, of the wind farm. We think it's back in there. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's right, David. Yeah, you're seeing the turbines, right, wind turbines right there. And like I said, this still has a mean Peter cloud going into it. And like I said, the rain appears to be getting smaller. The wraps, it's not near as broad. I got you inside there. It's not as broad, but there's still a lot of cloud to ground lightning, a lot of rain with this, and you can see the lightning popping off in there, a lot of hail with it. But it's got to be somewhere. If it's on there, David, boy, that was a big one. It's got to be right there somewhere in that rain. And as we pull back a little bit, let's pull back, Matt, and go to your right, and go to your right. And I want to show you this feeder band feeding into that, David. It's just huge. And it goes all the way across there and it's drawn back into where the tornado is. So we'll keep tracking it, keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9, back to you.
Okay. All right, nice job, Jim. Stay with it as we continue to track this tornado warning now out in Canadian County, which will move into Kingfisher County. Jim's just going to keep sliding off to the north with this one storm. And that's exactly what we're doing here. The tornado is going to be back in here right now. If we lose some of the rain, we'll be able to see it, or at least the lowering, but right now it continues to move off to the northeast, and the tornado is going to be back in here. This is the backside of the mesocyclone. It's right here.
And Hank's going due north into it right now on his shot.
Okay.
North of Calumet.
Okay. All right. Let me see. All right. Okay. We'll go back to Hank. And does his road go through?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Hank. Let's bring Hank back in. And Hank, you're looking up into it right now. I tell you what, Hank, it's been hard to see the last hour or so. It's been wrapped in rain a little bit off and on, and for the last 20 minutes or so, it's been all wrapped in rain. Go ahead.
Yeah, David. So I'm about a mile or 2 miles south of the actual couplet. I'm right in the towards portion of the couplet, so I'm kind of in the wrap. You can see right in front of me, right over the road, that lowering. That is the wall cloud. That is the circulation. This is the south side of the wall cloud. Oh my gosh. Cars everywhere out here. I'm sorry. The chaser convergence is tough. I don't see a tornado on the ground. I do see, it looks like it's moving right over the highway that I'm on, or the road that I'm on. I came straight north out of Calumet, whatever that road is. Calumet Road. Okay. So it's moving right over Calumet Road right now. But I do not see anything on the ground. I can see the circulation. I don't see anything really wrapped up super tight. Now, here on the left side, right here almost above me, I've got really strong rising motion. So, maybe it's still getting its act together. I don't think there's a rain-wrapped tornado at the moment because I'm underneath this wall cloud, and then I can see the rain core. So, and I don't see any wrapping rain curtains at the moment. So I don't think there's a rain-wrapped tornado at the moment. If there is, it's got to be less than a mile away from me, right over the wind farm there. So I zoom in just a little bit. I see a lowering, but I really don't see. I don't see anything that's screaming tornado to me at the moment. Now, that doesn't mean that we're underneath the plate. It's a stacked plate. It's a carousel. It's spinning like a top. It's a very large wall cloud with multiple areas of motion and spin in it. So don't think we don't need to take this serious, but just at the moment, I don't see a tornado on the ground at the moment. However, when I look at that velocity couplet on radar, my goodness, it's wrapped up in here. So we're going to keep pressing it, and we're going to try to get right in the cage. I guess we're going to have to get in the wrapping rain curtain if we're going to see this tornado. And so right here to the right, you can see this is the left edge of the vault right there. So we're a half a mile from it right now. I'm sorry. Second. Yeah, I'm taking westerlies at probably 60 or 70. So I'm right in the edge of the wrap. I don't see it on the ground, but I do to my this is good East Road. I do see wrapping rain curtains to my east. I'm going to go one more. I'm going to go one more, and then I'm going to go. Okay, I want to get a little closer to it. Sorry, me and Patty are having to navigate there. So poor gal, she has a tough job trying to keep me in line. So anyway, right here to my right, this is the circulation. What is that right there, Patty? Is that just a rain shaft, or is that? So right here on the right side by this, if you look through that windmill, I do see a little darker area. It could be a wispy, kind of looking like a land spout, or it's a rain shaft. I can't judge. But the wrapping rain in the edge of the wrapping rain curtains right now. So it's just to my east. It's past Calumet Road. It's probably 2 miles east of Calumet Road, and I don't know, what are we, 6 or 7 north of Calumet? It's headed towards Okarche. I just came across some tree debris. So there's some tree debris here in the road. So it's a broken tree. So if it wasn't spinning down right here, there was some heavy winds that broke some trees. Say again? East Road's coming up. So this is headed towards Okarche. If you look in the big picture, it may go just to the northwest of Okarche, and then Kingfisher is in line. So Calumet, you're out of the danger of it. We're north and we're east, and it's moving at a pretty good clip. I haven't stopped. I'm doing 70, and I'm staying right in the edge of the wrap. So that tells you how fast this thing's moving. It's probably moving 50 or 60 at least. So back to you, David.
All right. Nice job, Hank. So, yeah, it's moving at least 50. Now, it's going to go west of Okarche. Hank was right. It's going to go west of Okarche, but not by much, but enough, and it has weakened in the last 10 minutes or so. Let's go to Lynx 1, and let me show you. Look how tight. Look at the colors here. The bright reds, the bright greens, and look how they become dimmer. Those are wind speeds. Those are velocity wind speeds in here, right? And notice how when they come out of Canadian County, notice how they get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and dimmer. Still a dangerous storm, still producing large hail, damaging winds. Tornado warning continues, but the trend is down, not up. Trend is up, we have problems. Trend is down, that's better. And there's some good news. It's still tornado warned, as it should be. It's going to race northeast, cross Highway 81. Let's kind of back out of this just a bit here. Let's kind of get our bearing straight. And on Lynx 1, and it's going to go pretty close to, the storm, it's coming into Kingfisher right now with rain in Kingfisher, but the tornado itself, let's take a look at this again, and then we're going to go back to Jim Gardner. Look at the Jim shot. It's incredible. Look at the plates. Zoom back in here and go back to velocity data here. So here's all your wind and your hail, all your hail up here. There's the couplet, and that's going to go pretty much to Kingfisher. So Kingfisher, prepare. Think about your safe spot. The circulation, I think it weakened a little bit, and now it's trying to come back. All right, so let's go to Jim Gardner. Let's bring Jim in. Jim, the circulation is about, 15, 16, 17 miles southwest of Kingfisher, Jim. It's going to go right over Kingfisher. The circulation is, and it's getting stronger as it makes its way towards Kingfisher. Kingfisher is in the line of fire. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's right, David. Right now I'm just northwest of Okarche, probably about 2 miles to the northwest of Okarche, tracking to the northeast here. And for a minute there, it was kind of weakening, David. And as we know with these storms, they always pulsate. They always get weak, and then they'll come back, sometimes even stronger. So, yes, it is headed right for Kingfisher. We are tracking it. The rain curtain, if you go back to your left, Matt, go back to your left. Keep going. There you go. You can see the back end of that right there, and then come back to your right, Matt. And you will see that the rain curtain is not as heavy as it was. So the rain's kind of lightened up. The cloud-to-ground lightning's kind of lightened up here, but I do believe that it's just waiting to recirculate, David. And like I said, it's right in line with Kingfisher. We'll keep you updated. Jim Gardner reporting live from Bob Bell's Got His 9. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job, Jim. Jim, just keep going northeast. Just keep riding it up the pike here, right towards Kingfisher. That is the mesocyclone. And when you see something like that, you're thinking, oh, that doesn't look right. You're right. That's a little bit different. The right side of this and the left side of this is a big cylinder in the sky that is lifting and spinning, right? And this is where, if it's going to produce a tornado, it's going to be here. This area was stronger, it's weakened, and now it's ramping back up as it takes a beeline towards Kingfisher.
10 minutes to Kingfisher.
And look at that update. You drew that, and look how fast it's already.
Yeah. So at that point, it was 10 minutes. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
So now, and we'll get a storm track on that too. With that, okay, wow. So has it come down? Did it go down a little bit? Let's go back to links 1. Farm Road, we'll say East Road 840 and North-South Road 279.
Yep.
Right here. 840, 279. Right here. And it's a little bit dirty, has some rain around it. It's not clean and hanging out. It's a little more visible than what it was, but it's not as clean as what it was either. Okay, so Marty's coming in from the north, and okay, Marty's going to be in Kingfisher. That tightened up.
Yeah, you could tell it was really stretched out. It got to be much more localized.
Yeah,
for sure. Not really fast speeds.
No.
Not finding anything.
No.
I would say it's a a strong tornado.
No. What anything in debris?
Let me see.
Probably not.
Nope.
Nope. It's clean. Okay. If there was something in debris, we would see possibly some yellows going to blues, which would show that we have everything and anything but hail and rain being aloft, being several thousand feet up, 10, 20, 30,000 feet up. But here it is now. This is Kingfisher. And again, the circulation is right here. See how it's kind of in the rain? It's right on the edge of the heavy, heavy rain. So it's going to be hard to see for sure. Okay, I still see Jim shot. He's looking right at it again. I don't see it on the ground. Velocity data says it's still rotating strong. This is going to be just a few miles southwest of Kingfisher. Right here. This is where the tornado, if it is on the ground, it would be right there. And that is 6.9 miles from Kingfisher. 6.9 miles from Kingfisher. As it moves northeast at nearly 50. You guys have it at 50?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. It is really, really hauling. All right, so tornado warning continues for Kingfisher County. And this is going to be 6.9 miles southwest of Kingfisher. And there's where now it's just updated here. Radar continues to update. And it's weakened slightly now. What's velocity data look like now?
Let's see.
Still there. There's the possible tornado. But if it were to produce a tornado, or if it is on the ground right now, it's not that strong. It's a lower end, weaker tornado. Okay? It's right here. See, it's in the rain. It's hard to see.
Yeah,
all right.
There's no well-defined hook with it like we had earlier when it was down near Hinton.
Oh, gosh, no, not even. Not even close. Okay?
I mean, the storm southwest is continuing to be severe near Cache, coming up from the southwest, and there's storms lined up now down to Seymour, Texas.
Yeah, and that's what we were looking at. Some of the model data was trying to hint would come up into the metro, but does it still do that?
It's still, the data still brings it up, yes.
It's pretty far east.
Yep. Right now, the storm coming up through Cache has the potential to make the metro much later.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. A couple of showers near Gracemont, not a big deal. This is another supercell down here. This did produce a tornado in Texas, but it's not tornadic right now in Oklahoma. It's still producing damaging wind and hail, and it's going to go right over Cache. Right, there's your hook. There's your hook back here, but it's not as strong as what it was, not as impressive. But that's going to ride to the northeast over Cache. Jeremy's coming in from the northeast, and he'll take a closer look at this. He'll be there shortly. It's coming right in on top of him. All right, so let's come back north to the metro. Okay. And what about, also we need to check
Right now, the storm coming up through Cache has the potential to make the metro much later.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. A couple showers near Gracemont, not a big deal. This is another supercell down here. This did produce a tornado in Texas, but it's not tornadic right now in Oklahoma. It's still producing damaging wind and hail, and it's going to go right over Cache. Right, there's your hook. There's your hook back here, but it's not as strong as what it was, not as impressive. But that's going to ride to the northeast over Cache. Jeremy's coming in from the northeast, and he'll take a closer look at this. He'll be there shortly. It's coming right in on top of him. All right, so let's come back north to the metro.
Okay.
And what about, also we need to check.
Right now,
We need to check. Right.
Right now, the storm coming up through Right now, the storm coming up through Cache has the potential to make the metro much later.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. A couple showers near Gracemont, not a big deal. This is another supercell down here. This did produce a tornado in Texas, but it's not tornadic right now in Oklahoma. It's still, we need to check.
Right now, metro much later.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. A couple showers near Gracemont, not a big deal. This is another
Producing so much rain. Metro much later.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. A couple showers near Gracemont, not a big deal. This is another supercell down here. This did produce a tornado in Texas, but it's not tornadic right now.
Metro much later.
Yeah.
Metro much later.
Yeah.
Metro much later. Metro much later.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. A couple of showers near Gracemont, not a big deal. This is another supercell down here. This did produce a tornado in Texas, but it's not tornadic right now in Oklahoma. It's still producing damaging wind and hail, and it's going to go right over Cache. Right, there's your hook. There's your hook back here, but it's not as strong as what it was, not as impressive. But that's going to ride to the northeast over Cache. Jeremy's coming in from the northeast.
So much rain. Metro much later.
Community of Etna, it's going to cross.
Metro much later.
Tonkawa, Hunter. Lots of heavy rain in here. Nickel and dime. Yeah, there's damage there.
A heavy rain curtain straight west of me. Let's see if it's rotating, see what we've got. No, I mean, it's just rain curtain. If there's something in it, it would be right down this road. Down.
Tonkawa, Hunter.
What?
Lots of heavy rain in here. Nickel and dime.
Hold on, David, we're taking another look.
Okay. Okay.
Is it right there behind the tree? Okay. This is going to be north of Kingfisher, northwest. Right over the barn.
Wow, okay. That's
so the solid rain curtain back over here to my west. You're looking north. Oh, here we go with the rain. Probably some hail coming in.
Shot. So that's the area of circulation. It was not on the ground in that shot. And let's go back to Lynx 1 and look at the shear. It's right here. There's your inflow notch. It's right here.
Yeah, right over
Justin, we're hung up by the river. I mean, we...
Yeah, hang on. Justin, did you cut him? Okay. It's going to go right over. This is going to cross 81 and keep going off to the northeast. Okay, I'm just checking. The whole storm is going to Dover, right? Dover, you're going to get it. You're going to get some wind and some hail in Dover. But this is going to cross the Cimarron River north of Kingfisher. And there's a bend right here. And the circulation is going to go south of the bend, but barely. Big hail on the bend south of Dover, the Dover Bend. But right here, this is the circulation that's going to go just south of the bend. Right here. Okay? but the circulation is not as strong. See, the colors aren't as bright. What shear rate look like? See how we're losing the reds that we had earlier? That's even come down. And we're not looking for debris right now. We're just seeing if this thing's going to hang on a little bit longer. Let's go to Jim Gardner's shot. And he's about right here. Let's go to Jim Gardner. We'll bring his shot in. And Jim, it just went on the northwest side of Kingfisher. A little bit of circulation from Marty Logan on the ground. And again, it has weakened some, but there is still a mesocyclone right there. You're looking right at it. Give us an update. And wow, it is spinning, but it has slowed down some. Go ahead.
Well, that's right, David, it has. You can see Kingfisher just off to the left of your screen there, right on the edge, and then at the leading edge, we go back to the right a little bit. As we keep going, you can see it kind of right there. We were watching that a minute. I thought we had wrapping rain or something on the ground. It was very low, but as he zooms in here, just keep zooming in, Matt. And you can see it is very low to the ground, David. We had wrapping rain there for a second. But again, along this whole line here, like I said, it is weakening a little bit, but the cloud-to-ground lightning has really come up here in the past few minutes. So again, we're just going to keep tracking it, David. It is past Kingfisher. We'll just keep tracking it, keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9, back to you.
All right, Jim. Hey, Jim, there's a lot of condensate in here that's just above the ground, so keep watching for maybe some power flashes in that. It's going to be right here. That's trying to localize. There might be some power flashes in here if this thing tries to spin up. So Jim Gardner's right there, and he's looking right at it. It's right here. He's trying to. This is coming around. This is trying to come back in from the right. It's got a little bit of a tilt to it. That's trying to come back in. It's trying something right in here, and he's kind of panning down the line here. So Kingfisher, you are now in the clear. It is now north of you, and Marty's making his way back north, and then he'll make his way back east. Marty Logan's on the ground. He's right in the thick of this.
It does look like on reflectivity, the hook is more defined again.
Yeah.
And the rotation is more centralized, as you were saying.
And it's also it's not quite so rain wrapped.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a little bit farther east, and it's hanging out a little bit more. Marty was starting to show us signs of that, and that continues. So there's your hook. This is the inflow, what we call an inflow notch. Everything, the warm, moist air is flowing into this. That is basically the mouth of this supercell. This is where a lot of the moisture is being fed and pulled in to the storm. And there's a cylinder right above and just north of Marty, right in here, there's a cylinder in the sky of just air that's rotating and lifting. And that's going to be right in here. And it's a low area of low pressure, right? It's right here. And it's just now pretty close to Highway 81. Okay. So 2 miles now north of Kingfisher, moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So it's definitely hauling. Okay, and it weakened a little bit. It was stronger, obviously. This is the same storm that produced some weaker tornadoes back to the southwest. And by the way, we need to, if we can, get some of that video flipped and turned. Control room, if you guys can hear me. Okay, so this continues. Talking about valve stuff from earlier. Okay, so Kingfisher, you're out of this. You're going to get the rest of this storm. And we need to watch this back here and see what's going on back in here. We might get a developing, again, circulation back here we need to watch. This is kind of part of this whole storm, but it's not, if you will. There's nothing, tried. Kind of did a little bit of a hibbity-hobbity right there, but didn't do it. Okay. All right, so the tornado warning does continue for now, and we'll see what happens here. The whole line is for sure severe, wind and hail, damaging winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour, maybe 70, but 60 is a pretty good bet. Big hail now on and just south of Dover,
Marty does have that lowering.
Crossing 81. Okay, let's go back to Marty, and he's on the ground. There's his shot now. I see Marty. He is right there, looking right at it. Nice job, Marty. I know it's a hard chase day. You're looking right at it. There it is. There's an area of circulation. What do you think? Go ahead, take a look.
Yeah, something in there is halfway to the ground, but as far as rotation, but you're seeing the back of the storm, that a lot of heavy rain is now moving in north of Kingfisher, and right there on the ground. Look on the ground with the camera. Widen out your shot. I mean, that whole cloud is sitting on the ground right up there now. I can't tell you what it's doing, but it's sitting on the ground. It's going to be east-northeast of Kingfisher, east-northeast of Kingfisher. And we'll just have to wait till I can get up here and make the turn because it's racing northeast quickly. It's hard to stay up with. So let me get up here and take another look. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job, Marty and Kyle. Okay, let's go to Jim Gardner here. Let's take Jim's shot. And so this is Marty right here on the, again, rotating thunderstorm, supercell, tornado warning. Now there it is from Jim Gardner. And Jim, on the north side of the big wall of rain, what do you see? What do you see on the north side where it's a little bit clear back in there? What do you see back on that north side? Go ahead, give us an update from Jim Gardner and Bob Mills Sky News 9. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's right, David. We've been watching that, and you can see that rain curtain has intensified since our last shot that we had up. The rain is really intensified again, and the hail. You can see the hail coming out of that rain. But again, we were watching right up north of that, David. There was a bell just for a minute, and then it kind of ragged out. But then the rain overtook it. So this is just hauling to the north. I mean, it is just hauling to the north. But again, the cloud and ground lightning has really intensified, and you can see the rain starting to even get more prominent out in front. So if there is something, David, it's probably going to be rain wrapped if it's down in there and stuff. But it is moving very, very rapidly. It is not a storm to mess with. We'll keep tracking it, keep you updated. Jim Garber live from Bob Mills Sky News 9. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job there, Jim. Looking at it, looking at the area that we're talking about right now. And this thing has kind of gone up, it's gone down, it's gone up. Now, this is the same storm that did produce tornadoes earlier down to our southwest, but Jim's shot here. A little bit of rain falling, obviously, lots of heavy rain and hail back in here. And this thing's kind of messy. It's not like just super clean cut on what's going on here. We're looking at radar, we can easily tell, but when you're looking at it like this, it's like, well, hang on a second. Because right back in here is where the bowl is wrapping around, and boy, it's tucked in too. Yeah, boy, it's really tucked in. Look at the inflow notch on Lynx 1. Let's go back to that and take a look. And wow, this is what I'm talking about right here.
Crossing the river.
Yeah, crossing the river right now. And circulation is right here. Jim Gardner is right here. And hang on, I'm looking at Jim's shot again. Yeah, that looks interesting. Jim's shot. I'm just keeping an eye on that. Looking for any little, you'll see, the way things have gone today, we've had these tiny little wispy tornadoes that have come down. There it is, crossing the river. What a great shot. Let's take that full screen, control room. Jim's shot as it's crossing the river. Look at that. Look at the wind blowing on the river here. Jim, give us an update. What an incredible shot there from Jim Gardner of the rain wrapping in. I don't see a tornado in there, which is good. Circulation is a little bit weaker, Jim. Go ahead, give us an update as we look back into that together. Go ahead.
Well, that's right, David. It is just crossing the river. It's a pretty cool shot. You can see the wind off the river, how fast and how much wind is involved with that. Now, if we go to the right just a little bit, go to the right just a little bit. We just had a spin up, David. Right in there. Right in there, there was just a little quick spin up that came off that right there. It's right in front of the rain. The rain's trying to catch up with it. But right there, it's getting very interesting, David. And like I said, it's out in front of the rain, and so we're tracking it. The cloud to ground lightning is really intensifying, but that is something to watch right there, David.
Jim, hang on a second here. Hang on a second. What's going on right to the right, on the right side? What's right here, Jim? What's this?
Right there.
Right there.
Yeah, go ahead and zoom in.
Yeah, take it a little bit tighter.
See if you see anything.
I don't see anything, but man, that really changed quickly.
That did, David. It's really changing really fast here. Okay, you can come back.
Yeah, back out just a bit. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, stop right here. Stop, let me look right here. Let me look at this. Okay, all right. This is coming in from the, yeah. Look how fast that's evolving. All right, and Marty's making his way east, so Marty's going to be back in here. Let's keep an eye on this just for a second.
A little bit to your right.
All right.
To your right.
The hail core is getting bigger.
Yes.
It's ramping up. Hang on, this might try to do something right here. This might try to do something right here. This is coming around. This is coming in from the north. The mesocyclone is above me, straight up. And this is getting lower and lower and lower. Let's go back to Jim Gardner. Let's bring him in. And Jim.
There it is.
There it is. Tornado on the ground. It's a weak, very weak tornado. Well, hang on.
That's dissipating now.
Hang on. Okay, here's the deal. We're saturated. That's going to be condensate coming out of the trees. That's not going to be a tornado.
It's rising.
It's just rising. It's not going to be a tornado because it's not spinning. But this area, this is going to produce a tornado because the pressures are lowering. This is happening live. The pressures are lowering, and as the pressures lower, we start to take the wall cloud itself, and it gets lower and lower and lower. Right back in here. This right here. See the movement of this? See how there's lots of movement going on? Okay, this is going to be just south and east of Dover. This is in Kingfisher County. And that condensate, if you were on the ground walking around, you would have had condensate coming out of the trees around you like, what's happening? And sometimes we call that like a scud bomb back in the day. Pressure's lower. They get so low that we get condensate that goes all the way to the ground, and you get that. So this whole thing is spinning. You don't believe me, just look at it.
Yeah, Marty's got a great shot. Same shot from the ground.
Okay.
He's right there looking at it.
Let's take Marty Logan's shot. And Marty, what do you think? How fast is the rotation now? Go ahead, take it.
Okay, we got rain curtains moving from south to north into this thing. I believe we're trying to tighten up a little bit. I'm looking up. Yeah, we are. I mean, we're sitting underneath.
Lines, these segments here. But tornado warning for that storm right there. And there's a circulation. And it's going to come right into town. Okay, let's come back to the southwest. What's the storm in southwest Oklahoma look like near Jeremy? God, look at the hooks in Texas right now.
I know. So those storms are.
You're not.
Moving more east.
You're not hot. You got me? Go ahead. What were you saying?
The storms in Texas are moving more easterly at the moment is what they're moving to the north. They definitely are, but the whole line, you see it? It's starting to get a bit of an easterly shove. So we'll see how far up they make it. The latest data brings all of that all the way up I-44. But we'll see. The trends aren't going that way at the moment.
We're nowcasting.
Yeah, exactly.
Which means the model data is what it is, but it's not matching up with what's happening. So welcome to our world, right? Yeah, there's a lot down here, but I don't know if that's going to, we'll see. And like she said, the data brings it right up I-44, and it's done that for several days, but Well, it's going to be close. We'll see what happens here. It could really put it on and start to make that lunge as the wave starts to come out. Okay, so supercell down here, to me, it's shrinking. It still has a hail core with it over just west of Mount Scott. And let's see what it looks like. Take it back here. Yeah. It's a little bit weaker, west of Mount Scott. And it's not tornadic. It is a supercell, but it's just severe. And Tom's down there, and so is Jeremy, looking right at it. And we'll see what this does. Some of the data continues to say this ramps up, but right now it's not going that way. It's going the opposite way. Okay, let's come back to central Oklahoma now. I want to point out, now these storms down here are big. And hey, Justin, we need to get either Jeremy or Tom.
So there's basically 2 communities involved in that. Otherwise, it's just really not too much. It's kind of wide open prairie and rangeland and ranchland up in northwestern Osage County. But we do have a tornado warning here. And so this is for a storm that is built back from the southwest a little bit. And the circulation feature associated with that is pretty much around the Shidler area. And then that extends back to it's going to be moving to the north and east. We'll talk to Station in a minute about it. This tornado warning will be going on for about another 35 to 40 minutes. Quite a bit of wind associated with this, a lot of shear as we call it, because this is wrapped up and getting going. And so if you are in this area around Shidler to 4 Acre, Granola area, this is where the winds will be in excess of 70 miles an hour and a possible tornado. We haven't been able to confirm a tornado. It's rain wrapped if it is. We just got off on the 2-way from Vaughn, and he was saying everything that they've chased, Brandon said the same thing, everything they're chasing right now and looking at, you're not going to be able to really see because it's just wrapped in rain. We call these high precipitation events where there's so much moisture that you just can't see anything other than clouds. And so that's what makes it very difficult. So the latest now is with strong damaging wind potential all the way up to Granola area. And this is in northwestern Osage County. This is one of those storms that came over Kyle Reservoir. And so that's the situation there. Let's go ahead and talk to Stacia, find out more about Storm Track. Stacia.
Yes, Trav. And the 2-way, I think you mean the cell phone earlier. You said the 2-way. Anyway, so let's get started here. The track will take it across northern parts of Osage County, the northwestern corner from 4 Acre, and that will extend over into, again, the Elgin to maybe the Big Heart area. So this is the latest track here. 4 Acre at 524, Blackland at 530, Elgin at 547. And so this storm, again, across the northern parts of Osage County, the tornado warning, that will go until 6 o'clock. And again, the storm right now from Shidler up to the north towards Granola, tracking through 4 Acre and Blackland over to for folks that really need to pay attention, Elgin, Big Heart, Bollinger Landing, Hickory Hill, Oak Ridge, and Hula Lake. Trav?
All right. Well, 2-way. It was a 2-way communication. That's what I was saying. I was communicating back and forth, so that's 2 ways. That's, yeah, I'm not showing my age at all. Anyway, that is, again, a tornado warning for northwestern Osage County. So, again, and Stacia mentioned multiple locations, but a lot of ranch land up in this area. Ron is watching this from the south. He's been between Fairfax, Burbank, and Ralston area, been kind of tracking to see what's going on. Roads are very difficult up in this area, but if you live just north of this, around the Chautauqua area, we have the Cedarvale storm pretty much, or this is part of another storm system Cedarvale's having to endure. And we have flood warnings across the areas out in north central Oklahoma. These storms are like just staying there. Of course, we were just talking about it'd be nice if they just would move on through and get on out of here, but they're just sitting, and so there's a lot of flooding going on up in this area. We've had a tornado warning for quite a while, then it kind of ended around Kingfisher. Now we've seen it going back in as we've gone down, and now that's crossing, looks like it's going to hit 35, maybe near Perry. Vaughn is just watching that cell. He's watching what's up to the north of him, and then Ron's watching what's up to the north there. Brandon's at Stillwater at this moment and just kind of keeping an eye on what's going on. Again, we mentioned Stillwater has a whole bunch of things going on today. It's Family Day. They have the, I think it's a sing-along. Alan will have to help me remember, but I think it's a sing-along or something. It's a big event that goes on at Gallagher-Iba, and they canceled that for today or this afternoon into the evening, and they're going to move that to tomorrow just because of safety concerns of having so many people in a bigger structure. So again, that's what we're watching there. Amounts of rainfall. Stacia's putting this out for us. Check this out. Blackwell at near 5 inches. Radar estimated 5 inches of rain this really today. And so these guys haven't had a whole lot of rain in the last 3 months. I think something was like 3 3 inches or something like that for the last 3 months. Is like getting ridiculously bad from near Ponca City back to the west. Drought was just picking up, and we're like, it's April for Pete's sakes. Usually we're talking about flooding and it's got to stop raining. Well, for them now, all of a sudden they're going to say, well, maybe it should stop raining because they're in a bit of trouble right there. So there's some flash flooding going on with that. Vaughn's getting out that sharp difference too between way too much rain and no rain. Tornado warning continues in effect in this area of northwestern Osage County. And then as well, there are other storms that are firing up down to our south and to our west. And so we don't have anything going on in Tulsa right now, but down south and west, we have these cells that are coming up out of Wichita Falls, Texas. This is part of that whole line of storms that we're talking about. They'll be with us as we go through tonight. There's expected to be a fill-in of some development as we get into Oklahoma City, and then that's going to continue as well as it comes into Tulsa. You see all of our storm trackers just scattered all over, because this is one of those afternoon, evening time periods where we're just multiple severe thunderstorms will eventually develop, and then we'll have a line of severe thunderstorms, and in that there is a potential for some spin-ups along the leading edge of that. So that's what we're going to be watching tonight, and then embedded circulations, as we call it. So those are the things that are going to be the roughest on us as we go through the overnight time period. Still looks like maybe a few thunderstorms could occur. We had some new data come in a little bit ago where thunderstorms might try to get into the Tulsa area, maybe around about 8 o'clock tonight. So that's a little bit earlier. We're talking more toward midnight. Right now, though, our primary focus will continue to be up to the north and to the west with this tornado warning that continues in effect for this area. So this is down right around the 4-acre area and moving to the northeast. Debris signatures showing up, and so that means a tornado is quite possible right here, because this is more than likely a tornado if that debris signature held. And so that's what we're looking for. And was that out of Wichita or Tulsa? That's Tulsa. So, okay, we can look at Wichita's as well. And is Ron where he can see that?
In about 30 seconds, he's going to have a good shot for you.
He will? Okay, so Ron, okay. Ron is just, you can see Ron right down here below our control. So he is looking at this. So this is a tornado here right now. So this moving in, if you're near Fork area, you need to cover. This whole area has strong damaging winds, but circulation should be right in here. So this is what we anticipate. This is INX, or is this? That's Wichita. That's ICT, okay. So if we're looking at it, so this would be it right in here. So it's right around 4 acre. So if you're in 4 acre, you're watching us, you need to take cover. You need to be in cover right now, because that's right on top of you. Because this is going to be, this is a dated product just slightly by a minute or two. And so we want you to be aware. So there's the strong circulation feature right in here. And again, we saw that debris signature briefly. And when you see that, it's a little gray thing, kind of a gray circular thing. When you see that, that means that there's some objects that are basically in the radar that the radar doesn't know, and usually it is debris. And so that's why we're very concerned about what's going on there. So that's passed through the Webb City area, now over to the 4 acre area. Is Ron now, that's past 30 seconds. Is he seeing anything at all?
Video is being worked on at the moment.
It is? Okay, we got a little jumpy stuff going on. Yeah. And it's a rough cell coverage, so but it'd sure be nice if we could get to see something there. And so let's do a quick storm track again, Stacia, if you could, for the folks that are up in this area, just to be on the safe side. Again, a lot of ranch land up into this area as well.
A lot of ranch land, but like you mentioned, Trav, folks in 4 acre do need to find that safe spot, the centermost part of your home, lowest level. Just get away from windows and doors. This will be headed over towards Big Heart and Bollinger and Elgin across northern parts of Osage County. Timing for this is Elgin at 5:50, along with Big Heart around 5:51, Hurd and Bollinger at 5:52. Those in Caney and Copan also pay attention. I know Elgin and Big Heart, you're not included in the tornado warning, but we have to watch this closely. And if it continues to the east northeast, well, then you probably will be under a tornado warning soon. So again, we're going to watch it from 4 acre off to the east northeast at about 40-45 miles per hour.
All right, and we saw debris. There's our debris signature. And so again, radar's picking up what is not rain. And so there's something else going on. So this is now moved, and it's just near the 4 acre area to Granola. So if you're in this area, you got to be in cover right now, because this is a nasty little storm part of this, and it is continuing to move to the northeast. So this will take it eventually into Kansas, as Stacia was saying. Now this is one of several storms. As we look at what we'll expect as we go through the night, we'll see additional severe thunderstorm potential going on across this area. And then that also spreads obviously further south and east, as we were talking about. So tornado warning active at this moment, and this is northwestern Osage County, so you can kind of see a bigger perspective of what we're looking at. And so that circulation feature is quite evident now around the 4-acre area. So this is continuing to move on up. And so right now from Granola to 4-acre and then moving back on into north central portions of Osage County. So that is going to be a bit of a problem for folks in this area. So you don't want to you want to get to a place of safety because it's in an area that's untapped as far as there's a lot of energy available right here, and that warm, moist air is just shooting up into this, and that's kind of feeding into it because it has nothing to its south. There we go. And so it is able to get most of the moisture there. There is a storm system, or a storm right behind that. Vaughn has been watching as well. And so this is, you can see a stronger one also back into Kay County. And this is the same place that we're talking about 5 inches of rain that Stacia was just showing us. And so there's additional heavy rains right in here. So this is massive flooding. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings all through this area. And so that's a problem. All right, let's just talk to Ron. No video yet? Okay, let's just talk. Ron, give me an idea. We'll look at, we'll zoom in a little bit and look at the radar. But if you could, Ron, give me an update on what you see. You can just visualize.
Yes, Travis, I am looking back to the north and west. To the north, actually. I'm looking back to the north. And there is a rain-free base there. Just like what Vaughn said earlier, if there's a tornado in there, it's going to be completely rain-wrapped. It's going to be hard to see if there's anything in there. I mean, as I'm looking now, right back, looks like right over Seidler, there's got to be something there, but I really can't see anything, Travis.
Okay.
It's got to be rain wrapped if there's anything.
Yeah, okay. And it's such a hard position to kind of drive, you can't get you right up in there. So, again, if you are in that area, please be advised for what's going on, because that is a nasty, nasty little storm happening right in there. All right, so that's a look at what is happening with that. We do have a newscast coming up at 6 o'clock as well. So many people are asking us. We have proms going on tonight, a lot of proms, a lot of events that are scheduled for tonight. So we do want you to know that we are watching it closely. And, of course, it is a stormy night. So when people ask us about, well, is the prom going to be okay around Tulsa, we're saying yes, but development of severe weather will happen. So it depends upon how late, and the kids need to make sure that they are weather aware so that they're not just they're not worried about it and they just go off and go eat dinner and dance and everything, and then just all of a sudden something bad happens. So that's what's going on right now. The bad is primarily up in northwestern Osage County. The severe thunderstorm warnings are still in effect in Chautauqua County, Kansas. So we still have that, and an active tornado warning has now been issued for this area of storms. And so that's moving into Chautauqua County as well. So the National Weather Service in Wichita, Kansas is issuing. It's kind of interesting because right in this zone, we have National Weather Service Wichita, National Weather Service Tulsa, National Weather Service Oklahoma City. So they all have to coordinate to make sure that they have the information, the warning set up just right for what's going on. But by far and away, the worst of it right now is moving to the northeast. So this is around the Frankfort area, and then that extends back down to the 4-acre area. So this strong winds and a very intense severe thunderstorm going on right now. So that's what we have to watch out for. And Stacia, is there something that...
I was just going to mention, Richard just told me that Coweta is postponing their prom.
Oh, they are?
Tonight, yes, because of the storm chances.
Okay. So we do have Skiatook and also Broken Arrow and Sapulpa with that. So that's going on tonight as well. Did you need something, Aaron? Nothing? We're good? Okay. And so we'll just continue to watch what's going on. For you guys up at Cedarville, Chautauqua County, northwestern Osage County, this is a very serious situation. This is a very powerful system that's going right through here. And so now that's moved. So we have the two parts here. And so we have a very strong indication right around the 4-acre area extending back on up northeast of Granola. So if in this entire area, a tremendous amount of shear is happening. And then within the shear as well, we have strong damaging winds, and then we have a circulation. And you look back behind that just a little bit, and that's severe thunderstorm. So it's very unsettled, very turbulent conditions for anybody that's up in the extreme northwest part of our viewing area. And so that's one of the bigger problems that we're seeing right now. All right, let's take a look at the rest of the what's happening. Hail with this, there has been some showing up, and so it's like massive. And there you can see this is the wind estimates. So this is where the strongest wind core has been as we look at what our wind and hail detector is. So this is the worst by far. And so this is where you have the large hail. And so we're going off of the scale right now. And that means that this is a destructive severe thunderstorm at this moment. So if you are in this area, you have to be aware of what's happening. So Stacia, if you want to, let's get a storm track on what's happening with this cell, and you can probably give us an update on what's happening on that.
Yes, Trav. And so up across northern Osage County and far western Chautauqua County, Kansas, again, 2 National Weather Service offices working together here. And for the circulation right over 4 Acre, that's moving more east, and that'll be at about 35 miles per hour, while there may be a second circulation just south of Cedarvale. You can kind of see 2 little notches here. I'm going to circle them with the mouse, one here and then one here. So the circulation south of Cedarvale, that one potentially is moving more northeast, so that will track into western Chautauqua County, Kansas, while the circulation right to now to the northeast of 4 Acre, that's going to move across northern Osage counties. So again, this thunderstorm potentially here, 2 areas of circulation. Sometimes that southern one is the one that can get a little stronger, but definitely can see the notches just looking at reflectivity. We're going to track this storm. I'm just going to track the entire leading edge here, and we'll track it east-northeast. And so that's going to take it up to the northeast. We'll say about 35 miles per hour. Elgin 557. Bollinger would be about 602. Sedan, this is now to your southwest. This will be right after 6 o'clock, so about 30 more minutes. And then Peru along with Chautauqua both in line for this. And so again, northern Osage County and also the western side of Chautauqua County, Kansas, west of Sedan. So again, this storm here from 4 Acre, now that circulation is just on the northeast side of 4 Acre, but still in town. You have some very heavy rain and also very large hail. The hail core is more north of 4 Acre at this point, near the Oklahoma-Kansas line and just west of Cedarvale. So we're tracking that tornado warning. And again, that's up in Osage County, Chautauqua County, Kansas. Additional storms back down to the south. Of course, our storm trackers are all across central Oklahoma now. And so as we look out, Metro is quiet at this point. We are expecting storms in Tulsa later this evening and tonight. But again, at this point, the most troublesome storms for us, Trav, are up in Osage County and Chautauqua County, Kansas.
I had my mic off, so I couldn't talk for a second. So, and I was like, when I did that, I meant keep talking, but that,
usually
rap,
that sign means rap.
That means rap.
Keep talking is a different signal, but that's okay. I can keep talking.
No, that's my bad. We'll have to work on that. We should be seasonally adjusted by now, but apparently not.
I mean, we have several signals, but that one I think is for the rap sign. Okay.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's all right. And look up into Kansas too. I just want to point this out. They do have a confirmed tornado warning now west of Chanute. So Fredonia is included in a tornado warning, a radar indicated tornado warning. The confirmed, the blinking one, that is east of Eureka and just west of Chanute. So there's quite a bit of activity across southern Kansas, southeast Kansas now. And then here in Oklahoma, especially eastern Oklahoma, this line of storms will fill in later tonight, and it will bring in a threat of still all modes of severe weather. So even though it's quiet, say in Bartlesville and Tulsa, down in Okmulgee and McAllister, it's not going to be quiet later tonight. We're going to have a line of storms form, very slow moving, very heavy rainfall. Right now, we do have a flash flood warning out in Kay County. I think that is kind of a sign of what's to come because there's been a lot of water that has fallen in Kay County, which is ongoing storms. They've had 4 to 5 inches, and later tonight, 4 to 5 inches of rain could fall here across eastern Oklahoma. So that's what we're watching. We have our trackers in the metro ready to go. We do have some of our short-term models that have indicated that maybe some storms could pop up over Tulsa within the next hour or so. We're going to just monitor for that. We've had a couple cells down to the south that have tried to get going but just couldn't do it. But right now, definitely our most concerning storm is up in northern Osage County and western Chautauqua County, Kansas. So we'll zoom back into our tornado warning. That is in still about 6 o'clock is the time for that. And that will be from now, that circulation just east of 4 Acres, tracking east-northeast at about 35. And so for this storm, we'll put a track on it, and that will take it over towards Bollinger Landing, Chautauqua. And for those in the eastern side of Chautauqua County, Kansas, maybe western Montgomery County, I hope you're paying attention. Caney, Kansas needs to pay attention, along with Tyro and even Independence. You're kind of ahead of it by probably 30, 45 minutes, even longer, but still make sure it's a Saturday night. You probably have dinner plans, you probably want to do something, but you got to pay attention to this. And so Bollinger at almost 6 o'clock, Whippoorwill about 6:07, Bowring at 6:08 in our track, Sedan at 6:12. Sedan not included in a tornado warning now, but again, that storm is just back pretty much south of Cedarvale at this point. Cedarvale has had a hard afternoon so far. And then that debris signature, Trav, just showing back up.
Not what we want to see at all. So again, we were thinking about leaving programming or going back to programming, but it's a little hard to do right at this second because we do have a continuing tornado on the area for this.
We can go ahead and go to Ron's video if you'd like
okay,
to.
Ron's got video up. Okay, awesome. So Ron's just to the south of this. Ron, if you're with me, if you would, go ahead and just talk about what you're seeing up there.
Sorry, Travis, I'm getting back in my truck. I had to reset my DeZero unit. There is an area of circulation that I was able to see when I was outside, and I'm going to try now back in my truck. I'm going to try to get to it, Travis.
Okay.
Back to you.
All right, sounds good. And it just went to black right on the screen there. All right, don't know what's going on with that, but anyway, this is the area, and we're going to stay here for a while because this is circulation now. This is the Hewins area, which has the strongest circulation feature. So we're getting debris back on the backside, which indicates that we do have, and Stacia mentioned that that's debris. That's not like rain or hail. So it's seeing something foreign, and unfortunately, that is a sign that we do have tornado. We can look at CC as well if we want to, and take a look at what we're seeing with that. But this continues to move into that area. So again, that's not looking good. So that's part of the damaging tornado right here. So if you have ranch land in here, if you have a ranch in here, farmlands, you just have to get to cover right away. This appears to be a very significant potential for a tornado at this hour. So that's out of Wichita. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's indicative pretty much of the same thing. So again, this is moving across the Kansas state line here in just a moment. We don't have the positioning to look at it, but this is a storm that is definitely, again, you can see this area right in here wrapping up as well. And so we have this main core area. So this is developing on the south side. And so you have the main core crossing over, and then you have developing all the way to the south. So when you see this, this is an indication of tornado and strong damaging winds associated with that. So again, this is a tornado, and it is doing damage, apparently, from all the indications that we can see. Radars are not super close to this. Is kind of in between Tulsa and Wichita, a little closer to Wichita. And so if you are in Chautauqua County, we do want you to get to a safe place. This is one of many storms that is in the line right now, and that is continuing to develop and spreads to the northeast. And you can see Ron shot there out of Burbank, or near Burbank, I guess, or he's near Scheidler now. So he's almost to Scheidler. So he's still about 10 miles to the south of this. So it's been hard for him to get around through that area. And so we do want folks to make sure that they know that that is more than likely. It's rain wrapped, and you can see from where he's driving, and we'll probably we might lose him in one of these valleys because we're close to losing it anyway. His video there on the lower right hand, just because once you go in those valleys every once in a while, it goes in and out because he has to be up on a higher terrain. But that's where the most significant tornadic activity is, right on the state line, now just west of Elgin and just near the Hewins area. You need to be under cover at this point. Be inside, interior room, lowest floor. This is a significant tornado, likely right in this area, and if not, it is significant wind damage that is happening. So this is in north central Osage County and northwestern Osage County, and central and southwestern portion of Chautauqua County. And so you can see, again, as Ron is moving back to the north, he'll probably not be able to catch it, but we'll be able to see right behind it what has happened and what is going on with that particular cell. Other cells are going to be developing as we go through the next probably about 3 to 4 hours. We think some of that development is going to spread back south and east and closer into the Tulsa area. At this time, it's heavy rain and storms that we're dealing with just in there, and then we also have the severe storm that's over around the Marshall area, getting ready to cross over, not too far from around Perry. Vaughn is on that storm. Let's see, who has that best shot right now? Is Sky News, let's see, REM 24, is that? Nope, they went, we can take Vaughn's shot just for a second, if you would, on this. And we'll just look. They haven't really had tornado touchdowns too much going on. You can see it's very messy. You can look and then you can't hardly see anything. This is the problem with this afternoon. There is a high moisture content. These are high precipitation supercells. And so what that means is it's just hard to see underneath them. You can't tell where the base of the cloud is a lot. And that's causing a lot of problem for the storm chasers unless they're basically right underneath it. And most storm trackers really don't care to be underneath these cells. So that's what we're trying to keep an eye on and what's going on there. Also, I think we have... Bob's just waiting, so I don't have any other. Do you have any other shots, Aaron, that we need to look at on that storm at this second?
At the moment, Ron and Vaughn are really the only two close enough to get a good vantage point on it.
On those storms?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you can see where Val is located near that other storm. All right. That's not in our viewing area, so we'll come back into our area. Brandon's just kind of staying there and watching Stillwater for us, making sure nothing gets crazy over there because we have a lot of families from Tulsa that are there right now. Back to the tornado warned storm. Again, we don't have any flashing going on with our tornado warnings, but we have had debris signatures, which is a high indication of a tornado. This has now crossed over the Kansas line. Back to the south a little bit as you extend around the Personia area, there's still strong damaging wind potential with this, and so that's why there's still circulation feature here, and the tornado warning continues for this area as well. So we have two areas of this that are circulating right now. Velocity data, let's look at that again and get an idea of what that looks like. And so that's okay, just northwest Personia and just east of 4 Acre is that one circulation. Then the other circulation is north a little bit farther, and that's tight right in here. So these two areas, strong damaging wind potential wrapped around. Yes. Ooh.
Yeah, Ron is talking to me. He has seen some large limbs that are down in the Scheidler area.
Okay, so that's part of that, probably part of the strong damaging winds. Could have been probably straight line winds right in there. So that makes sense. And so he's from Scheidler now and moving northbound. And so that'll put him pretty much right in the areas. So he's within about 5 miles just to the south of it. But again, if you are in central or near Sedan, Kansas, and then back off to the west, Cedarville, man, I tell you, that has been a mess this afternoon for the folks there. And then also in northwestern Osage County. Stacia, looks like you have a storm track set up for us. You want to give us an update?
I do, Trav. And then I was going to try to get our Bartlesville camera maybe to swing around, just see what I can see from there. May not be able to see much, but we'll give it a shot. So for this storm here, right on the northeast sides of north of 4 Acre, northeast of 4 Acre, and north of Personia, this will continue across Osage County. And then the northern side of the storm, of course, is on the other side of the state line up in southeast Kansas. That is tracking into the far southwestern corner of Chautauqua County. Now from, again, 4 Acre off to the east, we're talking Big Heart at 6:05, Bollinger by 6:05 as well. The Gila Lake area, that'd be about 6:09. Whippoorwill about 6:11, and Sedan still tracking this in your vicinity by 6:13. So we're moving east northeast at about 40 miles per hour here, and so the southern edge may start to kind of swing up a little more northeast, but still this track, you're in the line for Big Heart, Bollinger, Elgin, Chautauqua, and Sedan. And again, this could be a storm that's going to do some damage. As Ron mentioned, already have had winds knock down some tree limbs around Scheidler, and now it's a stronger storm than what it was back near Scheidler. So very strong winds, also large hail. That hail core is southwest of Cedarville now. You kind of see where our reflectivities go from pinks and purples to that darker color, that black color. That's some really large hail there. Our radar products are also looking very high up here, just with this vicinity where it's located. You're kind of getting higher up on the scans, but from Cedarville down to Blackland and Personia, that's where this storm is now, and it's continuing east northeast at about 40.
Okay, so that's a nasty, nasty little storm over there. And officially, again, we do not have anybody who has really seen it on the ground here, so therefore we do not have confirmation. National Weather Service radar indicating $half size hail with that. So that's why we'll continue with chunks of hail still falling out of the sky out of this particular area. So we're looking at the velocity data here, and we're going to take a look at hail data in just a second. But when you have a huge thunderstorm like that, there's a tremendous amount of updraft, and that updraft helps create hail and significant hail. So we do have a couple areas that look like they're pretty significant. They're moving mainly in Chautauqua County right now because Osage County and northwestern Osage County, not quite as evident there. And you can see where Ron is located, so he's going to have to go up, and then he'll have to go east over to 4 Acre basically and kind of hang out in there. And so he's going to be, that's what you're seeing behind me or right on my left side here, and where Ron is located. So he's just coming in behind that. As far as wind potential, this is what we're looking at, strongest winds. Again, this is holding steady state pretty much, and these are, once we get into the red color in here, that's indicating a very strong shear. And so we still have that going on. Hail, let's look at hail size, and well, we can take a look at hail swath in just a second. So we still have damaging winds right in here. So that's saying winds of 80 miles an hour or so. And then with that, there's a hail core that's still showing up, and we can do a hail swath too and just kind of see how far that has developed back from the south and west. And we'll see if Ron's going to run into that as well. But that's just to his north. So this is where it developed and continued to spread to the north and east. So we've had some pretty intense hail associated with this. Once you get on into levels of from the purple, magenta, then into the black colors, that's when you start getting into significant sized hail. So that's what we want to just have you understand what's going on. Still, circulation feature continues here. Tornado warnings continue for this storm. Again, this is the Kansas-Oklahoma state line right in here. Chautauqua's in Kansas, and then you go south, you're in Osage County, and so that's just right there. And so we know that we have a significant rotation in here on radar at this hour. And is that out of Wichita? That's out of Wichita. That's okay. Okay, all right. So Wichita is a little stronger because it's a little bit closer. So that's and we're right on the edge of Tulsa anyway. And so this is the strongest circulation that continues to track up towards Sedan now. So if you're in Sedan, I'd be very, very careful. Stacia mentioned Sedan a little bit ago, but just be very, very careful of what's going on here because this is pretty significant as far as the size that's with this. Now the circulation feature that's been in north central portions now of Osage County is getting ready to cross over, and that's just getting ready to head right to near Elgin. The main circulation feature, though, continues to show up just to the northwest of Elgin, and so that's still fairly tight in there, and so that's crossing into a boundary area, and so we'll see if that does anything to the storm or if it keeps on going as strong as it has been. We are going to be entering our newscast at 6 o'clock. There's a couple things I wanted to mention. This line of thunderstorms, again, most of this is a big cluster that's been here for hours on end. If we look back to the south and to the west for a moment as well, we do have thunderstorm activity that is still, it's kind of hanging in there.
I'm Belinda, and this is Willard, and we
A little bit further east because of the south side is a little bit more east-northeast movement, while this part of the storm is a little bit more northeasterly. And so that's why you see a difference in the polygons. So those polygons are looking a little bit different. They don't all go in the right or same direction. So that gives you a pretty good example of where we're at. All right, hail size, want to look at that real quick before we start our newscast here. Continues to be very, very large with this. So this is going to be damaging hail size with this as that moves back on up around Sedan. So if you're in these areas, we pretty much preached about it, but that is a good indication as to what's going on. We'll be starting our newscast. I don't know if we need an official countdown from production or not for our newscast to beginning time. So we're good to go, okay? And so we'll be talking to Cal here in just a second. So before we do, just going to give you one more quick update. We don't have a tornado watch, but we do have this storm that we're looking at that has had tornadoes associated with it. We've had tornado debris with it. We have had strong damaging winds and large hail. And so that's the latest. That's just northwest of Tulsa into northern Osage County and also extending into Chautauqua County. And then we have additional storms that are out to the west, and we're going to do a little bit more roundup coming up in a minute. First, let's go to Cal Day, get some information. Cal?
Travis, thank you. It is an important night, as mentioned, to stay weather aware as a lot of these storms firing up in parts of green country. There have already been numerous tornado warnings, and the threat is not over yet. Take a look at this video near Hinton from our storm trackers Val and Amy Castor. You should be seeing a viewer sent us this video from the Stillwater Airport. This was earlier. You can see a tornado clearly on the ground there. Our Oklahoma weather experts are closely tracking the severe threat through the rest of the night. Thanks for joining us here at 6 o'clock. I'm Cal Day. Chief Meteorologist Travis Meyer is in the Bob Mills Weather Center with a look at everything they're following right now. Trav.
I tell you, yeah, and we've been going with this for a while, Cal, and the thunderstorms. So far, everybody's saying, when is it going to be in Tulsa? When is it going to get here? Because it's just a very slow, and we knew it was going to be slow. This is an overnight storm system for much of eastern Oklahoma, so that's what we're going to have to deal with. Right now, the biggest thing that we are concerned with is what we were just talking about, and if you're just literally joining us at this very moment, that we have the tornado warnings up into northern sections of Osage County. So that's not too far away from Bartlesville. We didn't get the camera location, can't see very much on that. And so with Ron, he's coming in right beside and underneath some of that storm. So we do want you just to know that this is the actual warned storm. The tornado warning continues in effect for Chautauqua County, northern Osage County for this part of the storm. We've had flooding rains back behind it. We have severe weather still going on with a couple of these cells. So Vaughn was with this cell. He released that and went back to the southwest. And then what that did to us as far as that we had to move Ron up into the areas where the storms are located. So this is the situation as we go through the evening hours. We're going to see additional severe weather coming in. This storm is moving back to the north and to the east with time. So we do know that that's going to happen. Right now, let's take a close look at what's happening here and get a storm track as well. So here's Sedan, Kansas, massive hail. Right off into this area, and so this is part of the storm. So again, you see a lot of this black and also white color. So we're talking about very, very large hail, damaging hail, and damaging wind gusts right in here. This is the circulation feature as it's moving up towards Sedan. So let's go over to Stacia and get an update from Stacia on the latest storm track and what's happening with that. Stacia, what do you have for
Trav,
us?
our two tornado warnings for this one storm. Again, it's coming out of two separate offices, but Chautauqua County, that warning is until 6:30, and then for Osage County, it's until about 6:45. But there's two areas of circulation, one pretty much coming into Sedan now on the southwest side of town, then the other one further to the south, that is on the southwest side of Bollinger Landing. So this storm, it kind of has a swirly look to it, and that's not good for this situation. But we'll continue it off to the east-northeast at about 35 to 40, so that puts it in Bollinger here in the next couple of minutes. But Sedan by 6:05, you have rain now in Sedan, but that circulation just to your southwest. Peru by 6:13, Caney by 6:26. Pay very close attention to this storm, folks around Caney and Niates.
And then speaking of, just a quick look at our temperatures right now to give you an idea. We are very warm. We're in the upper 70s to near 80 degrees. So very humid conditions across the area continue. We have cloudy skies, but it's very, very mild. And that's the boundary. Then that boundary will move in, and we'll talk about that with the forecast. And Aaron will have that coming up just a little bit. Cal?
Travis, thank you. We'll continue to keep updated there. Some events originally planned for tonight are now postponed due to the ongoing threat of this severe weather. In downtown Tulsa, the Caribbean Carnival on Guthrie Green will now happen on August 3rd. Collinsville Public Schools also announcing its High School Musical performance will be moved to Monday night. Coweta Public Schools says prom night is postponed. A new date and time will be announced as soon as the district makes a decision. We're also following breaking news here at 6. Tulsa police are investigating a shooting in a neighborhood near Pine and North Lewis. News on 6's Alyssa Miller is live at the scene with what we're learning from officers right now. Alyssa.
Hey, Cal, Tulsa police just left here a few minutes ago, but they say a man was shot behind me here at a home near Lewis and 65th Street. Now, we did speak to a friend of the victim who said he woke up to the gunshots and then took that victim to the hospital, where they say he had a gunshot wound that shattered his femur. Police do tell us that that shooting stemmed from a dispute that was between two people and that the suspect ran away, but they say there is no threat to the public. Police say there were witnesses, but they weren't cooperating with the investigation, and that's all we know at this time. As I said, the suspect ran away. Police have left the scene, but as we know, the investigation is still ongoing. For now, live in Tulsa, Alyssa Miller, Oklahoma Zone, News on 6.
The Oklahoma Highway Patrol says a man is dead after an ATV crash in Creek County. Troopers say that crash happened about 1.5 miles west of Oilton around 9 this morning. OHP says the driver, Dusty Bryant, died at the scene. The cause of the crash is still under investigation. A Coweta man is in jail tonight accused of robbing a pharmacy, stealing a car, and having explosive devices. News on 6's Eden Jones tells us what the investigators found inside that man's home and why they say it put their neighbors in danger.
Things took a turn late Friday night while Coweta police were serving a search warrant at Christopher Allen Karatzi's house near 91st and 257th East Avenue. Police say the 41-year-old is accused of armed robbery. They say he took drugs and a car from a Coweta pharmacy last weekend. After taking Karatzi into custody, Police Chief Michael Bell says officers found what appeared to be multiple explosive devices in his house and vehicle.
He might have some explosive devices over here.
The ones inside the house appear to be like a pipe bomb type device, and the one inside the Jeep appears to be, it could be either a smoke device or a hand grenade of some kind.
Neighbors in the area were forced to shelter in place until this morning.
Stay in the back portion of the house. Okay, thank you.
The Tulsa Police Department's bomb squad unit helped clear the house and vehicle. Chief Bell says this is not a common situation, especially in Coweta.
This is only the second time I've had to call the bomb squad out. I've been here 10 years in Coweta.
Police say Karatzi was in the Navy for 12 years and worked around explosives.
His job in the military was to paint a target so that jets knew where to bomb the target.
They say the suspect could have PTSD from his time in the Navy, which is why officers say he stole drugs from the pharmacy.
We don't know what his intentions were, what he was thinking. So at this time, we're playing it as though it's a serious incident.
In Coweta, Eden Jones, Oklahoma Zone, News on 6.
Pryor police arrest a man after getting an alert about a stolen car out of Delaware County. Officers say they found the car in town. Police say they then made contact with the driver and took him into custody. Police have identified that suspect as Jimmy Bruffett. He was booked into the Mays County Jail for having that stolen car. And some of our state's first responders are getting ready to step into the ring to fight for a good cause. The 9th annual Smoke and Guns event begins in less than an hour. Smoke and Guns is an MMA charity fight where firefighters and law enforcement officers square off. Organizers already hosted the official weigh-in. Proceeds from tonight's event benefit the Oklahoma Firefighters Burn Camp, Special Olympics Oklahoma, and new this year, Folds of Honor. That's because the 16th fight on tonight's card is an Oklahoma Air National Guard member against a member of the Oklahoma Army National Guard.
This is going to be the first ever Patriot fight, so we're very excited. I think the crowd will really enjoy seeing our military get into the ring for the first time and put on a great fight.
And to date, Smoke and Guns has raised nearly $400,000 for charity. Everything gets underway tonight at 7. And big crowds showed up to our News on 6 parking lot for the annual Shred Safe event. The shredders got rid of unwanted paperwork in a safe and secure manner. Those who came out even got the chance to meet some of our anchors, reporters, and radio hosts. We'll let you know when the next Shred Safe event is scheduled. And our Oklahoma weather experts are tracking the chance for storms across green country with all types of severe weather possible. Chief Meteorologist Travis Meyer gives us a timeline on when more storms are expected to develop across the Osage Casino Skycam network. Family and friends gathered to honor the life and career of Dr. Loretta Toby Earls. Earls was the first black student to graduate from the University of Tulsa's nursing program back in 1973. Her loved ones say she had a long career of doing missionary work as a nurse. The Northeastern Oklahoma Nurse Honor Guard shared why honoring nurses like Earls is so important.
There's a national coalition, and that's just nurses honoring nurses. Not because of their title, not because of what degree level they are, just nurses honoring each other.
The group says they plan to honor more nurses from across the entire state in the future. And the Tulsa Air and Space Museum is giving children and teens the chance to explore aerospace and aviation careers. The museum opens every year for the Girls in Aviation event organized by Women in Aviation International and Oklahoma State University's aviation program. Organizers say around 250 kids and teens get a look at the aviation and aerospace industry. Dr. Mallory Casebolt says she wants to see the number of women in aviation increase.
Statistically, I think women make up like less than 30% of the whole aviation industry. I think around 7 to 9% of pilots. So it's to encourage and show young ladies, the different careers that they can do in aviation.
Casebolt says the event continues to get more and more attention each year.
From the Bob Mills Weather Center, the Oklahoma weather expert, Travis Meyer.
All right, still active weather going on up to our northwest, not in Tulsa yet. It's going to be coming our way, but not now. At this point, it's in Sedan, Kansas. We've got a nasty, nasty storm that's just moved through Sedan. And then you can see kind of an outflow area from these thunderstorms that's kind of just pushing out and developing in advance. So this is coming out. So I've had a tornado warning in northern Osage County. So that's come all the way up to basically to near Bartlesville. Ron has been right behind the storm, and he has continued to follow that. We've had tornado, and we've had debris associated with this. This is moving through northwestern Osage County. And a closer look at what's happening right now with the velocity data and information. This is the main part of the storm. It's just gone through Chautauqua and then back to the north as well. It was around the Sedan, Kansas areas. And so we still have large hail associated with this storm. In fact, we'll take a look at the hail sizes just to give you an idea. The tornado warning, as we said, continues for just a while longer. Hail size is down just a little bit, but it's still going to be up to the size of probably a tennis ball. So that's why we want you to be aware of what's going on. Could even be larger. And so this is continuing to track to the north and east. And we'll talk to Stacia in a minute. But first of all, we're looking at the severe winds associated with this right around Chautauqua. So the main part of the tornado warning in Chautauqua County is just to the northwest of Chautauqua and around the Peru area. But the strong damaging winds are already through the Chautauqua area, which is near the tornado warning. And so this extends down into Osage County, which is Oklahoma view. And you can see this extended area here as that has built out as the flow from that and the circulation feature around this storm. Velocity data also showing that this storm is very, very turbulent at this time. So it still has a lot going on with it, tremendous amounts of lightning. But where is it going? Stacia has the latest. Stacia?
It keeps moving east-northeast, and this will continue through the rest of the eastern side of Chautauqua County, northeastern Osage County, eventually getting into western Montgomery and clipping northern parts of Washington County. So take a look here, latest track, and kind of extending it now from that development, as Trav said, kind of along that outflow. That'll be in Hula at 6:16. You have the development, the new development just out to your west now. Copan Lake by 6:24, along with Katy at 6:24, and then Elk City at 6:36, Juan at 6:38. Trav.
All right, and you can tell that is a huge storm that is still going strong and doing its thing across that area. So as that flow from around the back side of that continues to wrap up, that will continue to be an issue for anybody in Chautauqua County on the eastern side. So where Stacia was talking about that. Also, we have Ron, who's situated around the 4-acre area. He's looking for damage at this point. And then back further south and west, we have another storm that's coming in. So it should be moving in on Pawnee County here. It's near Red Rock at this moment. And Val and Vaughn are right beside each other. Brothers are right next to each other. Marty's there as well. We've had tornado warnings on this before, but it's still looking a little cantankerous. Let's look at Vaughn's video and get an update on what he has for us, because Vaughn's does have that lowering right there. And so that is on the backside. This storm has had a history with tornado warnings. We haven't had very many confirmations of any tornado touchdowns, but it has stayed steady state, very strong. Similar storm that developed northwest of Tulsa last night and then moved on up towards Rogers County and up around Chelsea. So this is just about as close as you can get. This lowered area right in here. This is right across the areas of 35 and I-35 area, so that's getting very close to crossing over the interstate there and then moving on into areas that you'll be getting close to Pawnee County. So we just want you to be aware that storm is out there. Also back on radar for a moment, we still have thunderstorm activity back to the south and west that we're going to continue to monitor because we have not only our storms up north, but also down south of Oklahoma City. There's still tornado-warned storms that are down around the Wichita Falls, Texas area, and then that is going to be developing, and they're going to merge a little bit more as they get toward the Tulsa area. But to find out more, let's find out more from Aaron. He's done the forecast. Aaron?
Yeah, it's going to be a busy night. We are expecting quite a bit of rain as we go over to Lynx 1. We're looking at kind of the timeline. Most of it's been out west. As we roll through the late evening hours, that's going to continue to move off to the northeast, fill in a bit, and give us a whole bunch more rain across the rest of eastern Oklahoma tonight into tomorrow morning. And with the multiple rounds of rain outside of the severe weather risk, we were talking about a big flood risk that rolls with us here. And you see all of these flood watches that we'll be having to deal with here for the next 24 hours or so, as several inches of rain are set to fall here. And some already have, up towards Blackwell, over 5 inches just here recently. Right now in Tulsa, 78 degrees, pretty stout wind out there, dew point at 66, lots of juice in the atmosphere, and we're in the 70s across most of the area, except for where the rain has fallen. We've cooled back down into the 60s. And as we roll through the rest of our evening, notice this line of showers and storms will continue to fill in. Here we are at midnight, not a whole lot further off to the east, rolling towards 3 a.m., still not moving too far, and right along the leading edge of this. Lots of strong wind, maybe some spin-up type tornadoes still possible there, and some small hail potentially embedded in that line as it continues to roll through. And notice even as we head into Sunday afternoon, we could still see additional development just off to the east of Tulsa, as that system is really going to be slow to exit the area. We'll get a couple of days off, and then it looks like we could enter another unsettled pattern as we head toward the end of the week. Still a lot to iron out with the timing and the days and the specifics of all that, but we could have another shot for some maybe strong to severe storms later on in the week as well. Cal, back to you. Or sports.
This is News on 6 Sports with Justin Woodard.
OKC trying to take a commanding 3-0 series lead, top seed Window World Sports Desk. Coming off a 32-point win over the Pelicans in game number 2, the Thunder were looking to take all that momentum to New Orleans. Now, good news for OKC and its fans. The Thunder were 2-0 in the Big Easy during the regular season. But here's the best stat. No team in NBA history has ever come back from a 3-0 series deficit. That means a win today. The Thunder pretty much guaranteed their first playoff series win since that 2015-2016 campaign. New Orleans still without their star, Zion Williamson. Third quarter, we picked this one up. SGA's the one to watch, gets the rock, stop and pop, mid-range jumper is money. Thunder up 71-58, SGA had 24. Late third quarter, Jalen Williams, from way downtown, lets it rip and puts it in. How about that? Bang, bang, bang. Then fourth quarter, shot clock winding down. Same spot, fadeaway 3-ball, Williams, J-Dub. Yes, sir. He had 21, all going right for the Thunder. Fourth quarter, SGA, Josh Giddey, corner pocket 3. Nylon, he had 21 as well. Thunder win it 106-85. They take a 3-0 series lead. Man, they might be young, but this OKC team is showing they're mature beyond their years.
They're going to swing away. We're going to swing away. You're going to land some punches. You're going to take some punches. And you just got to be a tough-minded team that plays all the way through the 48. They've done that in every game. They're a competitive team. They're a tough team, and we're going to have to continue to withstand that, if we want to continue to have success.
That's where we kind of have separated ourselves this year from last year. Defensively, we bring it every night, and we've done so these last 3 games.
I would say so. Game 4 Monday in New Orleans. Let's talk some college baseball now. Due to weather, the Oklahoma and Texas series has been adjusted. Today's game was canceled. The Sooners and Longhorns will now play a doubleheader tomorrow beginning at 1 o'clock. OU is hosting Texas for the first time since 2018. The Sooners are now riding a 9-game winning streak after taking game 1 last night 9-4. OU, by the way, has won now 5 straight over the Horns. Softball, number 2 Sooners at Central Florida. OU took game 1 last night with ease. Top of 4, Tiare Jennings solo shot way out of here to left field. Her 90th career home run, just the 8th player in NCAA history to reach that milestone. Same inning, more offense. Ella Parker at the dish with one on, and she's going to shop at the gap all the way to the wall in right center field. That dog will hunt all day. Kinsey Hansen scores. Sooners win it 2-1. How about this? Patty Gasso gets career win number 1,500. Just the 3rd coach to ever reach that. What a day. Back here to Tulsa now. Golden Hurricane hosting UTSA. Bottom of 2, we picked this one up. Bases juice for Imani Edwards as she comes up clutch. Ropes it into right field for a 2 RBI double. Little air out there, and Edwards just going to keep on going, and it'll clear the bases. And she's going to come home, too. How about that? We'll take that all day long. Bottom of 4 now, up 7-0. Clara Skaggs right back up the middle for another RBI base knock. All Golden Hurricane at home. They win it easily over UTSA in run rule fashion, 8-0. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right, time for a quick break. After this, though, it's all about the NFL Draft. Oh. Man, that really... Not really, because I can't do that. Let's do that. Do you mind doing that? Okay, thank you. Just because I can't really run that VO without the SOT. I mean, you can kill it all together, but I have to get over there to Cal somehow. You can kill like Tulsa softball or something for me too. I don't care. Cal, do you have your phone? Yep. Is the draft over? Is that streak? I can't do that. Oh. Man, that really... Not really, because I can't do that. Let's do that. Do you mind doing that? Okay, thank you. Just because I can't really run that VO without the SOT. I mean, you can kill it all together, but I have to get over there to Cal somehow. You can kill like Tulsa softball or something for me too. I don't care. Cal, do you have your phone? Yep. Is the draft over? Is that streak? and Andrew Rame of the past 6. Welcome back. It's been one heck of a weekend with the lifelong Cowboys fan getting picked by Dallas at number 29 overall in the opening round on Thursday night. Guyton is the second straight Sooners offensive lineman to be selected in the first round. He's also the 12th OU O-lineman to be drafted in the last 10 years. Guyton didn't give up a sack this past season for the Sooners at right tackle, but now he'll be making the move to left tackle in the pros.
Refining my technique, repetition over and over, doing it so much that I can't get it wrong. It's just switching your footwork, switching your hands and your technique, and also flipping the plays in your mind. I've been playing left tackle since I got into college. I actually feel like I'm better at left tackle, and I'm more comfortable over there anyway, so I feel like the switch will be pretty easy.
Had a former tight end. We've seen that before, hadn't we?
I know.
With Lane Johnson doing that. So OU used to doing that.
Well.
It's worked out well. There you go.
16 years is a long time to have that streak. One off. I was hoping Drake Stoops would go somewhere.
Yeah, I know. Well, we'll get the undrafted free agency going tonight at 10 o'clock.
There you go. And he may know a connection of an end with the Dallas Renegades.
There you go.
If he's looking for another option in a different league.
I love it, Cal. I love
That's right. Well, the chance for storms could make for a long and noisy night across the Osage Casino Skycam network. Chief Meteorologist Travis Meyer and our Oklahoma weather experts have the latest on what you can expect in our next half hour.
Oklahoma's own News on 6 starts now with severe weather.
And first here at 6:30, we start with that threat of severe weather. You're taking a look right now at some tornado activity earlier. This was near the Hinton area from our storm trackers Val and Amy Castor. It's been like that for much of the western part of the state. We also have some viewer video from the Stillwater Airport where you could clearly see a large tornado that was on the ground earlier. Our Oklahoma weather experts are closely tracking all of the severe weather threats here tonight. Thanks for joining us. I'm Cal Day. Chief Meteorologist Travis Meyer is in the Bob Mills Weather Center. Travis, looks like it could be a long night for you.
Yeah, and in fact, it's turning out to be a long afternoon right now, but we're not upset about that, Cal. And the good news, too, as you mentioned, that large tornado near Stillwater, it was an afternoon in which we had family. It's a family weekend at Stillwater. I was supposed to be out there and said, well, I can't, it's going to be severe. And they had a brief tornado touchdown. It looked worse than it was, thank heavens, because that was very, very close to Stillwater. And our storm tracker, Brandon Wells, said it just lasted for about less than a minute. So it looked bad, but it wasn't. So that's the good news. Now, the bad news is there's still a chance of a lot of severe weather. This is a setup. We have a big low pressure system up to our north. We have a boundary to the north. We have as well the dry line to the west. And then we have this warm, moist air coming up. We have flash flood watches in effect for us because it is going to rain, and a lot of rain is headed our way. Right now, though, the storms, there just isn't a whole lot, but we do have the tornado warned storm that continues to move now into northwestern portions of Montgomery County. So this storm has moved out of Chautauqua County and northern Osage County. Still a severe thunderstorm out to the west, but we're talking about mainly our focus is just north and west of Caney at this time. And then that is moving up to around the Elk City area. So this is going to continue. Rotation with this storm has continued. It's still there. It's in a very unstable atmosphere here. So we still have the circulation feature that has gone through the Sedan and Peru areas and now moving toward the Elk City areas up to around Sycamore. So if you are in these areas, we still have scary looking clouds. That's for sure. And a lot of our guys reported that because it's just low clouds. And then you wouldn't be able to see the circulation itself, mainly because there's rain wrapped and a lot of rain associated with that area. That will continue to track to the northeast. And a quick look at what's going on is the fact that this is going to track to the northeast. And it'll be around Independence about 6:47, around Cherryville around 6:59. So if you are in these areas, station put together our storm track for us. But this is, again, the northern half of Montgomery County. We want you to be aware that that storm is tracking that direction. Additional showers and thunderstorms are reforming. Vaughn and Val have been following this storm as it's moved now south of Ponca City. New cells are forming down south, and then a whole bunch of cells are going to form as we work our way through tonight with severe weather. And Aaron will have that forecast coming up in just a little bit. Cal?
Travis, thank you. Some events originally planned for tonight are now being postponed due to the threat of severe weather. In downtown Tulsa, the Caribbean Carnival at Guthrie Green will now happen on August 3rd. Collinsville Public Schools also announcing its high school musical performance will be moved to Monday night. Coweta Public Schools says prom night is postponed. A new date and time will be announced as soon as the district makes that decision. And we are following breaking news. Tulsa police are investigating a shooting in a neighborhood near Pine and North Lewis. News on 6's Alyssa Miller is live with what we're learning from officers right now. Alyssa.
Hey, Cal. Yeah, Tulsa police tell us that one man was shot at a home behind me here at Lewis Avenue and 65th
And we are
Street.
following breaking
now,
news.
officers
Tulsa
have
police
left
are
the scene now, but they do tell us the shooting stemmed from a dispute that was between two
News on
people
6's
and
Alyssa
that the
Miller
suspect
is
ran
live
away.
with what we're learning
We
from
spoke to a
officers
friend
right
of the
now.
victim
Alyssa.
who said he woke up to the gunshots.
Hey,
he
Cal,
tells us that he
Tulsa
took his
police
friend to the
tell us
hospital
that
for a
one man
gunshot
was
wound
shot at a
that
home
shattered his femur. Police say that
Behind
there
me
was a
here
witness, but that they aren't cooperating with the investigation. And police do say there is no threat to the public. Live in Tulsa, Alyssa Miller, Oklahoma Zone, News on 6.
Alyssa, thank you. The Oklahoma Highway Patrol says a man is dead after an ATV crash in Creek County. Troopers say the crash happened about a mile and a half west of Oilton around 9 this morning. OHP says the driver, Dusty Bryant, died at the scene. The cause of that crash is still under investigation. And a Coweta man is in jail tonight accused of robbing a pharmacy, stealing a car, and having explosive devices. News on 6's Eden Jones tells us what investigators found inside the man's home that they say put neighbors in danger.
Things took a turn late Friday night while Coweta police were serving a search warrant at Christopher Alan Karatzi's house near 91st and 257th East Avenue. Police say the 41-year-old is accused of armed robbery. They say he took drugs and a car from a Coweta pharmacy last weekend. After taking Karatzi into custody, Police Chief Michael Bell says officers found what appeared to be multiple explosive devices in his house and vehicle.
He might have some explosive devices over here.
The ones inside the house appear to be like a pipe bomb type device, and the one inside the Jeep appears to be, it could be either a smoke device or a hand grenade of some kind.
Neighbors in the area were forced to shelter in place until this morning.
Stay in the back portion of the house. Okay, thank you.
The Tulsa Police Department's bomb squad unit helped clear the house and vehicle. Chief Bell says this is not a common situation, especially in Coweta.
This is only the second time I've had to call the bomb squad out. I've been here 10 years in Coweta.
Police say Karatzi was in the Navy for 12 years and worked around explosives.
His job in the military was to paint a target so that jets knew where to bomb the target.
They say the suspect could have PTSD from his time in the Navy, which is why officers say he stole drugs from the pharmacy.
We don't know what his intentions were, what he was thinking. So at this time, we're playing it as though it's a serious incident.
In Coweta, Eden Jones, Oklahoma's Own, News on 6.
Pryor police arrest a man after getting an alert about a stolen car out of Delaware County. Officers say they found that car in town. Police then made contact with the driver and took him into custody. Police identified that suspect as Jimmy Bruffett. He was booked into the Mays County Jail for having that stolen car. And some of our state's first responders are getting ready to step into the ring to fight for a good cause. The 9th annual Smoke and Guns event begins in just about a half hour. Smoke and Guns is an MMA charity fight where firefighters and law enforcement officers square off. Organizers already hosted the official weigh-in. Proceeds from tonight's event will benefit Oklahoma Firefighters Burn Camp, Special Olympics Oklahoma, and new this year, the Folds of Honor. That's because the 16th fight on the card tonight is an Oklahoma Air National Guard member against a member of the Oklahoma Army National Guard.
This is going to be the first ever Patriot fight. So we're very excited. I think the crowd will really enjoy seeing our military get into the ring for the first time and put on a great fight.
And to date, Smoke and Guns has raised nearly $400,000 for charity. Everything gets underway at 7. And big crowd showed up to our News on 6 parking lot for the annual Shred Safe event. The shredders got rid of unwanted paperwork in a safe and secure manner. Those who came out even got the chance to meet some of our anchors, reporters, and radio hosts. We'll let you know when the next Shred Safe is scheduled. Our Oklahoma weather experts are tracking the chance for storms across green country with all types of severe weather possible. Chief Meteorologist Travis Meyer gives us a timeline on when more storms are expected to develop across the Osage Casino Skycam network. That's a timeline on when more storms are expected to develop across the Osage Casino Skycam network. Family and friends gathered to honor the life and career of Dr. Loretta Toby Earls. Earls was the first black student to graduate from the University of Tulsa's nursing program back in 1973. Her loved ones say she had a long career of doing missionary work as a nurse. The Northeastern Oklahoma Nurse Honor Guard shared why honoring nurses like Earls is so important.
There's a national coalition, and that's just nurses honoring nurses, not because of their title, not because of what what degree level they are, just nurses honoring each other.
The group says they plan to honor more nurses from across the entire state in the future.
From the Bob Mills Weather Center, the Oklahoma weather expert, Travis Meyer.
All right. Storms, they haven't happened yet here. They have been going on out to the west of us for a long time. These storms have been pretty much going since 10 o'clock this morning out in northwestern western Oklahoma, and they've just transferred slowly to south central Kansas and then here into northeastern Oklahoma. It's trying pretty hard to be doing some stuff. So we have at this point a bunch of severe weather that has been going on across Chautauqua County, northern Osage County. Right now, tornado warning continues to affect forward northwestern portions of Montgomery County, and this storm itself is still quite powerful, but it is down considerably from where it was. Still has strong damaging wind potential now, extending just west of Independence, Kansas, right around the Elk City area, and then just to the west of Independence. Then that goes back down around the Natchez area. As far as we're looking at hail sizes, that continues to hold in there, but it's dropped off considerably. So this storm has weakened, but it's still strong enough to produce some hail and some very strong winds. And of course, we still have the tornado warning. That's with the circulation feature that's associated still right around the areas just to the west, southwest of Independence. So we're going to be continuing to watch what's going on. Station's got a storm track for us, and so that's going to take it up just basically north of the Independence area. It's going to be really close on the north side, so if you're in that area, be advised. And then we can see that that continues to move up to around the Sycamore area, and so those are the things that we're watching. And so there's still heavy rain going on across this area of Chautauqua County. We've had unbelievable amounts of rain across central and north central Oklahoma near some of these thunderstorms. Then Vaughn is back to the southwest. He's on a storm that's just moving into western Osage County at this time, and this has been a severe thunderstorm. It originally was a tornado warned storm. Right now it's just a severe thunderstorm. Vaughn has been with that. Let's take a look at Vaughn's video if we could for a moment, and you'll be able to see that it's just you can see the cloud base right in here. We have just the rain shafts going on. There just hasn't been too much. Everybody is expecting and anticipating still a lot of severe weather, and Aaron will have more on that coming up in just a few minutes. But we do want to advise you that as we go through later tonight with those thunderstorm chances, it's going to be at night, which makes it a lot more difficult as we're going to be having our storm trackers all over the place. Speaking of which, let's take a look right now at radar again, and I'll show you our trackers are all over. We have some kind of guarding the fort, so to speak, in Tulsa. So we have John Durkee, Kevin, Alan, they're hanging around, and that's not Alan Crone. Alan Crone will be in later saying, well, we got big events going on. What's going to happen? Well, we're going to find out right now from Aaron because he's been working on the forecast and has the latest on that. Aaron, what do you have?
Well, yeah, we still have a lot of that activity to come through eastern Oklahoma. It's been quiet for most locations so far, unless you're north and west of Tulsa or off to the south and west. And as we roll through the rest of the evening, as Trav mentioned, that line will fill in and roll eastward. And the rest of us overnight tonight will get our chance of showers and storms to roll through. Heavy rain, a big problem. We'll talk about that in a second. Then tomorrow, it'll take a while to get out of here. In the afternoon, we could see a redevelopment east of Tulsa with another chance for some severe storms. Our flood issues, this is through Sunday. Flood watches pretty much all across really most of the state as multiple inches could fall. These bullseye area here, that could mean some places over 5 inches of rain. We've already seen that up in portions of Kay County. As we take a look at rain chances going through the rest of the week, we have this one batch tonight to get through, and then another system rolls through toward the second half of the week with more strong to severe storms possible at that time as well. Watching off to the west, this is from Gathering Place, looking good. Always good to see water in the river now. That has definitely been a nice change. 78. The wind is stout out of the south, southeast, and temperatures are in the 70s pretty much area wide, except for where the rains move through. We've dropped down into the 60s in those locations. The rest of us well off into the 70s, gusty south winds. So here's future view. Notice through 8 p.m. that line will start to fill in. We'll see more shower and storm activity develop. It'll still mostly be to our west, heading towards 10 o'clock, basically west of Highway 75, but becoming a bit more widespread. Severe weather quite likely at this time. Strong wind, damaging hail possible, and a few spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge. Here we are at midnight. Notice it makes very slow headway, and that's why we're concerned about flooding. And then also along the leading edge of this, notice how the line kind of kinks. That's why we also are concerned about the potential for spin-up tornadoes. Here we are tomorrow morning, still dealing with those storms from Tulsa to the east. That batch winds down and rolls eastward, but the main boundary still has to move through. And as that happens, here we are tomorrow afternoon with more storms forming, but that window would be pretty short. It would only last a couple hours, and then this activity would move on out to our east, and we would see quieter weather by Monday morning and Monday afternoon. Maybe a shower or storm far southern Oklahoma, but that would be about it. And then going forward from there, we'll have a couple of days of mostly quiet weather before storminess re-ensues as we head toward the end of the week and another system moves into the picture. At that point in time, we'll watch that. But in the meantime, we're going to be focused on what happens tonight and how that all shakes out. We'll continue to keep you posted as we go through the rest of the evening. Now let's see what's been going on in the wide, wide world of sports.
This is News on 6 Sports with Justin Woodard.
OKC
back into Ponca City, nickel, dime, quarter, up to golf ball size hail, and winds 60 to 70 miles per hour. Winds 60 to 70 miles per hour with that. Okay, there's where Val is, right here, looking at the possible tornado developing. I'm looking at his shot. Let's go back to Val Castor, and then I'll go back to Jim. Let's go back to Val Castor, get an update. And Val, I know you're going through...
Marlin.
Yeah, going through Marlin. Okay, got to get through town here. Okay, I tell you what, control room, let's go to Jim Gardner. Let's take his shot. Let's go up top. Let's see what Jim has found. It looks like he's found some more damage. And Jim, what's your location there now? You moved a little bit. Go ahead and give us an update. I guess still out near Calumet?
Yeah, this is still Calumet. This is going to be south of 192nd. It's going to be between Ranch Road and Maple. Now, David, they basically lost part of their building here, but you can see all the fences down around their house. Their swing sets are over. But if we pan, so you get a good look at that. So if we pan kind of straight up, just tilt up. Matt, just keep tilting up. Go to the power lines. They're going to be pretty much right there. So we got that damage. It took down some power lines here. There's poles. I don't know, 2 or 3 poles on the ground. OG&E is working on that. Now, if you follow this line, David, and pull back wide, Matt, and kind of go to your left and pull back wide, it kind of puts it in line with where the trailer, right there it is right there, Matt, I believe that's it, where the trailer was turned over and demolished there. So it kind of follows this from southwest to kind of northeast line here, and that's what we found so far. So we'll keep widening this out and see if we see any more damage. We'll keep you updated. Jim Gardner live for Bob Mills, Scott News 9, back to you.
Yeah, great job, Jim. So that's probably, I mean, it'll be surveyed. That's fine. We'll get it all figured out. But there's scattered damage running from, you see the pieces of debris, from the southwest to the northeast. He's looking back to the southwest. That's where the damage was. There's the trailer that was overturned right there. The trailer is removed. That trailer is overturned. And we'll see. National Weather Service, they'll go in here and check it out and survey it and yippee-yay it all day, and we'll figure out what we get out of this. But that's either going to be straight line winds associated with the mesocyclone or a fairly weak low-end tornado. Okay? And look at that. So there you go. There you go. I keep watching this dog in here. If that's somebody's dog, right?
I can see people walking around.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure.
I don't know whose dog it is.
No,
I'm
I
just
know.
saying, it makes
Whose dog is this? No, I know. I'm just.
He has a collar on, and there are people around. So
okay, we're good. All right.
I think.
Sure. Okay. His shot is, okay, it's pretty dark there. Okay. All right, let's go back up north. And by the way, we've got new storms developing in the west that are severe. We'll check in with that. Marty's coming in on that.
Caddo and Kingfisher County both have new cells going up as well.
Okay.
They're small, but.
This may be the beginning of the end, right?
We hope not.
Well, you know what I mean.
Right.
The beginning of our next wave of storms. We'll see if this fills in or not. Okay, let's go back up north and check in with Val again. Before we do that, let's go to radar first. And this storm is hauling. All right, let's get up in here and went right over Marlin. He's still northbound. And boy, this thing is moving. It doesn't look as organized. But hail now coming into Ponca City. Not as tight, still there. Still there. Still there. All right, let's go to Val, and I see his shot. It's up. Val, what do you think? Circulations to your north-northeast now, and going to have some golf ball size hail to your north and east as well. What do you think as you make your way up towards Ponca City? Go ahead.
All right, so, David, we just drove into the rain, or the rain overtook us pretty much. On the Highway 156. We are still going north here, and our winds switched to the west, pretty strong, 40 to 45. It looks like if there is any circulation, it is to our northeast, is what I'm thinking right now. We can't really see any cloud structure in that area. It's hard to see because of all the rain, but that's where it would be. That's where we had it before we came in. That's where the meso probably is. I just don't see anything on the ground, but, you know, it's possible it's hidden by the rain. We get up here to our east road, and we're going to take it and go back under it. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Well, stay with it here. It's kind of pulling away from you a little bit, at least the meso is, but it's still there, still spinning, still rotating. And, again, let's go back to Lynx 1. Look at the hail here real quick. And nickel and dime, quarter golf ball size hail now, just north of Val. And let's go to reflectivity. You can see the hook. And the hook is still here. There's the hook right here. And it's going to be, like I said, just to his north and east, right? So Vaughn's coming in from the north. Whose shot is that right there? Oh, that's from earlier today. Okay. All right. That's Val Castor's shot from earlier. All right. So here's Vaughn coming in from the north. I'm looking at Vaughn's shot. And Vaughn is he getting fuel or is he driving through? Okay. He's on the move. Okay.
Yeah, he's on the move.
Okay. Is he going to drop south and get on the hook on this? Justin?
Yeah, he was drifting south, and he was talking to me right then.
Okay.
Drift to the east a little bit.
Well, he needs to get out of the core. I mean, he needs to punch south, get down on the highway, at least get down here and see this thing. It's coming right at him. He's in the core though. Get him a little bit south. If he drives south 5 minutes, he'll be in it because the core is going to be north of him. Just have him go south 5 minutes. Okay, let's go to Jim Gardner. Still talking about more damage from possible tornado that went through the Calumet area. And Jim Gardner, there you go. More damage found. Big. Boy, those take some wind right there. Those don't just easily pop on off. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's right, David. These are major power lines. Now, this is going to be just on the west side of Calumet Road, north of 192nd. Now, if you follow the line here, this still follows a southwest to northeast path from where we showed you the house, the power lines down there, the trailers that were demolished, and now these are major power lines that are down there. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 4, possibly 5. Those big power poles and major transmission lines are down on the ground here. So we'll just keep widening out, David, and we'll keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills. Got his 9 back to you.
Okay, all right, great job there, Jim. So again, this is out near Calumet, same path, same storm that did this earlier that we're still talking about now in northern Oklahoma. But those power lines are pretty substantial. Those power poles are. To get those down, it takes a little more than a 50 or 60 mile an hour wind. Heck, we do that all the time here in Oklahoma. Wind turbines are still spinning. And okay, just check. Okay, those.
Looks like blades down, but it looks like those are supposed to be down, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the housing. That's the motor that goes on top, right there. And those are blades. And this is another. They're going to put another one right here. Looks like to me. Yeah, that's a wind turbine driveway. Another wind turbine is going to go in there. Okay. All right, let's go back to Links 1.
David, I was looking at power outages. I do have that up on Links 3, but Canadian County technically only has one customer that's updated right now that says that it's down. So obviously it's just kind of behind, but you can see up there in Kay County, we are up to 200 customers and Garfield up to 500.
Okay, yep, okay. And that makes sense. And we've had, obviously the 500 is going to be where we had the tornado earlier, and near Hillsdale, and had the tornado in Hillsdale with that. So we have more power outages there and 200 customers up in Kay County. So hey, for what this day could have been, those numbers don't look too bad right now. Those numbers don't look too bad. All right, so Links 1, the big view, 3 things we're watching. Ponca City area, southern Oklahoma area, storms down here increasing. Showers beginning to bubble up, probably will turn into thunderstorms in the west metro, and then severe storms out here south and east of Woodward, and this is beginning to develop a little bit of shear too. So look at that. Okay, let's go to northwestern Oklahoma here. Marty's closing in, and he'll be here shortly. But see the hook? A little bit of a hook here going on, just northwest of Visay, over to Sharon, but nothing in there that's crazy spin. But there is some weak rotation with that.
And Val just went through 2-inch hailstones.
Okay.
Is the location.
All right, let's go back to Val, and then we'll jump back into southern Oklahoma here. Let's go back to Val. Okay, Val, what do you think? Give us an update. And, yeah, go ahead.
Too much rain. Yeah, I mean, we're behind the rain right now, but I'll tell you this, David, there's probably 2 1/4-inch hailstones on the ground here that fell just a little earlier. We got hit with one of them a little earlier, big, made a loud pop, but there's 2 1/4 inch at least. Some of them might even be tennis balls. So and I don't know, the hail core looks like it might even be just a little north of here. So Ponca City might be getting a pretty bad hailstorm.
Okay.
Is the location.
All right, let's go back to Val, and then we'll jump back into southern Oklahoma here. Let's go back to Val. Okay, Val, what do you think? Give us an update. And, yeah, go ahead.
Too much rain. Yeah, I mean, we're behind the rain right now, but I'll tell you this, David, there's probably 2 1/4-inch hailstones on the ground here that fell just a little earlier. We got hit with one of them a little earlier, big, made a loud pop, but there's 2 1/4-inch at least. Some of them might even be tennis balls. So and I don't know, the hail core looks like it might even be just a little north of here, so Ponca City might be getting a pretty bad hailstorm as we speak. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job there, Val. Great job. And, again, we have flooding going on. This is what Val's talking about. Let's go to Matt McCabe up in the flooding. And control room, when you get Matt brought up here, let me know. And Matt has been up here. He's been all over the place today, but Matt is, look at there.
Hey.
Anyway. All right, Matt's looking good up north. Matt,
He
what do you
has
think?
no idea.
I know, he has no idea. Okay, Matt, behind you, the waters are high. What's your location exactly? And is the water, it should be receding now a little bit. Go ahead, give us an update.
Yeah, David, we're right in the heart of Tonkawa right now, and you can see behind me that these streets are flooded. This is 5th Street behind me, or at least it was. You can see there was a car behind me that attempted to make it through. It's been flooded. There's nobody in it right now. We've heard from Kay County Emergency Management that there's several streets across the entire county that are closed off right now, so many that they've run out of barriers. So they're telling people if you see any amount of water, don't try crossing it, just turn around. Find another route, or better yet, just stay home right now. Of course, there's more severe weather coming through, so indoors are the best place to be right now. And these cars in particular, a lot of these aren't just built to make it. So again, turn around, find another route. There's several of these spots, lots of culverts right now along where we've been driving today are just overflowing. So again, they're asking people, particularly so they don't have to come and rescue you, because there might be other spots that those emergency responders need to get to. David, back to you.
Gotcha.
Okay, I got it. Great job there, Matt. Good job. Great job being up north. So Matt has been in tornado damage up in Hillsdale from the tornado earlier. And the threats today were mainly flooding and tornadoes and hail. We've had all of those things today. And now Matt was live right there and from Blackwell, where we have that flooding still going on. The water has receded. It's come down some, but still flooding up there. So we're going to get Matt over here north of Newkirk and see what's going on. This is where we have some damage from earlier, either straight line winds or the winds associated with the tornado that we're trying to wrap in around that mesocyclone that was going just north of Newkirk. Radar data was showing winds nearly 100 miles per hour. So either a strong jet trying to produce a tornado, or we had a tornado. And we'll find out here, but either way, it's wind and it's bad. And that's what was going on north of Newkirk. I say we just get him over there, pop him north, and he'll know within 10 minutes north of town whether he's got nothing or something. All right, so Val is now in Ponca City, and let's go ahead and zoom on in. A little storm near Marlin, not doing a whole bunch here, not worried about it. Hail going through Ponca City, and bigger hail on the north side of town. And the circulation, it's pretty broad right now. I don't see anything where I'm just like, oh boy, this isn't good. I just see a big storm with some weaker rotation right now. What does shear rate look like out of that? Yeah, it's there. I mean, it's definitely there. It's just to Val's east. Okay, let's go to Val Castor. He's up in Ponca City. This is going to be just to his east. And Val, circulation just to your east, not by much. Still there. Not as tight as what it was. A little bit looser, but still, tornado warning continues. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, so we are on the south side of Ponca right now. We're starting to get into some bigger hail. Like I said earlier, we had over 2-inch hail on the ground southwest of Ponca City. We ran through a brief period of golf balls just about a half a mile back, but now it appears, I mean, this storm is just hauling, David. It's moving so fast that the hail swath is moving fast also. But, I think the bigger hail is up to the north, like you said. We still can't see any cloud structure just because there's so much rain, but I think we're just barely southwest of the circulation. But I got to tell you, this storm is moving on. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Great job there, Val. So Val going through Ponca City. He's going to go east over on Highway 60, and we're going to keep tracking this a little while longer here, as it is obviously still in our viewing area up in Ponca City. We'll keep it going east. Val's right there. Vaughn's on the east side of that, and we'll keep tracking that. So, Lace, that storm is still turning. And look at there, shear rate just continues to ramp up.
In just
Go ahead.
the last scan, it's ramped up, and it's actually turned more right. It's almost hugging the river now. So it went kind of south of town, south of Ponca, hugging the river, which is going to bring it right across Call Lake. Now it might go across the center of Call Lake up towards Call City, or kind of on the southern edge, McFadden Cove, that portion of Call Lake. But folks that live in and around Call Lake, you need to be watching this very closely. The southern tip under the tornado warning as we speak. That's the lowest level, centermost portion of your home. If you have friends or family camping, you already seen what can happen to a fifth wheel. We showed you that earlier. You do not want to be in a tent. You don't want to be in a fifth wheel mobile home as this is coming up towards the lake. So we haven't seen it touch down in quite some time. It's not a confirmed tornado, but I'm telling you, this is something that can do extensive damage, and a brief tornado is definitely possible out of it, and especially with the way that shear rate is going right now and the velocity data ramping up some. So Vaughn Caster, he's right there. Vaughn is looking at it. Let me see. Does Vaughn have a shot of it right now? Yeah, Vaughn's closing. Is Vaughn still in, Justin? He's in with, yeah, okay. Let's go to Vaughn, too, because Vaughn had dropped further south to try to get out of the precip. Vaughn, let's go out to you. What are you seeing?
Not a whole lot. I'm in the heavy rain, Lacey. I'm just getting ready to break out of it, so I'm going to be able to get a pretty good shot here in about a minute. I did go through some quarter-size hail. I didn't see any of the 2 inch Val got, thank goodness, but I'm getting ready to break out of the rain, and if it's right to my south, I'll be able to see some kind of structure.
Okay, yeah, you should be anytime, Val or Vaughn. Just holler whenever you get kind of out of that and you can see clearly back further to your south. It's actually, the circulation is closing in on you now. It's not far to your south at all. It is crossing the river as we speak and crossing over, what is that, north, oh, it went away. Can't read the street at the moment, but basically right where Vaughn is on Lake Road, you can see that, and it's going to be coming up to Lake Road very shortly. And anyone familiar, of course, with Kay County and the Ponca City area, that's kind of the main thoroughfare heading out to Call Lake. So there's the hook. That's the tornado warned storm right now. This is in northern Oklahoma. So Vaughn is there and Val is there, and if they start to see anything, they will holler and let us know. I just want to kind of show you some of the other cells that are going on right now. So we've had the kind of shower that's gone up. That's near Ames, and then the severe storm that fired on the dry line out in Woodward County. So that's now in Sharon. That's south of Woodward, and that's working its way up towards Moreland. There is some shear with it, some weak rotation. It's not a tornado or tornadic storm at this time. It could become that way over time, but right now it's just kind of a linear storm. Doesn't have much organization to it whatsoever, but could produce some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So definitely,
Vaughn has that shot for you, Lacey.
He does. Okay, let's go back to Vaughn now. Vaughn is in just to the south and to the east of Ponca City. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah, I can see a pretty big hail core that's straight south of me, and I see a lowering right there, Lacey. I don't see anything on the ground, but I've got a little hill in between me, and let me zoom up just a hair here. So that's where we're looking. I think that is the rotation right there. It's due south of me, and I'm about, 5 miles east of Ponca City, 3 miles east of Ponca City. So we're going to continue with this as it moves right. It moved right on us, right?
Yeah, that's it. That is it, definitely, Vaughn, and you're looking at it. So at the moment, that area of circulation, even though it's tight, and there's the wall cloud, which you can see it's kind of getting wrapped in with rain now, but Vaughn is very close to the circulation. It's closing in on him, so he's going to reposition and currently not on the ground, but the tornado warning does continue, and this is going to, again, head over to Call Lake. That's where it's going. I'm going to put a distance on here and kind of measure this for folks at Call Lake.
Lacey, I do have a track on that if you need
Okay, it's about 4 miles from Call Lake. Let's go to that, Cass. What do you have there on the times?
It's on Lynx 3, so I've got it going at about 45 miles an hour, and it puts it at Call Lake at 7:51. It's 7:45 now, so about 6 minutes away. And then Webb City at 8:07, Granola at 8:17, and it gets farther into eventually Osage County.
Okay, perfect. And Vaughn is going to stick with that, of course. And we'll keep tracking it. We'll keep bringing you updates to it.
Just a little bit there, Vaughn, so keep on looking.
Okay. Vaughn, what are you saying, Justin?
Let us know if you see anything.
Okay. Vaughn is talking with Justin there. And you can see the showers going on here on Next Gen Live in Oklahoma City. No severe weather in or around Oklahoma City. There's some moderate rain lifting into Guthrie, some showers, heavy downpour over Kingfisher, back to Geary, back to Hinton, back to Colony and Carnegie. And then the severe storm and the tornadic storm, it's had a history of at least producing a tornado in southwestern Oklahoma. So now 2 tornado warnings. Those storms are, we told you this is what's coming up I-44. This is what's building to the north and to the east. And we've got the 2 tornado warnings now. Jeremy's on the storm that had produced a tornado right along the Red River, crossing into Oklahoma, and it still has shear with it. At the moment, nothing exceptionally tight, but Jeremy's right there in it for sure. Let's go out to Jeremy if we can. Jeremy, check in with you. You're now to the northeast of Walters on Highway 65. Jeremy, you're very near the rotation. That is a very strong supercell. Go ahead.
Yeah, Cassie, I just actually drove by the circulation just a few minutes ago. It was really not all that great looking. It's not well organized. We're kind of getting back into the rain now. No doubt that will hinder it as well. I'm just going to continue following it, and we'll monitor it. Back to you, Cassie.
Okay, great update there. I'll take it, Jeremy. We also have the storm that's down to the south that's actually a little bit stronger. So what this is showing storm strength. So the storm that Jeremy's on was pegging the meter earlier. That storm I'm not seeing velocity being too incredibly strong with that. So that's good, but the tornado warning nonetheless, and rightfully so. These are very strong storms. So folks in Eureka, Addington, down the line, all of southwestern Oklahoma, really running from Purcell to Pauls Valley to Wynnewood, down to Falls Creek, Ardmore, in just the next couple of hours. All of this is going to be moving through your area with at least damaging wind gusts and hail that could be up to the size of golf balls. Right now we're spitting out baseball size hail near Temple, and as this moves through will pose a tornado threat. We've got a new severe storm. Brandon Pendle is closing in on that. That is the storm near Duncan. Let's take a look at that. It has a little bit of shear with it, and that's moving off to the northeast now, heading up towards Bray and Bailey. That'll be coming into Grady County in the next hour, and we'll see what that does. So kind of new development with that kind of cluster of storms in the southwest that's moving up towards the north.
And Lacey,
yeah,
Vaughn has a shot for that storm
Great.
up there in Ponca City.
Okay.
Whenever you get a chance.
Yep, awesome. Let's go there. That's the tornado-warned storm, and that's the one that we've been watching. They've been tracking this storm. This is what produced the tornado back in the Hinton area. This is what produced the tornado back in the Hinton area, the damage near Calumet, Highway 60 up to Call Lake. So go ahead, Vaughn. Let's see your shot and tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, that's the area of rotation right there. It's snuck across me here, and it's to my north now. So I'm going to go across Call Lake. I don't see anything on the ground. There is an area, heavy rain right behind that. So that area of rotation. So if there's something tucked in there, there ain't no way I'm going to see it. But I'm going to stay going east, and I'll give you another report here in just a little bit.
For folks, though, in the area, because the circulation is tucked back in the rain. It's actually in between you and Val. Val is up on Coleman Road, and he's to your north by a couple miles, Vaughn, and the circulation is actually closing in on Val. Val, this is going to lift right up over you the way it looks to me right now. Val, you're at least a hail core. What size of hail are you getting? What are your winds like?
So we're getting golf balls right now,
Okay.
Lacey. I mean, I'm worry about the windshield. I mean, it's hitting hard enough. So right now, also, I believe we're about ready to pass through the circulation and maybe just ahead of us, I think. I mean, you probably got a good handle on that, where we are, but I can't see anything in the way of cloud structure at the moment. We're in thick rain, heavy rain here with lots of hail hitting. So golf balls, at some points we've had a couple that were a little bit bigger than golf balls. So, man, this is a strong storm, Lacey, back to you.
Okay. Lacey, we do have pictures, a lot of pictures actually coming in from Ponca City. So that same storm that is going off to the northeast. We're getting a ton actually from Ponca City. I just put a couple in here right now, but Nick sent this one in and it's over, a couple inches. And then we've got this other one and just look at those and the spikes on those. So Stormy Beller sent that in. So we're definitely getting at least golf ball size hail within some of these storms.
Hailstorm. I mean, you've got damage when you've got hail that big. Some of those are a little bit bigger than golf balls. So that's what Val's been taking to the truck as well, and that's what moved over Ponca City. And I'll turn back on Lynx 1 reflectivity, and you can see the hail core moved right up over Ponca, right up over Kildare, and now going over the north finger to the Arkansas River and the north finger of Call Lake. And if you zoom it in, here we'll take a look at the velocity data, because that's the most dangerous part of the storm. The hail is dangerous, but this is the velocity and showing the rotation. Val, it has crossed just to your east now by just a couple of miles, and it's about to go over the lake. Okay, I'm sure these different branches of the lake are called something, but I'm not that familiar. Basically, the western branch of Call Lake that lifts up into the Arkansas River. That's where the circulation is going to cross, and then from there, it's going to head up into eastern portions of a Kay County. So crossing Call Lake in Kay County, has turned right. It had turned right pretty dramatically, and that's where Vaughn was. Then it lifted north. That's where Val is, and now it's going to move north of Val as it crosses over the lake. So has produced damaging hail in Ponca City. We hope folks had a chance to protect their vehicles. There's going to be some roof damage. There may be some blown out windows. We had a lot of pictures, David, of larger than golf ball size hail that moved through Ponca with this storm.
Yeah, and I was listening to it as you were doing all this here, and I was like, oh my gosh. So Ponca City, they've had a rough day. Kay County has had a rough day. Flooding.
Yes.
Several tornado warnings now, and big hail, damaging winds. They've had it all. Newkirk, nearly 100-mile-an-hour winds north of Newkirk a little bit earlier, and this just continues. So there's Val again on this, and this
Vaughn has a storm over Call Lake.
Okay, let's take a look at it. Let's go to Vaughn's shot and see what it looks like here. And there it is over the lake. Wow,
over the lake, yeah.
Wow, look at that. Yeah, check back in here, Vaughn. What's going on the left side of that? Looks like that thing's pulling that thing in on the left, and that's pretty low. Give us an update as you look out across the lake. Wow, what a shot. Go ahead.
Yes, he's there.
He's there? He's not talking to KO?
No, he was just talking to me. There you go.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. No, I just, what do you think looking at that, looking across the lake?
Of course,
Great
coming
shot.
across the lake, too.
Clearly there's nothing on the ground there, David. That's pulling in. That's the inflow. So nothing's on the ground. That was pretty close to that, I'm pretty sure. But I'm looking straight north here across the dam at Call Lake.
Wow, what a shot. Lake looks so pretty. And then you look off to the north, big storm. You have your wind and your hail coming in here on the backside. And wow, that thing is, it's a supercell. It's a rotator. Tornado warning continues. And the circulation, again, going across the lake right now. Let's go to Lynx 1. And he's on the dam. He's right down here, and he's looking off to the north at that. And he's looking right at it. And this is where the spin is. It's right up in here. And here comes Val. And Val is still eastbound and down. Let's get an update from Val. And Val, you're farther north and coming in from the west. And what do you think? Circulation is still there. It's right over the lake. Right now it looks like. What do you think? I know you're in the trees, starting to get in some of the hills of eastern Oklahoma here a little bit. Eastern Kay County, a little hilly. What do you think, Val? Go ahead.
So we just busted out of the rain and the hail. Literally just now. We have, this is a lot better. We're able to see what's going on. We can see cloud structure. We can see the base. And right now we're fixing to go right over the lake on a bridge here in just a minute. So looking all around, I almost think that maybe the mezzo is going to be to our northeast, not very far, a little ways to our northeast, because I see a big inflow band up in that area over there. And I don't see anything on the ground. I don't see any funnel or anything like that, but I do see evidence of a strong updraft over there, pretty good-sized inflow band. But one thing about this storm, I think probably the main thing about it right now is it's got damaging hail. I was coming close to getting my windshield broke back there, not quite, thankfully, but I guarantee you there's damage in Ponca City. We saw golf balls and bigger on the ground around a car dealership up there. So, yes, insurance companies aren't going to be happy. Back to you.
Yeah, that's not good. But, wow, yeah, you don't like to see that. But hail is such a, it's such a pain. I mean, it's, on your car, you got insurance adjuster, you got to find a shop. It's just slow. Getting parts to your car. I mean, it's just a mess. It's just a mess. Hail is, roofs, it's windows. It's just a mess. Okay. All right. So that was in Ponca City a little bit earlier. All right. So there's your circulation now, and lifting now. It's about ready to push into Osage County. And Val's there, Vaughn's there. We're going to jump back south now. Things are quickly ramping up in southwestern Oklahoma. And let's go all the way down here and take a look. And we have severe storms out west, north of I-side. We'll talk about those. But right now, this activity is beginning to ramp up. Jeremy's right there. Brandon is right there. Tom's down here still, right? Did I lose Tom? What happened to Tom? Oh, Tom, okay, he's back north. Okay, so we have Brandon and Jeremy down south. And the tornado warnings now extend up into Grady County, okay? So these are headed to the northeast. Here's Norman, here's Purcell, and all this is coming northeast, okay? Justin, you have something? I thought you were going to say something. Oh, okay. I thought I heard you breathing like you were getting ready to jump in. Okay. Okay, so there's the area of spin with that Jeremy's on. And, okay, and then Brandon, where's Brandon? He's a little bit further. He's going westbound, I assume. And circulate, boy, it's ugly again, folks. These are wrapped in rain. All right, so tornado warning now. Jeremy's right there. Let's go back to Sherrod again.
Okay.
Where is it exactly? Okay, it's still back to his southwest, it looks like, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm trying to get my bearings straight here. Okay, just added the other box because it is lifting northeast.
Yeah, and just as a give folks a heads up as far down the line as possible through Rush Springs is the thought there.
Yeah, and okay. And again, folks, this is going to try to come into the metro. This is what we've been talking about the last couple of days, and this is now getting that shove as the jet and as the upper storm is coming out. This is kind of trying to feed to the north. It might miss, like Anadarko, but it looks to me like it's going to go right in and on top of Chickasha and then points east, and that would try to just kind of tunnel this up into the metro. All right, because this is definitely lifting to the north now at a pretty good rate of speed, and we have tornado warnings in this line. Look how many we have. 1, 2, and then this is extension of the northern one. This storm is severe. We got to watch that. And, hey, Justin, what's Hank doing right now? What's Hank doing?
He was refilling and get a bite to eat.
That's fine.
He was waiting to see what the storms were before we blasted south.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
He's going to have
Tom's heading back to the east, and I'll send Hank south.
Yeah. I mean, there's stuff going up near Hinton now too. So let's maybe keep Tom there for a little bit.
Okay, I was going to shove him to 81.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Yes.
Binger's in kind of cell.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Cell area, so I think he's been in and out.
Yeah. That's fine. Bring him, but then tell Hank to get ready because Hank's going to be south and southwest bound and down. It'll be I-35 or it's going to be the H.E. Bailey on Hank here shortly. All right, so we have Jeremy, and we probably ought to get Hank going here pretty soon.
Again, there isn't a whole lot because it is ranch and farmland, a lot of that, but it is also an area in which you can usually see quite a distance, and there's a few trees that are showing up around Shidler, so that's kind of nice to see a few, and that will continue to track toward the Granola area. Station's working on a storm track. Station, what do you have?
Trav, we're going to keep it northeast at about 40 miles per hour into western Osage County. Granola still by 8:15. So you have about 10 more minutes. We do want you to take your tornado precautions. We want you in your safe spot, lowest level interior room, away from windows and doors. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, between your family and the outside as possible, as this is really wrapped up. So as it continues into western Osage County here over the next about 10 minutes or so, that'll put it in Granola by 8:15 and the community of Frankfort. We do want you to take your tornado precautions. We want you in your southeastern Cowley County or southwestern Labette County. So for Cedarvale folks, you have to pay attention.
attention to this one. Again, it's probably, as Trav mentioned, the third or fourth time for tonight. But the National Weather Service out of Wichita did issue a severe thunderstorm warning kind of out ahead of this with a tornado tag possible. But the tornado warning for northwestern Osage County, Trav, that continues. Granola, Frankfort in line. Find those safe spots now.
All right, and it is looking like it's a little bit on the intense side. Do you know if Aaron, if Ron is available, or anyone to give us a verbal on what they're seeing? I know they're getting a little bit away from that right now, but it's still one before it's okay. While we still have a little bit of light, Ron, if you can hear me, give me an update what that looks like from your distance. I know we're starting to get dark.
And it is, Travis. I'm sitting here right amongst all the towers, the windmills actually area right in here, just right north of the Burbank. I'm looking back to the north. My picture's kind of on that rain-free base area that it has the rotation. There's a little bowl area with that rotation. But again, the daylight's kind of falling down on me here a little bit, so it's really becoming kind of hard to see. So I'm going to stay with it and see what it does, Travis.
Yep.
Back to you.
All right. And so, again, that will be headed back into Kansas. This has been a weird afternoon across the area just because of how they've been so steady state. And that's part of this storm system that has caused that issue. And we've had a lot of severe weather today. Haven't had as many tornadoes yet as what I thought we probably would. I thought we'd rack up a lot of tornadoes in western Oklahoma during the course of the day. We've had so many tornado warnings, but so few tornadoes. So there's still a few ingredients missing to make tornadoes, which I don't think anybody's really going to complain about that. As that continues to wrap up and be rotating and right in here, we'll look at this. So they're going to probably lose that in the areas of northwest Osage County. But you cannot see a whole lot of the base of the cloud that's doing too much. So that's what we're seeing at this particular moment. And we also, with this one, there is some hail associated with this. And with every storm that's going to be like this, there's strong updrafts, and so the hail sizes are also going to be popping back up. And we'll go with that, yeah?
Yeah, I did see some reports just a moment ago of hail sizes near Ponca City over 2 inches in diameter.
You did? Okay. Well, that makes sense then. And Station, if we can, let's look at a hail core on there and see what we have going on. And so that's hanging in there. Strong winds. That little yellow is indicative of strong wind potential, and that's part of that rotation of the rotating meso that's right in there. So that rotating part of that storm right here continuing to track into northwestern Osage County. Lots of lightning now as that kicks up and gets going across this region. Back to a broader view of what we have. Do you have a storm track, Stacia, on that one before we take totally off yet or not? If you don't, here's what broader view. Again, Tulsa's down here. And so we have it's just all lined up. They're just lined up, continuing to just march north and east. The tornado warning, which had been in effect again for northern Chautauqua County, is now out of the picture. And so we see that out of our viewing area. The new tornado warning moving in northwestern Osage County. But all these are pretty much severe. So here's a cell, here's a cell. You can pretty much just make it out on your own of what we're seeing. They're just lined up. And this is going to be the problem tonight, and it's going to continue for a while. But Stacia, you have an update?
I do, Travis. So we're going to do the next track here still for the storm in eastern Kay County, moving it into northwestern Osage. Granola, you're still in the path. You have about 5 more minutes to 7 more minutes before the storm reaches you. We're tracking it at about 8:15, 8:16. Want you to take your tornado precautions. Hopefully it passes just on your west side, northwest side of town, but still it is a close call for you guys, and we want you to take those precautions now. So Granola would be about 8:15, 8:16. Cedar Vale closer to around 8:35. 45. And again, Cedarvale not included in a tornado warning, but if this stays tracking up to the northeast like we think it will, in clipping that northwest corner of Osage County, that will put it into southeastern Cali County, southwestern Labette County here in the next about 30 minutes or so. So Cedarvale's in the track here. Granola and Frankfort, living around those communities in far northwestern Osage County, please go ahead and find that safe spot now. And again, we're tracking the tornado warning storm from eastern Kane County south of Hardy, just on the northwest side of Webb City, and then up to the northeast. It's pretty much crossing into Osage County now. So again, up towards Granola here soon.
All right, yeah, that looks pretty tough still. So if it's not a tornado, it's still going to do some wind damage. Going to be some issues potentially there. Can we get to weather 15 by chance? I just wanted to point out, yeah, well, that was fast. That didn't take any time. Way to go. You are impressive. This storm, we're going over to the dark side, so to speak. You can kind of see that our satellite pictures going there. This is Tulsa County right in here. And here is the Oklahoma area, so to speak, this area right in here. So this is an area with what we're seeing is an expansion of, like, you see this explosion of storms down here. That is what we're seeing with these storms. They're rapidly developing and they're spreading north because there's so much energy with this system that we thought, yeah, it'd be a little earlier. We'll probably catch quite a few more storms. We haven't really done that. So now we're going to do that tonight because nature decided that was a better time to do this. So that's going to continue to move and develop further to the north and to the east. So that's one of the things that we do have. All right, let's go back and get a big picture of the radar, and you see that we have the lineup of the storms. And then back to the Alan's been on that cell, and it just looks like it hasn't done too much. Alan, looks like it's kind of winding down. Quick update from you. What do you have?
Yes, sir. We're heading north on Highway 2 right now. We tried to stay with that cell, and it kind of started falling apart a little bit. We had plenty of rain coming down just right up ahead of us, but looks like it's dried up and kind of heading off in the distance. We're going to move north and try and catch the backside of this other one. Thank you.
Sounds good, sir. Appreciate it. So again, that was just some rain. No big deal for that. Back south and west. I want to go back. Yeah, let's go down. And you see down to Sperry. Brandon's near something that's trying to, it looks like Bob and Brandon, Sequoia, those guys are all going to have to start getting in action here pretty soon. Where Brandon, this is a storm. This is that tornadic storm. And I don't think, we don't have any of our trackers down on that, I don't think, right now that have video for us. That is an impressive storm, though. This has been a tornado-warned storm. It's kind of like the leading edge, like a bull just coming on up. And that is tracking toward the Norman area. So I just wanted to point that out. I know a lot of parents and always think about the kids, and we have a lot of kids going to OU and OSU. So that is moving northeast. So we'll be kind of watching that, see what happens. Additional tornadoes are kind of warnings will probably be along this line. And as we said, that'll rapidly expand to the north. Let's go back up to where Brandon is located. Is Brandon online? Right now. Let's go to Brandon, who's situated. He's been near Stillwater. As I mentioned, too, OSU has had family weekend, and so looks like we have some rain trying to form. Brandon, what's the atmosphere like? Or you have very strong south winds? It looks like there's a little bit of development, but are you seeing very much?
Well, Travis, here in Stillwater at the current time, no, we're just getting about 10 to 15 mile an hour winds. We just got a slight little sprinkle that came over the top of us. We're continuing to watch the development that just toward north, so we're watching this very closely as it's getting ready to fill in, looks like, and as soon as it does, we'll be all over it, Travis.
All right, and so that the campus again, just north. Hey, before I let you go, Brandon, that tornado touchdown, that was just northwest of Stillwater, right?
Yes, sir, that was, and I've gave Aaron some video of that for you guys. So okay. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. And there was a little bit of damage, even though it hardly lasted at all. It was just, but they ended up with some outbuildings that got blown around and blown over. So there was some damage from that, even though it lasted just for a minute or two, and then that was about it. All right, so we're going to see a rapid development, as I said, as we go through tonight. It looks like some shower storms are forming in Creek County right now, southern Creek County. So this is kind of part of what was expected. You're just starting to see some of that expand northward. It's nothing right now, but this is going to be something here as we go through the next 2 to 3 hours. And then we'll go back up to the north again, and then we'll look at the storm that's back up with a tornado warning storm. You see Vaughn's shifting a little bit. There's Ron and Val. They're continuing to track across this area. And so this cell is still looking pretty strong. And you do see with that circulation feature now has moved almost just west of Granola. And Stacia, I'm going to have you do an update and storm track if you would. So this is still, that's why we have the tornado warning in northwestern Osage County. It's just been added onto, you can see there, the polygram. And so that has just turned red. And so that's because Wichita, the National Weather Service said, okay, this thing's still looking like it's going to keep on going for a while longer, so let's go with a tornado warning storm for you guys in that area. So that's still a problem, and Stacia has an update.
All right, Trav. So again, it's west of Granola, like you said, and then it's headed over towards the very small community of Frankfort. This is northwestern Osage County, and so this tornado here, or this tornado warned storm, continues up to the northeast at about 35 to 40. And the National Weather Service out of Wichita has extended a tornado warning now for the southeastern parts of Cowley County and potentially southwestern Labette County, Kansas. So Granola, again, west side of town now. We hope you're in your safe spot. And if you live northwest of Granola, again, we're talking the northwest corner of Osage County here. That would be 8 here pretty much now, but Cedar Vale would be 835. And again, it's moving to the northeast. So for folks in line that may not be included right now in the tornado warning, that includes Cedar Vale, but also the community of Gibbs west of Sedan. Sedan, start to pay attention to this. Elgin as well. It should say west of Elgin at this point, but it's expected to get into southwestern parts of Labette County within the next 30 minutes. So that's the tornado warned storm that we have right now. Again, northwestern Osage County moved out of K County. These storms tonight still produce a lot of rain, but also some very large hail. As Aaron mentioned, 2-inch hail reports out of Ponca City. So this is the same storm that produced the 2-inch hail, and that has now moved again out of K County, northwestern Osage, and then southern parts of Cowley County. So some large hail potential there. Rainfall amounts are just copious because these heavy storms are just training over the same spots. So our rainfall threats are increasing in these areas. K County back into southeast Kansas. And that is what's to come later tonight for a lot of eastern Oklahoma. As Trav mentioned, the line of storms, it's broken right now because we have our storms northwest of Tulsa, back into southeast Kansas. Severe weather going on there. And then we have some showers that have developed out near Perry and Glencoe, northern Payne County, far southwestern Pawnee County here soon. Some showers starting in Southern Creek and northern Okfuskee County. And then down to the southwest of Oklahoma City. We're talking a lot about what's south of Oklahoma City because that's what's moving northeast. And we'll get into our area here in the next hour, 2 hours. So this will all fill in tonight. And it's going to be a night of strong to severe storm potential plus very heavy rain and flooding issues that will linger into tomorrow morning. So there's still a lot more to go. We have our storm trackers lined up for you, but tornado warnings continue south of Chickasha, south of Oklahoma City. But again, for us, we have a severe thunderstorm west of Independence moving into town now. We have some heavy storms around Sedan, and then we have our tornado warned storm Trav in northwestern Osage County.
All right, thank you for that update. I greatly appreciate that. Additional rain and thunderstorms trying to pop back up in a few areas. The rotation's hanging in there. Doesn't look quite as strong as it was and pronounced as it was, but we're just seeing it just on the periphery of our radar side. And we're going to continue coverage here for a little while longer until we're sure that this isn't going to do something goofy, but we're in an area of northwestern Osage County. Nature Conservancy is right there as well, their headquarters just east of Granola. And so that's just kind of coming back through the same area. So I'm sure if we had a camera right there, that would be a pretty impressive shot at this moment. But with our trackers in position, it's kind of weird because everything looks kind of grayish blue right now as the sun is setting, and we're kind of in that place of just twilight, so to speak, happening at this moment. Severe thunderstorm warning, though, in Montgomery County. tornado warning. We'll continue with this tornado warning for a while longer, as I said, till we're sure that this is going to be out of the area. This is looks like it's just going to cut over into areas that could be just outside of the viewing area, but a lot of moisture is building back through here. And because of that, I know Stacia mentioned this just a moment ago, but the training effect that's ongoing, and wherever this sets up, and this is going to happen tonight as well, we're going to have flooding potential. So if you do have kids that are out like late tonight, midnight, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, we should be in a very heavy rain environment at that point and flooding potential. So just reinforce, to turn around, don't drown, get to a higher ground, just wait a while and make sure that everything's okay. But these are the numbers coming in now that Stacia was showing. And I mean, this goes all the way back. Some of these areas, I wish we could have gone back into the Panhandle, but it just hasn't rained that far west. But we do have that severe thunderstorm Marty's on at Waynoka, and that is just it's narrow, but that is a lot of water. If that gets a little bit further south, it's going to start getting in the basins for the Skiatook Lake area. And Aaron and I have talked about this ad nauseum about how Skiatook Lake, it just like everything misses that. And so it's way below normal. And it's been drought, so it's been unusually dry. But that's what we have. So the tornado warning still here. Severe thunderstorm warning there. And then rain is trying to form there, south. And that is going to be the beginning of the thunderstorm complex. We'll take one more look, and it looks like some of the circulation has left. Might be just around Frankfort and just, so it's still there, just on the border. And so that's just crossing on over now. And is Ron where he could see that at all or not, Aaron? Is he, he's a little bit too far for that? Okay, yeah, he is, and Val's too far. And I don't know if Val's going to get lost over there. Val's not used to probably traveling through Osage County, so we'll see. Out, so it's been unusually dry, but that's what we have. So the tornado warning still here, severe thunderstorm warning there, and then rain is trying to form there, south. And that is going to be the beginning of the thunderstorm complex. We'll take one more look, and it looks like some of the circulation has left. Might be just around Frankfort and just, so it's still there, just on the border. And so that's just crossing on over now. And is Ron where he could see that at all or not, Aaron? Is he, he's a little bit too far for that? Okay, yeah, he is, and Val's too far. And I don't know if Val's going to get lost over there. Val's not used to probably traveling through Osage County, so we'll see. Out, so it's been unusually dry, but that's what we have. So the tornado warning still here, severe thunderstorm warning there, and then rain is trying to form there, south. And that is going to be the beginning of the thunderstorm complex. We'll take one more look, and it looks like some of the circulation has left. Might be just around Frankfort and just, so it's still there, just on the border. And so that's just crossing on over now. And is Ron where he could see that at all or not, Aaron? Is he, he's a little bit too far for that? Okay, yeah, he is, and Val's too far. And I don't know if Val's going to get lost over there. Val's not used to probably traveling through Osage County, so we'll see. We'll have to rearrange and redirect right now. So that storm moving out of our area. I'm going to tell production here, I think what we're going to do is we're going to go back to programming because we hate to say the same thing over and over without having
Okay, Trav, so it is getting into now southeastern parts of Cowley County, and then it will clip far western Labette County. So for Cedarvale folks, that's going to be here at about 8:34, so you have around 10 more minutes. Watch is until 3 a.m. across eastern Oklahoma, Trav.
Okay, and this is going to be an active night. So they just showing you the tornado watch now for our area. And so 3 a.m., probably be extended past that. But the storms themselves are going to be, with the tornado watch, it's quite obvious we're going to have a chance of tornadoes. But this is what we've been watching along this leading edge, the squall line. We had that, Alan and Stephen had that, is that yesterday morning? Forgot, was that? I think that was yesterday morning. It was yesterday morning. Yeah, days kind of merging all of a sudden. And so that's when there's like embedded areas, like there was one down around McAllister, there was one in Okmulgee area. So these are the things that we're gonna have to deal with tonight. So when a storm is coming, if you have our app, you'll be able to stream with us because we stream we stream on our app when we're live like we are right now. And so anytime there's bad weather, we will be streaming. And so that's how you can stay with us. So I just want to make sure you realize that. Some people say, well, you're not on Facebook Live anymore. Well, we update Facebook Live, but we won't be live. We'll be on our app because it's a lot easier to go on when it's supposed to be on. And so that helps us a lot, and that should help you as well. So it's just another little thing. You can just, if you have the app, you just click on that. It's no different than Facebook Live because it'll be doing basically the same thing. Oh, we do. Wow. Okay. So they're going to go with a tornado warning on that. So glad we stuck around. Well, the circulation picked up on that. So this is just north of Independence. And so that's going to be around, is that Crane? Okay. I'm not familiar with Crane. Haven't been through. You've been through Crane, I bet.
Not Crane, but LaHunt.
LaHunt you have been.
Not Crane.
Crane is just kind of there. Maybe it's just a small building.
Maybe just one building.
One building,
maybe,
okay. But anyway, the Crane right now might not have that building if we're not careful, because that is literally right in the midst of what's going on. So they had to just issue tornado warning on this because that circulation has increased. This is our night. This is what's going to be the situation for overnight into the morning hours. As this moves to the northeast, and obviously Stacia will have you do another storm track. This is I can tell you it's moving back north and east, back toward the Neodesha and Brooks area, Sycamore area. But if you are in this area, we need you to take cover. And hopefully you're in cover because it's right on top of you now. So these have just popped up as we go. What do you have?
So it's northeast at about 40, and that will take it again on the north side of Independence and through Sycamore by 8:33. Cherryville once again in a tornado track tonight. That's going to put you at 8:44. Again, this is a tornado warning for a tornado or a storm capable of producing a tornado. We don't have anything confirmed on the ground. It's just radar indicated rotation that's strong enough in this storm. It could produce a tornado at any moment. So we do want you to take it seriously. And for folks that live along Highway 75 from Independence up to Sycamore, find that safe spot. Once again, Cherryville 8:44, Sycamore here soon. You already have some rain around, but that circulation is just down to your southwest. Trav.
Okay, I want to show one big picture. We do have confirmation now of a tornado down by Rush Springs at this time. And so that's coming up on Norman, possibly. That's moving northeast at only 25 miles an hour, $half size hail. So that's a tornado warning. It says radar indicated possibility there, so I don't have it. Well, it says confirmed tornado now. Damaging tornado was near Pumpkin Center. That was right at 8 o'clock. And so that storm is still moving at 8:26. So they continued that. And the reason I want to show you this is because as this moves to the north and east, we have this is another Brandon that we have, but we've added a new severe thunderstorm warning to that. So you can see the Chickasha area, you can see Purcell, and then you can see Norman. So this is continuing that kind of bowling ball look. And at the current rate, they put a warning on here for a thunderstorm, but that is headed up to Norman. So again, if you have kids there, they'll know about it because Norman is the epicenter of weather. And so if there isn't a siren going off, I tell you, somebody will be screaming very loud. So that is, but that's heading on up to OU and around the Norman area. Okay, back into our area. And here's a couple cells too. You see they're forming out. Look what's happening here. So these are starting to form. And so that's along the Red River, but this isn't going to take long. If they move about 45 miles an hour, that'll take about an hour and a half to 2 hours to start getting up into our viewing area around Hughes. So this is the beginning of what was expected to be an active evening and overnight time period. And so that's what we're seeing. They're just fringe areas for us. They're not in the Tulsa area, but they're just enough of a problem that we're going to continue with tornado warnings. So we're also added the tornado warning now to the Cedarvale storm that was originally around Granola. And so we're going to look at that. Let's get some velocity data there. There we go. So that's tightened. That's a little bit tighter looking right now. So that's cycled a little bit. And so this now is located and coming in on the Cedarville area. And Stacia, you already moved over to try to make a storm track on that. That will be moving. This is Chautauqua County, part of our viewing area, right in through there. So that's coming right back into our viewing area. And with that tight, the way it is, and with it getting dark, that's one of the problems that we're going to deal with as that moves to the northeast. So that's a problem. And then you see the severe thunderstorm that's just to the east of northeast of Sedan, severe thunderstorm. I bet people that live up here, they're like, what is going on? Hasn't. Yeah, it's like it hasn't stormed for 2 years. We've been praying for rain for 2 years, and then it's all going to come in one night, and then we're going to get everything. Night of the tornadoes and twisters. And what do you have for us?
They get out of their safe spot, Trav, and they get right back in.
Yeah,
it's just back and forth, back and forth.
Amen.
So here's the track for western parts of Chautauqua County, Kansas. Cedarvale, 835, Granola, but the Kansas Granola. So that's going to be north of Cedarvale, just southwest of Moline there if it continues. So again, that rotation. Southeastern Cowley County, east of Ark City, but tracking up into the northwestern parts of Chautauqua County, Kansas. So west of Sedan. It should stay west of Sedan, but we're going to keep a watch on it pretty closely as it's moving more northeast. And then the northeastern corner of Chautauqua County, so northeast of Sedan, we have a severe thunderstorm there. And then also back towards Independence, you have your tornado warning ongoing. That is until 9 o'clock. And for Independence over to Cherryville, but the rotation looks like it's now maybe more on the north side of Independence there up around the Sycamore area east of Highway 75 tracking over towards Cherryville. So a lot of activity now still back into southeast Kansas with 2 tornado warnings, Montgomery County, northeast side of town, northeast side of the county, and then for Chautauqua County, it's the western side out west of Sedan. Cedarvale is included in that, Trav.
Okay, a lot of red up there in Kansas, a lot of red. And a lot of storms going on in that area. The Blackwell storm that's also back in that area, that should have some chunks of hail showing up. And so we have a lot of hail in some of these areas. We're getting our storm trackers kind of lined up with what's going to happen for tonight. And so you can see Val and Ron and Vaughn. And which way do we have Vaughn headed? Is he talking at you at this moment yet? Okay. And so these storms all are going to produce flooding rains. They have been, if you're with us. And again, it's just affecting the tier area, northwest tier area of our viewing area. So just fringe area, but we have to, with tornado warnings, want to make sure everybody has a fair shake on what's going on and they know what's going on. So again, if you're up around the areas of Chautauqua County, this has just been an awful active evening. And let's loop that if we could, because I want to share. Let's go back, let's see, 1, 2, 3, about 6 hours if you could. And I want to loop that just for a minute, and we can widen it out just a tad bit. And I want to point out just the goofiness of I say goofiness, but the frustration of how these storms have just continued in this area. And so it's like, it just keeps on going. And so this is like 6 hours. This is a long time of seeing tornado warnings, more tornado warnings, severe tornado warnings. And you have a pause for about 3 seconds at the end of that, if you could. And you can just see what's going. This is like amazing what's happening. What's that? We got another. Okay, yeah, that's even better. So you're just looking at how many warnings we've had, and this is our viewing area right in through here. And so that's what we've continued to just have to cover because of what's going on right in this zone. So it's just very, very active, same thing over and over and over. And usually, if you're with us, you know that it's kind of like going from west to east or from southwest to northeast and all that. But then Cedarvale storm, that is still pretty nasty. And because it's not a good thing, we're going to probably continue with that tornado warning. National Weather Service canceled the one that was in Osage County. But this is tight. So if you're in Cedarvale, again, this is the third time I think we said you need to take cover. This is, I mean, literally, and Stacia said, get out of the storm shelter, go back in the storm shelter. Get out of the storm shelter, go back in. Literally, I mean, it's just that bad. And night of the storms and tornadoes. So Cedarvale, you have this rotating storm above you. This is going to have some big hail with it, and it's going to have strong damaging winds with this. So this is another one, and it's probably why there's no trees out on the plains of Kansas and western Oklahoma. But there's the strength of it is you see a little bit of red. And once we get up into this red color, that is where we start going, okay, this is getting pretty strong. And this is off the surface a little bit because it's a ways away from Wichita and it's away from us. But it does give us a pretty good indication that we still have some fairly large, significant hail with this as it continues to track northeast. And Stacia, do you have a storm track still on this one so we can look at that? So again, if you're in Cedarvale, you need to be in cover right now, just in case, because that is an active tornado warning. It is rotating above you. We've been fortunate so far because most of the tornadoes that we have had to this point, knock on wood, because it's going to change, and I can explain that in just a minute why it's going to change to a higher probability of tornadoes and probably some stronger tornadoes as well as we go through the next 4 hours or so. But what do you have for us?
All right, Trav, so in Cedarvale now, and even if there's not a tornado on the ground, this storm is still a damaging storm potentially with very strong winds. So we want you to be safe and we want you to be in the centermost part of your home, away from windows and doors on the lowest level. So Cedarvale, it's in town now. It will continue tracking up across northwestern parts of Chautauqua County up towards Granola, Kansas by 9:02 tonight. And again, the tornado warning is in
We've been fortunate so far because most of the tornadoes that we have had to this point, knock on wood, because it's going to change, and I can explain. We've been fortunate so far because most of the tornadoes We've been fortunate so far because most of the tornadoes that we have had to this point, knock on wood, because it's going to change, and I can explain that in just a minute why it's going to change to a higher probability of tornadoes and probably some stronger tornadoes as well as we go through the next 4 hours or so. But what do you have for us?
All right, Trav, so in Cedarvale now, and even if there's not a tornado on the ground, this storm is still a damaging storm potentially with very strong winds. So we want
We've been fortunate so far because most of the tornadoes that we have had to this point, knock on wood, because it's going to change, and I can explain that in just a minute why it's going to change to a higher probability of tornadoes and probably some stronger tornadoes as well as we go through the next 4 hours or so. But what do you have for us?
All right, Trav, so in Cedarvale now, and even if there's not a tornado on the ground, this storm is still a damaging storm potentially with very strong winds. So we want you to be safe, and we want you to be in the centermost part of your home, away from windows and doors on the lowest level. So Cedarvale, it's in town now, and we'll continue tracking up across northwestern parts of Chautauqua County up towards Granola, Kansas by 9:02 tonight. And again, the tornado warning is in
We've been fortunate so far because most of the tornadoes that we have had to this
the very large hail, the torrential rain. So if you're without power,
County. Once again, we have a bigger picture that we want to share with you as well. This is showing the state of Oklahoma. There's Missouri, Kansas. You get the general idea. And then we have tornado warnings southeast of Kansas City. Then southeast of Wichita, obviously. And that's the ones that we're having to deal with. Have a little hail all along those. We have a active tornado warning right now that's just northeast of Lawton that I was showing you a little bit ago. And then severe thunderstorms go all the way to tornadoes in that area. And then and moving in through western portions of, so this is where it's more focused now, but this is probably a tornado. It's very, very close to a tornado for you guys. So please, again, be careful where you are. It's nighttime. Now it's the time of night where only lightning flashes, and sometimes it's shrouded in rain. And when it's in rain, you cannot stand around Cedarvale. Be advised, this storm track will portion of Chautauqua County.
Yes, Trav, and this is, again, a pretty rural area of Chautauqua County, and it's the northwestern corner. So this is staying, now it's north of 166, it's north of Cedarvale, and it's northwest of Rogers and really northwest of Sedan. So it's going to cross over a lot of farmland here, but Granola, 903, and then up towards Moline and Elk Falls and potentially Longton too. And so that's, again, the tornado warning for western parts of Chautauqua County. The tornado warning for Montgomery County, including Independence, that's still active. The area of circulation, though, is now to the east of Sycamore. We've had reports of hail around Sycamore at almost 2 inches. In Independence, it's been a little less than 1 inch in diameter, and also quarter-size hail out around Elk City. I had a viewer, Trav, talk about Crane. Crane, I guess, was an old railroad station.
Oh, really?
Yeah, back for farmers. So it's kind of neat.
Did they have a grain elevator, I wonder? Maybe if there was a railroad and farmers, they probably should have had a grain elevator.
Maybe. Renee just said it was an old train station stop where farmers in the area would take cattle.
Oh, cattle. Okay, so we'll do that.
That's a history lesson.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We need that to keep us going right here because that is something else. All right, so that's Cedarvale storm, and then I want to go over Wichita, not to Wichita. I want to go over here to Cherryvale because we do have a couple circulation features. Radar is far enough away that we have to be careful now because of the location of where this is. So just northwest of Cherryvale, and then east of Sycamore. This is another one of these rotating parts of the storm that is pretty tight, and that means that it is rapidly rotating, and because of that there is a chance that this tornado, the National Weather Service just extended that tornado warning now northwestern Labette County, and then extending it back through Neodesha and further back to the north and to the east. So this is the next well, this is the next storm for you guys too, and then you have that other one coming up from out of the west. We'll see if that holds steady state and stays about in the same area. Amounts of rainfall too now. If you're just joining us, just unbelievable amounts of rain are falling from this, and so we're getting a lot of reports of flooding in these areas. So if you are in these areas, we always say, as we say, turn around, don't drown, because we don't want you to get into any trouble with any flooded water, because you probably haven't seen rain for 2 years. You probably don't even know what it's like to have a flooded road or have much more than a little bit of water running down some ditch, because it has not rained very much for a long time. I was just talking to a rancher, a farmer up there, whose pond hasn't run over for almost 2 years. And I was like, wow, that's amazing, especially for southeastern Kansas, because southeast Kansas can get a ton of water. But it has been a long time since we've had rain, and unfortunately that tornado warning as well. What do you have for storm track on that? Because that is continuing to wrap up and continuing to move northeast. So Cherryvale up to around the Brooks area, tornado warning for you guys, and that continues to move northeast. So that's what I want you to be aware of, what's going on right there with that cell. And that is going to rotate, most likely, right on through up to around Galesburg, the way it looks. What do you have?
Yeah, Travis, so that is going to continue east here at about 30, really northeast at about 35 miles per hour. And so like you mentioned, it's just out to the west of Cherryville now. So Cherryville, you're about to get hit pretty hard by this storm and that circulation feature just out to your west-northwest, crossing over 169 in the next about 5-10 minutes or so, but Sycamore in a couple minutes now. And that will then potentially move over towards Parsons. Maybe as it moves more northeast, that southern edge kind of clips Parsons. So folks in Parsons definitely need to pay attention to this, and clipping the northwestern portions of Labette County. More than likely staying north of Mound Valley, north of Altamont, but Parsons in the line for this, along with Cherryville. Hayden there right now is getting hit with a lot of rain, but the circulation south of there's also some really large hail that just moved through the Neodesha area, and that will continue east. Trav?
All right. What I'm looking at is just looking at some new data. I'll tell the production crew as well as everyone that's watching us right now that we're going to probably at 9 o'clock, if these storms continue the way they are, we might go back to programming, and we might get to do that, and then we'll go over to our CW newscast at 9. So that is kind of our plan right now of what we're going to do. So you'll be able to continue to follow us there, especially since we think that most of these storms are going to be a little bit weaker. But what is happening here is kind of interesting, because we're getting these cells popping up. And I was just looking, we had a little bit of a strong gust of wind. And is John there? Aaron? Okay. John, if you're with me right now, you're about ready to intercept a cell that's in east of Manford. Have you had any lightning with it, or what is it looking like to you right now? Can you tell if there's any development with it? What do you see?
It appears to be developing fairly rapidly, Travis, and yes, there is lightning with it. Of course, when you come to me, there's not going to be any bolts coming down, but I've seen quite a bit of lightning with it, a lot of cloud to cloud and cloud to ground lightning both associated with this as it moves kind of in the Sand Springs area is where it looks to be headed. Back to you.
All right. Very interesting, because that has really popped up quickly. And that is part of, unfortunately, our overall plan for tonight, that is going to. Okay, the station's got that looped so we can see it, and we do see a lightning strike there. And then you see Kevin Tilson is situated not too far from Tulsa Hills. And so this is, and John's going to get intercepted right now. And so that's developing, we don't think, and then there's a core right here that's just coming on up, and was just to the west of Mounds, now on the east side of Kellyville. And so that is going to continue moving north. Looks like it is rapidly developing, though, in terms of it looks like there could be a little bit of a hail core just trying to form. So this is what we're looking for tonight. This is what we'll see for tonight. And that will be the problem. Again, I think if we can work it out, the plan is to go over to CW. I'm pretty sure we can do that and do this. The only thing that happens is if this storm gets really crazy and we have to do we'll do a cut-ins. If you're watching on Channel 6, just to let you know what we're going to do, we'll go to our CW newscast. And then if we have any problems with any of these storms, we'll take our own commercial time, and we will have cut-ins and break in as necessary for that. So just be aware. But this is just the beginning of what will be, you're seeing some of that just starting to expand outward. And we still have our tornado warnings up north. So we'll be going through this through about 9 o'clock hour. And right about 8:58, Alan, you think about 8:58, is that about transition time right in there? Right in there. So we'll be, okay, so we're about 10 minutes away from beginning that. And the good news is the original tornado warning, which was heading toward Norman, is now a severe thunderstorm warning. So that is welcome. But this is also part of the developing and expanding line of severe weather. Durant now picking up. So these are starting to increase in intensity. So wall of water is getting ready to hit our area. And so for kids that went to prom tonight, so far so good. If you have kids, though, you might get ready or be watching our CW and then our 10 o'clock newscast on Channel 6, because we'll be talking about the rain and the potential for flooding rain. So that's the biggest thing that I would say is kind of a worry, especially if they're just driving around, going up and down Memorial like kids do, and just keep going back and forth, burning gas, doing nothing. Or if they have an electric car, that's cool too, I guess. But anyway, so that's the only thing that's kind of scary, is if they're not paying attention to the weather. You might have to help them and say, hey, it's storming, a lot of water. Don't be doing that, and turn around, don't drown. Let's go up to the north again for our tornado warnings, because I don't want to get goofy when we have tornado warnings, but you can see a lot of nasty stuff going on southeast of Belton, Missouri, and then ours in Kansas. Still tornado warning. Man, that thing's really going. It's just rolling out of the area. It's good, but it's bad, because that's still, this looks like it's most likely going to be a serious wind damage event with potential tornado embedded in this around the Moorhead area. That is a pretty strong indication of strong damaging winds. I don't know if Shear would pick that up at that distance, but if you can look at that, yeah, that's picking it up. So it's pretty strong. And we'll have you do a storm track just to be on the safe side. Tons of lightning with this. And so they had to expand this because it's taken on this rotating area. And so that's a big meso storm system. And a meso is just basically a big circulation feature here. And you can see how that is being pulled in to the main core of the storm. So the hail core is mainly on the north side. But Stacia, what do you have?
All right, Trav, so we're going to track this here up to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So as we do that, good, my storm velocity here is right at 35, but that's going to take it over towards Hayden by 9:09. So getting to the end of our tornado warning, which does include parts of Neosho County, Kansas. And again, this is talking about the far northwestern corner of Labette County. So northwest of Parsons. This storm should stay just out to the northwest of Parsons, but we want you to be paying close attention just in case it ends up moving more east rather than northeast, or we see some development on the south side of this storm, maybe around the Cherryville area to Grove. That's when it would put it in line for the Parsons area. But again, our time of arrival by Hayden, just north of Parsons, would be about 9:09 for that area of circulation. And you can see, even though we're looking at about 6,400 feet up, or really 4,700 feet up, I guess, that it's high up in the sky, but still there's a notch kind of evident on our reflectivity values near Moorhead, and that will move northeast over towards Hayden, Trav, by 9:09. So about 20 more minutes.
All right, I appreciate that. Something coming out too, just to give a heads up. I know some folks were down at Red Fern Festival, and really got fortunate Friday night and Saturday here. This has been awesome. But for Flint Creek, and also it looks like we're going to see on the Illinois River, because of all the rainfall, we're getting a forecast from the River Forecast Center that we're going to see some flooding going on. Floating is going to be too hazardous potentially. That's going to get up to cresting near 11 feet. At 11 feet, that's minor flooding, but floating on the river would be too hazardous due to strong turbulence. So please check in with any of the floating operations if you were thinking about doing that, because of the amount of rainfall that is expected to fall. And I know folks have already started doing that, but we do have as well some flood warnings that we've mentioned before that we are looking for around Sapulpa to Tulsa County. Surprisingly, I don't even remember the last time we had a Polecat Creek flooding near Sapulpa. That's been a while, but that is expected to rapidly rise. 24 feet, you can have widespread flooding. It's expected to crest if we don't get more than what we think at 24.5 feet, and flood stage is 21. So there's quite a bit of stuff going on also with the area rivers. So, and that's going to be a problem. You can just name about everything. So a flash flood watch is in effect a flood watch is in effect for the entire area. But you see that green. So anywhere from the Polecat Creek and extending through Okmulgee County. So there's a couple of areas that we haven't Deep Fork. We haven't talked about Deep Fork. I don't even remember the last time I talked about Deep Fork River. But so these are the areas along with the Illinois. It doesn't show up right now in Flint. But these are areas that are going to have some flooding just because of the amount of rainfall that is falling and expected to fall tonight through Sunday. So just be aware of that. All right, back to severe weather for a moment, and we'll talk about not only the flooding, but also the severe thunderstorms back to the north. And those are, I don't think they're going to go anyplace, as I said. And so we'll have to deal with that. The cells are coming into Tulsa. John, we might talk to him briefly here before we go. And the tornado warnings we'll have to. So John, we'll start with John. Hey, John, if you would, can you give me an update on what you're running through right now, if you would?
I'm coming in on to the Prattville area on Highway 51, and the storm is just on the Arkansas River, pretty much right over the downtown area of Sand Springs, and it is putting down quite a bit of heavy rain, and then it slacks off. We're also getting a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning associated with it, Travis. Back to you.
All right, appreciate it. So that's just developing right now as a line of thunderstorms or an area of thunderstorms. This could go potentially severe getting up into Osage County. So I wouldn't be surprised. It's over Pogue Airport right now, so that'll probably knock the temperature down from about 80 down to about 65, 68. So that would be a possibility. Additional cells there, you see Sapulpa. And then we have another cell going up. So again, this is the beginning of what is going to be a very long night, a very active night. And nature is going to be messing with us, so just know that. So don't worry, but it's just going to be one of those things. If you got, hey, something's going on, turn on Channel 6 and we'll be here and we will have the latest. Right now we do have the latest as continuing with the tornado warnings to the north. Kansas, Oklahoma state line, and we still have that storm, tornado warned storm, that is now having moved through Cedarville, is now on the northern sides of Chautauqua County. There is you can kind of tell how much lightning has been falling with that, that has been a lot of strikes, lightning strikes here. And so that is a big deal. And so that is going to continue to move up, it looks like, out of the viewing area. Back to the east, we have the severe thunderstorm warning there, Grafton and Hale. And then that extends back on through Elk City with that severe thunderstorm. And then we have a little bit of a break in Independence. Aren't you guys happy? Even though the tornado warning shows that you're there, that storm has now moved into areas away from our viewing area. So that is welcome news. And so we will be running crawls on Channel 6 and letting you know about some of the warnings. We'll cut in during our commercial time if the storm's warranted in our viewing areas, so we'll be doing that. But you can continue with coverage. Cal Day's with us at 9 o'clock over on CW, and we will continue to monitor. We'll have a forecast. Aaron's been working on a forecast when he hasn't been telling storm trackers what needs to be done, and we'll also have some more additional information on what we anticipate, because we're getting new data, so it'll give us a chance to look at that as well as we start to see the rain and thunderstorms increasing in intensity in some of these areas. And so that's, as I said, the beginning of what is going to be a long night of heavy rain and thunderstorms. Stacia, if you would, could you give us a quick preview, or I shouldn't say a preview, but a quick look at the flooding areas that are up in northwest parts of our area one more time before we go, just because we're going to be talking about more severe weather.
Yes, and so we've had these thunderstorms tonight, Trav, and really throughout the afternoon, evening hours that have trained over the same spots. And so it's dumped a lot of water in locations across north central Oklahoma, back up into southeast Kansas. And I want to show you what it looks like. This is going to be radar indicated. Sometimes when you have large hail, it can kind of skew the numbers a bit, but you still get the general idea. That swath of purple here, that's talking 5-6 inches of rain. And so that's going to be across the northeast corner of Kay County, back into Cowley County, Kansas, western Chautauqua County, even northwestern sides of Montgomery County, Kansas have picked up 3 to 4 inches of rain. And so We want to make sure going into tonight that this is kind of a precursor potentially of what's to come, as rain and storms are going to fill in across eastern Oklahoma later tonight, early tomorrow morning. And those storms could also dump at least a couple inches of rain. You just talked about all the flood warnings on local creeks and rivers. So again, this is kind of a sign of potentially what is to come.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Stacia. And so, again, those are things to watch out for. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Then we're going to be back on CW. And then, as I said, on Channel 6 here, if you want to continue our coverage, weather coverage, you can see it on CW, but also during commercial breaks over on Channel 6, unless it gets totally crazy. Remember, we have a tornado watch in effect. All right, keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
Evidence that doesn't add up.
There's definitely mysteries involved in this case.
Then prosecutors take a creative approach.
A psychological autopsy.
48 Hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
A new NCIS, Monday at 9, 8 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Oklahoma's own News on 6 starts now with severe weather.
Our top story tonight is that severe weather. Here's video of a big tornado near Stillwater from earlier this evening. Another viewer sent in this video of another tornado on the ground, this one near Morrison, and we're not out of the woods just yet, as much of Green Country is now under a tornado watch. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday night. I'm Cal Day. Our Oklahoma weather experts are keeping a close eye on the severe weather threat as we head into the overnight hours. Chief Meteorologist Travis Meyer is in the Bob Mills Weather Center with the latest. And Travis, could be a long night.
It is. It is going to be one. We guarantee it. And we have a tornado watch to prove it that goes until 3 a.m. this morning. So that is pretty much proof. And we do think it'll probably be extended into the early morning hours if you're east of Tulsa. So we already have a couple tornado warnings that are around. And unfortunately, we were talking on Channel 6 just a little bit ago. Tornado warnings have been canceled down near Norman, but it's back up. We're going to take a look at that just real quick down in Norman. And so we have Brandon and Jeremy down there. And so this storm is moving northeast. And so you can see where it is, Dibble, Kreiner area, and the circulation. So that's going to take it into Norman. The circulation is right, well, it's right in here. It has been rotating and moving, so it's just near the Dibble area. So that's moving up. So again, we're hoping everything's okay, but if you have students that are OU, they should know that there's a bad storm, because I mentioned this just a moment ago. It's the epicenter of weather, and so everybody talks weather down there all the time. So we do have a confirmed tornado moving up into the Norman area. Back into our area a little bit more. We've had tornado warnings nonstop, but we have showers and storms breaking out now around the Tulsa area. And so this is going to expand rapidly over the next couple of hours. And and then some of these are going to be severe. All the severe weather's been up to the north, and so we're just ending the tornado warning at this time across northern Labette County. In fact, it's out of that area. Still some lines of strong to severe thunderstorms going on across northern Chautauqua County, west and northwest portions of Montgomery County, and this has been inundated with tons of rain, 5, 6, 7 inches of rain. I mean, it's been ridiculous how much water, because it's all fallen in the same place. So our forecast is going to be for severe weather developing tonight, wind, hail, and rain. We're going to talk about that in great detail coming up, but right at this point, tornado watches now are in effect. They're going across northwest Texas, here through eastern Oklahoma, all the way to western Missouri, where tornado warnings are active at this time. So big old nasty storm system causing a lot of problems for folks in eastern Oklahoma to sleep tonight. We'll have more on the forecast coming up in a little bit, Cal.
Travis, thank you. In his home. Osage Casino Sky News 6 is also giving us a look at the damage in Canadian County. This is near Calumet. Crews are already on that scene working to repair power lines that were ripped out of the ground and tangled up. And as the storms continue to develop around Green Country tonight, it is a good idea to stay weather aware. You can do so by downloading our free News on 6 weather app. Tulsa police are looking for the person they say shot a man. Officers say they were called to the area of Pine in North
just a couple of miles to the south of me, or a few miles. So I've got Patty looking to the south, looking for power flashes. So our winds, we were taking back at May Avenue, we were taking about 4 mile an hour northerly, sucking back into it. I'm now at about 10 on Highway 9, and my winds have calmed down quite a bit. So it's getting closer to us. It's got to be within, a couple of miles of us right here at Highway 9 between May and 10, give or take. So kind of waiting to see the whites of its eyes. Is it going to go more towards, Riverwind and into Norman, or is it going to lift into the east side of Newcastle? So right now it's just kind of touch and go. We can't see anything. We're just going off of wind direction and looking for power flashes. So right now at my location, like I say, I'm at 10 and Highway 9, that really my winds are almost nil right here. So it's got to be back just to my west-southwest, just a little bit, moving at us, David. Back to you.
Okay. All right, Hank, get in position. Tornado doing damage. Tornado on the ground doing damage now, coming into the Southwest Metro. I can't stress it enough. Southwest Norman, Riverwind Casino, lowest level, center part of the house. Do not try to flee. If you live in Riverwind, around Riverwind Casino where the Loves is and all the gas stations, you got to take cover. You got to take shelter. It's going right towards Riverwind Casino. Riverwind Casino. Let's get a storm track on that. Let's lapse this.
Okay.
And look at all the homes in here. See all these neighborhoods?
I'm going to take off all the rest of the...
See all the neighborhoods?
Yeah, there you go.
Tons of neighborhoods. All these neighborhoods in here. All these neighborhoods. Full of neighborhoods, right?
And then we have some... This.
Okay, so tornado. We're going to lapse it. Watch it right here. Boom, boom, boom. It's going to Riverwind Casino. It's going to cross I-35. Cassie, get me a storm track only on the tornado. Make it 2 miles wide. Going into Norman. It's going to go...
It's 2 miles wide on Links 3.
It's going to OU. It's going to the OU campus or south sides of Norman. Okay, let's go to Links 2, and
3.
there it is. Links 3. And there's the path. And again, Norman, downtown Norman, down to OU and South Campus. It's going to Norman. Riverwind Casino, moving in now. Tornado on the ground, doing damage with debris in the air. Tornado on the ground, doing damage with debris in the air. It's going to head to the Whittier Middle School, Sam Noble Museum, Lloyd Noble Center, Norman High School, campus, OU. Everybody in the line of fire. Tornado on the ground, getting stronger now, crossing, about ready to cross I-35. Okay, let's go back to it here. Folks, Norman, lowest level, center part of the house. You don't have any time, Norman. You're running out of time.
Look at it coming right up on the Riverwind Casino.
All right, let's go back to it here. Riverwind Casino, tornado coming into the casino. Coming into the casino right now. The casino is either taking a direct hit or it's very close.
Yeah, maybe just south, but it is close.
It's close to the casino.
It's crossing I-35.
Yep, crossing 35 right now. And then from there, it's going into South Norman. It's going